The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Cessnock City Council, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Feel it, own it, now get it, you got it. Click, click. Click, click. Ooh, what a view, look at you, looking real smooth. Ooh, what a view, look at you, zoom, zoom, zoom. Ooh, what a view, look at you, looking real smooth. Click, click, zoom.
It all comes down to this. It's Championship Day. Welcome to round 5 of the 2026 Motorcycle New South Wales Motocross State Titles. We have a massive 2 days of live broadcasting coming your way to cover all of our racing action. Good morning and welcome to our viewers. My name is David Hogan from the Always Moto YouTube channel, and I'm joined by my fellow commentators once again to cover all of the action here. Russell Hicks from Power Sports Central and Greg Dunn from the Mr. Bones Moto YouTube channel. Good morning, guys.
Morning, Dave.
Morning,
mate. Russ.
Morning.
Morning, everybody.
Guys, we've had a massive championship so far in 2026. We started off in Canberra. We headed up to Lake Macquarie. We headed west to Dubbo. We went south to Bega. We're now in Cessnock for our racing action here. And Russ, we've got a couple of championship battles coming down to the wire this weekend here. Day one action is our juniors. We're going to kick off with the 12 to 16 years girls, 85s, to highlight them because there is a 3-point gap in this championship at the front with Layla White and Chloe Hart. But let's not forget Delilah Watts is in here as well.
Delilah Watts has been the one that's come out of left field for us, hasn't she, Dave? She missed the very first round, so she's in a massive points deficit, but she's been riding in dominant form the last couple of rounds. She's won the last two by a long shot, but the points is what really matters. So even if she gets the job done today, it doesn't mean that she's got the championship at all. So the girls' racing is going to be really interesting. There's been some awesome battles in there. There's been a few errors, few mistakes, so we're going to see how the girls go on the track here at Cessnock today.
Yeah, it should be a good battle there. Got to keep an eye on that one. Another one we're going to keep an eye on, Russ, is the 6 to 9 years 50cc class, because that is our smallest guys and girls on class on their smallest bikes as well, youngest of age. But they are absolute little senders, but there is an 11-point gap over the top 3 riders here. Lucas Nielsen's got the edge at the moment over Jackson Riley and Cole Weir. But we know one thing for sure with this class. They're going to get out here and they're going to send it.
The little 50s are a class we all love watching, mate. One, because it's incredible what they do and what they can make those machines do and how they can get them to perform. But also, it's such a challenge to get those little bikes with such little power, little tiny wheels around these big tracks, especially a track that's prepared for state titles, which means that the track has been ripped deeper, the holes are going to be bigger, the jumps are bigger, everything's bigger and harder, and those 50cc's are just incredible the way they get around.
Yeah, and it's big mistakes for them. If they don't make some of these jumps, it means a big gap in their field. But those 3 guys, we're going to have to keep an eye on them because it's going to be interesting to watch them send these jumps here at Cessnock. One more class we're going to highlight here in our opening piece, the 7 to 10 65cc. Now, Finn Jarvis has got the advantage in this one with a 14-point lead over Archie Blanchett. But I bring this one up because I feel like Archie, he's been battling with Finn all series, but this one he might be a bit more familiar with, Ross.
Archie does spend a lot of time up this way. I believe he trains with Ando not too far from here. I think he even does some training sessions on this track. But I think he's pretty familiar with this track and layout. The dirt here at Cessnock is a little bit unique. This is normally a bit of a dry pack, fast track. With the state titles prep, the prep is looking a lot deeper. We've had a lot of rain in the last couple of weeks, so it's looking like a darker colour, a little stickier. So I think that local knowledge is really going to come into play. He knows the track well. Let's see what he can do with it.
Yeah, definitely will do. Let's see how it all plays out. Now, speaking of being familiar, Greg, one, you're local to this area, but a lot of the people competing here this weekend are probably familiar with this circuit. A lot of people are from this Hunter Valley area. But also, we had only a couple of weeks ago, the club here, Cessnock Motocross Club, had their Keith Allen Classic a few weeks ago. So a lot of the competitors came up and got familiar with the track, right?
Yeah, that's right. The Keith Allen, like you said, was 2 weeks ago. So a lot of people are up here riding at that event. And the 90% of them, I'd say, would have ridden Cessnock before, like Russ said, so they'll understand how the track's going to unpack, how it's going to play out. So hopefully with everyone being familiar, it should bring some close racing, because it's not so much about bike setup, but about how much are you prepared to push, being the fact that it's championship day.
Yeah, when we talk championship, obviously we've got championship pressure. These kids are going to go through something today that they might not have experienced before, because there's a pressure on them to make sure they get the job done. They're going to have to handle that, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. They're going to have to handle the pressure. A small mistake in Moto 1 could mean more pressure in Moto 2. There's some championships, as you boys have spoken about, are really close. So we'll see how these little ladies and gents handle the pressure through the day.
They're going to have to put it all together here. Now, speaking of the weather that Russ mentioned before here, Greg, you're a local. It's been raining this week a little bit here in the lead up to the event. But what are we in store for across the weekend?
Yeah, we've had a little bit of rain through the week. The track prep looks really nice because of the weather that's been through the week. But we're expecting a little sprinkle of rain maybe this afternoon and another one tomorrow afternoon. So it should work out perfect for motocross. As you can see by the breath coming out of our mouths, the temperature.
You can see it, right?
Yeah, it's not too warm, but it's definitely not as cold as it was at Bega.
That's right, yeah. It's a little bit better climate-wise for us here as well. So, but talking about the event, Cessnock City Council has come on board for us this weekend to support the event, which is awesome. We love having our local councils support our events. But Greg, you're in this area. Obviously, the area is known for the Hunter Valley and the wine tasting. I don't think we're going to get to do any wine tasting this weekend. We're going to be a little busy, but what else can you do in the area?
Yeah, it's great to have Cessnock City Council on board. Yeah, I don't think we'll be doing any wine tasting today or tomorrow, Dave, which is a shame. Obviously, like you said, the Hunter Valley Vineyards, world famous. You've also got the Hunter Valley Wildlife Park. If you've got the little ones, it's a great place to take them to see the petting zoo. And then Hunter Valley Gardens is a beautiful place to go and visit if you're not from the area. So there's plenty to do in Cessnock. You've got a go-kart track. There's plenty to do out here, but if you're out here this weekend, you really should just come out and watch the motocross here at Cessnock Motocross Park.
Definitely. It's free entry, so come on down if you're not here already. If you're watching this, come and check it out later in the weekend. But speaking of our track and our racing this weekend, we're going to head to our track preview to show you what our competitors are battling with this weekend. I got out here on track yesterday afternoon to check it out. A little bit different conditions than what you're going to see here later today, but you'll get a feel for what the track is and what they're going to be racing on. So let's head to our track preview.
We are in wine country, the beautiful Hunter Valley region of New South Wales, for the final round, round 5 of the 2026 Motorcycling New South Wales Motocross State Titles. This is our track preview brought to you by the Always Motor YouTube channel and Skywalker Studios. Our race venue this weekend is Cessnock Motocross Club. Let's get out on track. I get to take another lap preview here. My name is David Hogan, one of your commentators for our live stream coverage again this weekend, and I'm on board the 2026 WR250F from Yamaha Motor Australia. Let's head down the start straight. Nice and deep prep here this weekend at Cessnock, at least for Friday as I was getting out on track here. Tight turn 1 here, run down into the second corner, and again another deep inside section. The berms have been left nice and firm here. But I had to get the power down here to get up and over the hill. When you arrive at turn 3, you've got a decision to make. You can go inside over the mound,
Or to go outside, hit the berm and carry momentum for the jumps up the hill.
up to the first tabletop here, and then a nice run up to a step up. This is a first of 3 on the track here. U-turn at the top of the hill. You're going to make your way down from the top part of the circuit, down the hill. Watch this tabletop on the way down. It's sneaky short. As we head into our Cessnock City Council berm here, we're going to make a nice run up the hill. Plenty of time to get some drive down. Another tabletop, and then a stage step up the hill here. Not a lot of lift off that first one there to make that 3 section, at least on Friday afternoon. Maybe the track will develop differently. As we sweep around the hill, we're going to drop down into the inside of the circuit here. You get hard on the brakes as we come into the Kennards higher corner, but we've got to get back on the throttle hard because this short little tabletop's tricky as you come out of that corner. We get to the 3rd step up on the track here.
And you've really got to carry momentum to clear that knuckle and get into that corner cleanly.
Over the step up, into the corner. Bit of a pivot turn there, trying to stay out of some of the rip sections of the track. We make our way around. We tiptoed around some of the mud here on the track that was on the inside of the corner as we head to our 4 rollers that are on the circuit here. Little inside-outside option here. I swept right around the outside of that inside roller, over the tabletop. Now we've got a nice sweeping turn here. You're going to be able to get on the power on the inside and the outside. It just depends on how the ruts develop here because it was nice and deep through that section. And then we're into what's going to be the final turn on this circuit before the finish line. This is the finish line tabletop here past the scoring. So we've still got a tabletop and an inside roller before you pop back up onto the start straight. And that's a lap here at Cessnock Motocross Club.
Looks good, eh?
Ken O.
What was that, love?
I said Ken O.
Well done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Welcome into Cessnock Motocross Club. We are here for our final round, our 5th round of the 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. We have some big action coming your way because it's Championship Day. We're going to be giving away the championships. Well, we're not giving it away. You've got to earn this thing, but we're going to be handing out the trophies later on today. But there's 2 more motos to be done here for each of these classes. And there's a few classes, as we mentioned in our opening, to be coming down to the wire here. You can see the weather conditions on the screen there. Not too warm this morning, but it's all right. But it's going to warm up a little bit across the day. A little bit of a chance of rain later on, like Greg said in our opening. But we're in for some massive action here, Greg, to kick us off for round 5, day 1 juniors today.
Yeah, it's a great day. The weather looks fantastic, as you can see from these drone shots. There's the mountains in the background in the Hunter Valley there. But weather looks smick. The track has been turned out beautifully. Like you said, it's so, yeah, from these drone shots, having a few technical issues, sorry there. The 50cc's 6 to 9 years are out there having their first look at the track. As Russ said in the intro, these little bikes are it's going to be an interesting first couple of sessions with these little bikes. I reckon we'll see plenty of scoop tyres trying to dig into this soft track.
Yeah, the scoop tyres are going to be the go-to. After our track preview yesterday, I got a lot of questions about the track from the parents and stuff out there asking whether they should have the scoop on. I suggested it was definitely worth it for the qualifying practice session this morning. Probably in the Moto 1, but you're going to have to make that decision later in the day whether Moto 2 is still the go for the scoop or not. But the track is a little bit it was different to what I was expecting for a usual Cessnock prep, and obviously that's because it's state title weekend. They've gone and ripped it a bit deeper, fluffed it up a lot. I found some nice soft spots as I was out there, Greg. I was revving the daylights out of the Yamaha WR250, trying to get it going through the soft stuff. But yeah, scoop tyres, definitely the go here this morning.
Yeah, the little 250 yesterday that you're on definitely sounded like it was working hard. As we watched some of these little 50s on screen, you can see the ruts already starting to form down in the, what do we got, Motorcycle New South Wales and Skywalker Studios corner down the bottom of the hill there.
That's the one that's right before the rollers, and on the track preview, that's the one I tiptoed right around the edge because the inside, and as it is this morning, it's holding a little bit of water there. It's a little bit damp in that section there.
Yeah, all these little bikes you can see having a bit of fun trying to get around through there as we watch Tanner Bond, by the looks of it, taken up over the tabletop as we switch over to 43.
Oh, that's our championship leader, Lucas Nielsen. So Lucas is the one that's got a couple of points lead at the front of this one, followed closely by Jackson Riley and Cole Weir. I did notice Cole was up at the Sunny State round at Toowoomba, I think it was last weekend, if I saw correctly on social. So bit of travel involved with the Weir family recently.
Yeah, okay, good on him for getting out and getting him some track time. As you see, the little 50's definitely working hard in this this track that's still reasonably soft. Just didn't quite get enough power to get up the hill. We spoke about that on our track preview yesterday about carrying your momentum to clear that knuckle and get into the corner cleanly. Well, that the little 50s just don't seem to be able to do that with the way the track is at the moment. We've got someone down.
Well, the 20 having a bit of a moment there. That's Wilco Cox.
He's up and getting his bike
He's
going
found
again.
the soft spot of that inside of that corner, Greg. We're just talking about, and look at, it's nice and deep there and a bit wet and a bit yuck looking this morning. It'll get better.
It will get better. It definitely looks like next lap round you probably will take the outside line, although we're watching the riders a minute ago and they were around the outside, but tiptoeing being the operative word. He was definitely taking his time around the outside. It's pretty soft and boggy on these little bikes, but it's a challenge they have to deal with every time they come to a motocross track.
And Jackson Riley just went across there to get the top spot, and then right behind him was Lucas Nielsen, stole it straight away. He went purple.
Cole Weir just pops in as well.
So our top three right there, they're already at it this morning, first thing on the track.
Separated by a couple of seconds, which is good to see. Like I said in the intro, all of these, 90% of these riders would have been to Cessnock before. As we watch 275, have a little bit of drama getting around that soft corner there. But yeah, we can see, definitely soft as one of the riders takes a little off-track excursion. But yeah, these little 50s, it's something they have to deal with every time they go to a track. Being, like you said, state titles, the track's been ripped and prepped nice and soft. And unfortunately, for these little ladies and gents on the little 50s, it means it's hard work. Let's watch them go through the whole shot graphics corner. Some take the in, some take the outside option. And that leads them back onto the start straight. You see number 6 go through, and that's Middledijk? No? Can't see his whole name.
Hunter van der Voort.
Hunter van der Voort. Sorry, Hunter, got your name wrong. We can only see a little bit on the timing screen. But number 6 there looks pretty confident. Down into the outside again. Looking, that's yeah. Those little bikes struggling again through that bottom corner. Like Dave said, it was a bit soft in his track preview yesterday. So you might not realise this, but it's a bit soft. Obviously, Dave doesn't have a scoop tyre on the back of the WR250R. And then he said at the end they asked him to slow down because the drone couldn't keep up. So
I'm glad you brought that up, Greg.
Dave did 4 laps yesterday, and I've got 3 excuses out of it. One of the parents in the park actually asked why Dave didn't want to go fast in his preview lap.
Look, when have you ever been asked by somebody to slow down to keep the camera up on top of you?
No, Dave.
Exactly, that's right. I had to slow down because I was that fast, Greg. I'm going to go with that aspect of it. You can read right into it whatever you want, but I'm going to stick with the fact that I was too fast for the drone operator. Sorry, Luke. But I'm going to bring up something here. I've got one of our friends that we stayed with on one of the trips to Bega that we did this year. The number 100, Henry LeConte, is out on track. Now, he is someone who's probably not going to be featuring in our results up the front of the pack here because the guys at the front are super duper fast. But because of watching the series and the coverage that we do here with the live stream, Henry's talked Michael, his dad, into bringing him out because he wants to be a part of it and he wants to get on the coverage. So I had to make a point of it. So we'll have to keep an eye out and see if we can spot the number 100 at some point, because this is his first state title event for this series and ever in this young class. So yeah, awesome that the kids are watching it and telling that they want to be a part of it. Oh, right it down there on the exit of turn 1. Just tucked the front in the soft stuff by the looks of it. Getting up and looks okay. Just going to have a nice muddy left grip there, I'd say.
Going to try and get that bike unstuck from the mud, as we spoke about.
Oh, and that's Henry. That's my mate Henry. Oh, come on, Henry.
Do you reckon Michael said to him, we need to get to some screen time, go out there and just have a little off so they focus on you? Well, there you go, Henry's up and running again straight away, which is good to see. He's had a little off. He's probably cursing himself in his helmet a little bit there, although I'm not sure kids curse these much when they're that age. But
hopefully they don't know those words yet, Greg.
Hopefully they don't know those words yet, but he's straight back up onto it.
He's up and going. Yep. So that's Henry. He's getting some experience here straight away. Like I said, first time at a state title. He has ridden this track once before, because they did do a bit of a club day up here as a prep for this weekend, knowing that Henry had said that he wanted to do these things. So Michael did the right thing. He brought him up, sort of tested him out to see if he was capable of doing it. And he's up and out here having a crack, which is awesome. And I just find it so cool that the kids have watched this and then said to mum and dad, hey, I want to be a part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic. Henry, like you said, he's watched this at home. He said, I want to be a part of it. And dad's made it happen and brought him up here. Have a look around at the last round of the Motocross New South Wales state titles for 2026, and maybe if he enjoys himself and has a bit of fun, he might be back next year for round 1.
It's a stepping stone, right?
That's exactly
he's put the
right.
one step in the ground, and it's whether he wants to keep going or not, but he's made that chance and he's having the experience. Look at these kids on the back of the bike there trying to get the drive to get over that little ups hills tabletop, and then there's a stage step up there. Like we said in the opening, these 50s, they get sendy. They're not worried about the size of the jumps, they'll just pin it.
Yeah, that's right. Then they've kind of got to on these little 50s, especially going up the hill. At this Cessnock track, there's the back of the track turn 5, 6, 7, 8, where you're up, downhill. So every time they turn at the bottom, they've got to make the power to get back up the hill. The track's quite soft at the moment. Some of the bottom corners are holding a bit of water. So they've definitely got to send it just like that. Perfect example.
Now that step up looks like it's a little bit too far for those 50s, or at least for those couple of 50s. That was the one we were talking about yesterday, Greg, on the track preview, and that knuckle that you got to carry that speed to get over from that previous tabletop. It all comes from that Kennard's high corner back there. Got to get a good exit over that first tabletop to have any chance of getting over that knuckle.
Yeah, definitely got to carry the momentum up the hill. Like you said, it might be a bridge too far for these little 50s, or for 90% of the riders on these little 50s. Maybe some of the quick boys, as I just have a look over at the time screen, Nielsen, Riley and Weir as the checkered flags out for their first qualifying session. So next time they see the track, it's funny, next time they see the track, it will be in a much different state, because some of the big bikes will be out, and I don't think they're the first moto out. So we've got another practice session or two, I'm pretty sure, and then we'll have a couple of motos. So next time the little 50s get out, the track will be different again as they all funnel off. So Nielsen, Riley, Weir and Phillips, they're your 4 main protagonists and have been throughout the championship. It's good to see them all nice and close together in time. Obviously once they start their first moto race, banging bars, banging elbows, going full send, as David said. We might
we've got one with the goggles off here as well. Must have got a face full of roost at some point. I think that's the 900. I think that's Bentley Phillips.
Bentley Phillips,
in 4th on the track at the moment. So yeah, maybe had an off, or somebody just gave him a face full of roost at some point and muddied the goggles.
Yep.
Maybe they just fogged up in the morning temperatures here. That's the other reason too, so possibility.
As we said in our prep, it's not as cold as it was at Bega, but it's definitely a little bit fresh this morning. I got up this morning at about 10 to 6 and checked the temperature at home. It was 7, and I was like, you know what, I'm happy with 7. I was expecting it to be 3 or something like it was through the week, but this cloud cover, he's obviously keeping some of the warmth in.
All right, this session's going to start coming to a close, because is the checkered flag out. Oh, Bentley's just gone down in our corner there, the Skywalker Studios corner, trying to tiptoe around the outside to get away from all that deep stuff, but he's tucked the front. All the riders have to try and sneak around inside there. He's got to get that Cobra up and going. Now, interesting thing here, a lot of these 50 riders, they're using on the front tyre, they've actually got the back tyre of another size bike on the front of these things to try and give them some stability. But I've always said when they do that, they give up the turning ability, and I wonder if that was maybe a possibility there, Greg.
So they've got a rear tyre off a bike that's slightly bigger on their front. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
So is that obviously the rear tyre carries bigger knobs? You're saying they're
A bit
using
wider
it? Yep.
and chunkier, and yeah, for a stability point on these things is what they're doing in a straight line.
Yep.
But I think, like, you know, the wider you go, the harder it is to get on the side knobs when you turn in. And so maybe in these conditions here, maybe it works against them when they go for the corner entry. And look, Bentley just put it down, tucked the front. Maybe that was a factor.
I suppose too, in the like we've been speaking about for the past 20 minutes, the dirt is pretty soft, so it's going to be soft and grabby. So if you've got a slightly wider profile front tyre, then definitely could have been a factor. As the last little guy goes over the finish line, and we get ready to see, we've got the next.
So quick update on the timing. It's Lucas Nielsen, Jackson Riley, Cole Weir is your top three. Lucas doing a 2:11, so a nice time there. But while we've got the chance here, we'll take a quick break in our coverage this morning. We're going to come back with some more qualifying action here at round 5 from Cessnock Motocross Club.
Looks good, eh?
Ken O.
What was that, love?
I said Ken O.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
Looking good, eh?
Ken O. What do you think, Nonna? Gentleman the K.
Hey, boss. Ken Oath sorted it. All good?
Ken Oath.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling. Ken Oath.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health. Not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
I like racing against like Kyle Woods and Riley Burgess. They're really fast and it's hard to keep them like behind me, and yeah, it's good competition.
I'm probably Rigby, Joe.
Stella. And probably Ollie and Toby. Probably Colby, Lucas Nelson, and all my other mates. Ryder, he's pretty fun to race against. And Ollie Kale, they're two pretty fast and fun to ride with. Archie, my brother. Yeah. Oh, Finn, Jarvis, Ollie Dog, Malcolm, and there's a whole lot.
Welcome back to day one, round 5 of the New South Wales State Motocross Titles here at Cessnock. We just watched the 10 to 12 65 class out there, and it's rider Matafiglio the Magnificent, who's just been picked on the timing sheets by Ollie Kale. They're out for their first look at the track, watching through the whole shot graphics corner down over the tabletop, which puts them where the finish of the track joins the start of the track, down through turn 1. The 65s, we'll see how they go with this track. It is a bit soft, they're a bit bigger. We're watching them. Let's see how he goes heading up the hill. We spoke about that corner yesterday. Some of them are taking the inside, some are taking the outside as they find the traction and drive up the hill down towards the Cessnock City Council corner. The track is looking fantastic. Be interesting to see. I think this is one of those championships, Dave, that's there's only a couple of points between first, second and third, or have I got this wrong?
No, I'm going to point out that you're completely wrong on that one.
That's right, mate. It happens most of the time.
Yeah. The Magnificent Magnifiglio has a 51-point lead here in this championship, and if I'm not mistaken, he's only dropped one moto across our 4-round series, where he got a third in a moto, and I think that was because of a crash, if I remember correctly.
They don't call him the Magnificent for nothing.
Exactly. So, look, we're looking for another 1-1 day probably from Magnifiglio, all going to plan on his side of things. Maybe he can wave that magic wand and, Magnifico away the title here.
Yeah, it looks like he's... well, we spoke about championship pressure in the pre thing we did before the start of track today, and we spoke about pressure. So rider Matafiglio has, like you said, a 51-point lead.
Not much pressure. If he even basically finishes this first moto of the day, I think he's got it done.
He's got it done,
yeah. He just has to stay on top of it for Moto 1, and then...
But pressure has a funny way of doing things. Look at the 2006 MotoGP World title. One of the greatest of all, Valentino Rossi crashed and gave to Nicky Hayden an unexpected mistake. As we watch a replay of the start for these kids practice, it looks like some people driving down the M1. This looks messy.
That's the best description of the start I've ever heard, Greg.
Yeah.
The fact that we've got some replays, but the boys in the Skywalk Studios, oh wow.
Yeah.
And look at them just running each other high there. I think there was a little bit of, I'm going to show you that this is an all your way rider. From Ollie Kale there on the 282, I think it is out there. It is at the front.
Yep.
Who's running him up in turn 2.
Yeah, fantastic. We've got Joe Thulby. Is that how you say that name?
Thurlby. We'll apologise. We'll throw our disclaimer out there about our poor pronunciation. Feel free to correct us at any point if you want to get in touch with us.
And as usual, Dave's in charge of our complaints department. Joe Thurlby, he might be a local kid who knows his way around Cessnock track reasonably well. He's put in a 1:59.6. He's faster than Matafiglio the Magnificent. We've got 1:25 there, just getting his bike back up and running on screen.
1:25, that's Blake Teague.
Blake Teague, well, I'm not sure if he had an offer. He was in the middle of the track. It just cut to him as he was kicking his bike back over.
Hopefully all good. It's only early. We don't want any issues.
No, we don't want any issues. That's exactly right.
Now I'm just scanning the championship list. I cannot see the 33 in our championship list here. So he might be a local and might be here for just a one-time, one-round thing here in the 2026 championship. But if he keeps performing like this, he's going to have to talk to Mum and Dad about getting to a few more of these next year.
Well, like we spoke about Henry earlier on the 50, maybe he's just coming out to have a run around. He knows Cessnock track. He might come out here and do it right and think, maybe we should tip our hat next year and have a go at the 2027 state titles for the MX, but that's a few months away. We've got some championship trophies to hand out first.
You're watching down. This is the bottom of our circuit. It's the lowest part before they make a nice sweeping turn to come up towards our finish line area. You're going to see them go past. That's the scoring tower where we're sitting in there in the background. Into our Risen Unlimited corner. That's our final turn on this one before we get to the finish line there, that tabletop. And then we drop here. I'll write it down in the whole shot graphics berm. Can't quite pick up the number on that one, but they're up and going by the looks of it. About to get moving. There they go. So again, is that? Oh, I didn't quite grab that one, but yeah, just there. So that is the point where they pop back up onto the main section of the track there next to the start gate. So watching them, that corner still, everyone's trying to stay out the outside to avoid the mess that's on the inside. That hopefully that will come around here shortly, but we need a few riders to go and venture out into it and churn it up a little bit to try and help it out for the later parts of the day here.
Yeah, try and make a bit of a rut there. He tried to find the smoothest way through, but didn't quite succeed. So watch him, like you said, come through this bottom portion of the track, up around the Risen Unlimited corner, and then that jump that he's about to go over there, that's the finish jump, right in front of our commentary position as he goes through.
It's a nice row of jumps there. You can get a couple of whips going off those ones. Nice and straight.
They could.
They could.
Yeah, I'm not going to put my name down for that.
But a nice long run. The start straight here's a little uphill, but you get a great run from that bottom whole shot graphics corner all the way up there into turn one. It is a tight turn one. You got to slow right down to get into it. Otherwise, you're going to leave the door open.
Turn one and turn two, I thought about that when we walked the track yesterday. Like you said, from the start gate, it's a slight uphill long run into turn one, which is back on itself. Then turn two is back on itself. So as the checkered flag comes out for this session, and it is so far, Joe Thilby looks like he's...
Yeah, 159.67 is going to be the time so far. That's the best, unless somebody gets one here in the final stages of this one. But yeah, Joe's going to...
show him the way around.
Yeah, and like I said, I scanned it. I can't see his name on here, so unless I've missed something here, but looks like he's going to be a surprise packet here for this one today.
Yeah, well, we had this discussion when we were at Bega about if any locals are going to come along and show the regulars the way around. It looks like what Joe's trying to do now.
We'll have to see if he gets a good start in Moto 1 and if he can put a race together as well, because if he can, it'll be interesting if he starts battling with our championship leader, Ryder Magnifiglio there, because Ryder's there in second on the time charts. The 282 of Ollie Kale, then Levi Bittick, then Cooper Nielsen, then Stella Harding's up there in sixth qualifying. That's pretty good for Stella. We'll see her featuring towards the front of this. She's got a couple of podiums this season in this class. Maxwell Legeri, Zach Peters, Harrison Rex, Sonny Jarvis. That's your top 10 in the 10 to 12 65cc category. As this one comes to an end, and we're going to switch over to the 14 to 16 years 85cc class. Will be the next out on track. Now, a bit of a disappointing aspect for this class, Greg. We noticed yesterday, I was looking at, obviously doing some research during the week to make sure we knew who was who in this one coming into the final parts of the championship. Oliver Rex has been absolutely killing it in this class, only dropping one moto through the season. But unfortunately, at the Keith Allen Classic that was here a couple of weeks ago, Oliver had a crash. He's broken an elbow. He's out for the weekend, Greg.
Yeah, we seen him yesterday with his arm in a brace, and you were like, what's happening here? And he explained the situation to us, which is a definite shame. Like you said, he's only dropped one moto all year, and I'm sure he was thinking about coming to Cessnock this weekend, wrapping up the title and getting himself some silverware. And unfortunately, that's not how it's going to play out. But hopefully, our thoughts go out to him. He's here this weekend. Hopefully the elbow heals up fine, and he'll be back on a bike in no time, getting ready for a challenge at next year's titles.
So we'll have to keep an eye on how these ones finish, because at the moment, Oliver does have a 37-point lead over Archie Job on the 14 machine. And then there's a further 13 points back to Kai Frezza on the 18 machine. So those two won't get to him by the end of Moto 1, but by the end of Moto 2, they will be probably over the top of Oliver Rex. So Oliver is going to have to hope that somebody else here can get in front of him. Maybe the 171 there who's on screen, Luca Penman. Luca's down in 5th and 65 points from Oliver. So, yeah, we need like Luca to get in front of Archie or Kai, and even Zayden, Nazaros. Just they all need to mix up the results here, and that'll maybe help Oliver maybe stay on the overall podium for the championship. But it's looking unlikely about the win there, which is unfortunate for Oliver Rex.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the names on the screen, and I can't see any Joe Thulbys, for want of a better term, any locals that have showed up that Oliver Rex might have been putting his money on a bit of a local to get out the front and take some points from these regulars.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this one plays out. But this is usual suspects pretty much. That was the 214 of Carter Beach going past there on screen on his Husky. As we watch, this is the overhead shots we're going to get. Some brilliant Skywalker drone footage. This is the bottom of our circuit that you can see those 4 rollers and that deep inside corner before it that everyone's trying to tiptoe still around the outside just to get a drive at them. They're sort of mellowed out, those rollers. You can't quite get up and over to double. You might be able to find it later in the day as the track develops and there's a little pocket in it. But at the moment, early, it's a manual sort of setup. You've got to pick the front up and carry it over. Look at the rut that's already there on the inside of the Risen Unlimited corner for our final turn of the circuit here at Cessnock Motocross Club.
So the drone shots from Skywalker Studios boys again doing a fantastic job. You can see how it funnels up, like we said before, into turn 1 and then turn 2 before they take off up the hill as we watch Archie Job and Luca Penman down through the Kennards Hire corner before so they've taken that inside and one of them's taken the outside rut. That's what we spoke about yesterday in our track preview. Do you take the inside and hope to carry the momentum, or do you hit the outside? In your track preview yesterday, Dave, you took the outside.
Yeah, the outside was the flowier line. You didn't really have to back off as much because you could sort of almost turn the bike on the peak of the hill there on the outside, which is obviously it's not that much of a peak at that point, so that's why you could turn on it. But then there was that little edge that just sort of catch the bike to stop you keep flowing outwards and just sort of held you in place, and you could carry more speed, which then set you up nicely for that first tabletop to, like you said, get the momentum running up the hill. So it's a nice little feeling, that part of the track, if you get that right and float around the outside, catch that rut. But obviously if you need to make a pass, you can always shoot up the inside, jump off that inside mound a little bit and maybe float out and block the rider on the outside if you have to. So it's got options here. We've got a replay here off the start. All the two-stroke smoke here early in the morning just hanging in the dense air.
Beautiful. One of the riders, I'm not sure if he had an issue stalled or he didn't kickstart it, so he didn't stall it if he waited on purpose, or if he had an issue getting off the line there. But
just letting the riders go out and get a nice clean track to see. No roost in the face. Wanted to say nice and neat and tidy this morning. Didn't want to have to clean it after qualifying one maybe.
Yeah, true. Maybe forgot the other box of tear-offs. So he doesn't want to waste tear-offs.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe he's only got 3 or 4 today.
Yeah, so interesting that as we watch them come over the finish jump, bit of style there from the lads. And this is another corner we spoke about. The other corner, it's got an inside-outside option. That whole shot graphics corner, outside high on that berm from the first practice we watched this morning, that looked very soft. I don't know if it obviously got grip because some of them have stuck with that line, or they're just trying to work a rut into it to get grip for later on in the day. But it instantly looked soft at the top of that berm. The corner Dave was talking about earlier.
Yeah, that one was difficult on the track preview yesterday because the inside was all fluffed up and it didn't really let you get over that mound, and then the outside was a bit skatier as you went to the berm because they left the berms nice and packed, so you went from a soft surface to a firm surface and skidded up the face of the berm there. It was challenging times to ride these practice preview laps for me. Tracksin looks fantastic. It doesn't always ride fantastic at that point, especially once they put the sprinklers and everybody walks on. It gets a bit more compacted later in that evening, so it's actually much better this morning.
Yesterday, Dave did his lap for the track preview, and then they opened up the track and let everyone have a walk around, and we went for a walk around a bit later on, and Dave asked why he couldn't do his track preview after everyone had walked on the track and packed it down a bit. So
there was footprints everywhere. It was looking much better than when I went.
Even we walked it before he did your track preview, And then we walked later on after everyone had had half an hour, 40 minutes walking on the track. And even just walking on it, you could feel it was more packed down from everybody walking around on it. So I can see your point.
Yeah. Anyway, these are the conditions we work with while we're trying to get some cool footage for you guys and girls out there to watch about the venue before the event starts. So I'll have a bit of fun with it anyway. Do what we can.
Yeah, absolutely. And you get to take the little WR250 you've got from Yamaha Australia out and have a run around the track. What's not to like? Oh,
Luca just having a little tuck moment there as he tried to get out of that last corner.
Yeah.
And they're going to come up and do back across the start area. And our man Russ is out there on the start area. Russ, what are you seeing out here at the Cessnock Motocross Club from the start gate area?
Boys, what I'm seeing is a track that is going to be absolutely unreal this weekend. This is going to form up really, really well and produce some insane racing. I'm so stoked that a bunch of championships are coming down to the wire today. This is going to be an unreal weekend of racing. The juniors are looking good. Looking at a few of the, a whole heap of the 65s here sitting on the start line, mate. Huge turnout here for Cessnock. And we know how much talent's come out of this area, this Hunter Valley area, this Cessnock, Lakes, Maitland area has produced champion after champion, hasn't it, boys? It's just been, there must be something in the water out here.
It's a hotbed out this way for motorcycle success, right? We've got Casey Stoner, we've had Chad Reed, Craig Anderson. The list is pretty long.
It's pretty insane, mate, for sure. But Cessnock is definitely the home of a heap of those guys. And it's pretty cool to see how the track is set up today. I can't say I've ever seen Cessnock look like this. It's deep, it's fluffy, kind of got a sandy feel to it. I know that Bronson, our buddy over there, has been pretty heavily involved with the track prep. He does a lot of coaching schools out here during the week. But, mate, whatever they've done out here, it is looking unreal. We're going to see some awesome lines form up. A lot of options in these corners. Turn 1, Turn 2 is always interesting with a little bit of carnage sprinkled on top out here at Cessnock. We've got a dirt start gate with a little drop-off and a really fluffy, soft start. So I think starts are going to be super critical here this weekend.
Yeah, Russ, I'm glad you said that you've never really seen this venue looking this way either. One, they've done a great job in terms of cutting all the grass and stuff and making it look beautiful. It's all freshly cut everywhere around the circuit, which is awesome. But you're right about the circuit itself. I've been here a number of times, but not in the recent year or so. But I've never really seen it this sort of fluffy and nice in terms of the prep. It's usually a lot more harder. There is always that gritty sort of sandy feel to the top layer of the dirt, but it's deep out here, right, Russ?
Absolutely. It's usually a lot more like Lakes. I would say Lakes and Cessnock are very similar in that it's a hard pack. Like if you walk through the car park and the pits, you can see what I'm talking about and feel it. It's kind of granularly, small little rocks, pebbly kind of feel to it. So to me, this is a really interesting setup here for Cessnock. The track crew, like I mentioned, have done a fantastic job. I think we scored with the weather. It hasn't been overly hot. There's been a bunch of rain. Probably, I thought there was going to be too much rain. They didn't actually get that much here at the track itself. But I think with the overcast conditions, colder conditions, what moisture's gone into the track has stayed in the track. So I'm very, very interested to see how this forms up here on Junior Day and then see what it does again tomorrow with Senior Day.
Yeah, I think you're bang on there, Russ, with I live about 20 minutes away and we have had a good sprinkling of rain over the last week, but not a lot of rain, but it also hasn't been very warm. Spot on, like you said, so it's stayed in the track, the moisture stayed in the track. We'll see how it plays out today. It's definitely starting to rut up as we watch these guys on the 85s. We've got Archie Job, top of the pops with a 202.150, followed by Matthew Frezet with a 202.215. So it's all very close. Yeah, Luca Penman in third.
Well, he did a 202.4 early in this session, so we're within a couple of hundreds of seconds at the top three here. So these guys are going to be battling out. I think they all see an opportunity to get an overall now that our man Oliver Rex is down for the count, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame for Oliver. This is what we spoke about in the preview as well with probably all the kids have ridden at Cessnock before. They understand the track, they understand how it's going to play out. Bike setup's not a major issue because they understand what they need from their bikes at this track.
Oh, we've just had a man sneak to the top part on that might be the last lap now, but he might have got one more of these three. Brody Hart has just jumped to the top with a 2-minute 0.665. So, and a change up. Luca Penman went faster that lap around. So, yeah, interesting little change up here.
So I'm just looking at the list of names in the championship.
Is that a new name for us? Oh no, there's Brody on this entry, but he might not be on our championship list.
He might not have scored to be in the top 20 on the championship list, unfortunately, from what I'm looking at. So this might be a situation where
Oliver's going to be on the fence cheering for Brody.
Yeah, Oliver Rex is going to be out there helping Brody tune his bike to get the most out of it. And if he can take the points away from the likes of Luca Penman and Archie Job, yeah, but good on young Brody Hart, taking a 2 minute 6.65 over Luca Penman's 2:01.311. So still close, still 1.5 seconds covering the first 5. So yeah, this, like the point I was making, so everyone knows this track. They know it's going to play out. They know what they want from their bike before they get here. So this just means should bring up a heap of close racing. So we should definitely see some close racing from these guys on the 85s, 14 to 16 years. We've got another set of bikes down there on the start gate. Are you down there, Russ?
Mate, I am down here feeling out this start straight. Like we said before, it's a fluffy, deep start straight, which is going to be really critical for the 50s, 65s and 85s to get a great launch out of the gate, get the momentum up quickly to shoot them down this straight. The bigger bikes later on today and tomorrow, not going to be so much of a problem. They're going to enjoy that deepness. As our 65 class gets away there, look at how many riders we got and how many options of lines there are moving into that first corner. That's going to be a really key factor in the race here this weekend. A couple of riders got tangled there and have gone down. Luckily, that track is nice and soft for those guys.
Absolutely, Russ. And the number one question on most people's lips when we talk about start, from where you're standing and what the couple of starts you've watched, which gate do you think would be the prime pick, mate?
Oh, mate, that is a great question. I think this circuit and this straight really opens itself up to a couple of options. I'm going to say it's similar to ACT in that the inside gate does offer a massive advantage as far as shortening the track up, but there's going to be a crush on the inside of that corner. The very far outside, just to use extremes, is going to be a beautiful, long straight. You're going to be left alone. You're going to stay out of trouble. You've actually got a berm to bank off as well, but it is significantly longer. I don't know how I'd measure that, but I can tell you by the eyeball test that the outside gate, gate 40 to gate 1, is a massive difference in meters to get around that first corner. But I think I'd like to see someone rail the berm in turn 1. That's going to feed them down that straight for turn 2, and that'll actually set them up for the inside of turn 2. So I think there's a lot of good options from inside to outside. I'm guessing we'll probably see a lot of our top riders fight for a position close to the dog box to get a little bit of the best of both worlds.
Hey Russ, is those inside gates, or those very inside gates, are they going to get impacted by where the track joins back in and maybe have a bit of a hole, you know, that they've got to work through, or is it not that developing so far just yet?
Look, that's definitely not really happening so far. There are a few little gentle bumps developing towards that inside, but it's kind of when they're already going to be on the brake, so I don't think it's going to be a massive effect. The main track doesn't actually physically cross the start line here at Cessnock. It kind of runs parallel and then it does intersect on that corner. But I think where it intersects, it's not going to play a huge problem because of that layout that I just mentioned. So we've seen that be an issue at other tracks. I'm glad you raised it, because some tracks we do cross the start line completely or go parallel with it. There's a few different ways that the tracks have been laid out. But here at Cessnock, I don't think that's going to be a huge issue. So I still think that first 1 to 5 to maybe 8 gates is going to be an advantage, but I'm betting we're going to see some advanced riders look for the dog box.
Yeah, mate, just as you were talking, we got some beautiful drone shots from the lads at Skywalker Studios talking about exactly what you're saying. They come off the tabletop where the track intersects the start line, and it's not really until they're setting up to get on the brakes in a turn 1 that the two converge, the two lines are going to come together. So we'll see how that plays out through the end of the day. Obviously, once the track develops and gets a bit harder.
A replay of the start area. You can see those gates. I think that inside is going to be actually a bit of, you're going to have to come out to go into the first turn. But yeah, like Russ said, that battle for the dog box area is probably going to be where everybody wants to be, looking at the replay angle there.
That's exactly right. And Dave, do you want to just explain how the gate pick works? I don't know if we've really gone through it over this series, but for those watching at home that may not have a full grasp or understanding on how the sport works, just explain to everyone at home, how do you get your gate pick? Who gets gate 1, who gets gate 40?
Well, that's what we're doing right now, essentially, is with this practice qualifying session. Obviously, the practice part of it is the first lap or two, where they're wheels on the ground and just rolling around, as we're seeing with this replay, where they're not allowed to jump those jumps. But as soon as they get that one lap in the books, they're allowed to start taking on the track as they wish. And that's when our qualifying basically kicks in, because they will start putting times down that then rank them in fastest to slowest, and that determines gate 1 pick. For gate 1 for Moto 1 for your pick. When we go to Moto 2s, we start working off, and I believe this is correct, but I might be corrected here in a second by somebody tapping me on the shoulder, but I believe Moto 2 is by your result from Moto 1. So if you win Moto 1, you get first gate pick in Moto 2. But for Moto 1, it's off the qualifying session, so you've got to put in a good lap time here to get a good gate pick for Moto 1.
And especially on those gates that are full, like this class that's out on track right now, I'm not exactly sure of the numbers, but it looked like there was 40 riders going out there. So if the gate is completely jam-packed, then that is a lot more critical, isn't it? Because you don't have options. If you look at the junior girls who are sitting on the start straight now, there might only be 15 of them. So even though you're going to get your gate pick because of your lap times and what you've earned, there's going to be a lot of empty gates as well, which are going to become free-for-all, correct?
Yeah, correct. This class is close to capacity. It's not quite a capacity, but the ones that were out track earlier this morning, we actually had some multiple sessions, because they were going to do our, we've got to qualify. We've got our LCQs that are going to come up from them. So it was even more important that they qualified quickly, because the top, was it top 30 or so? No, top 25 were going straight into the motos, and then getting this all mixed up. I think it's the top 30 went straight in, and then they had the remaining riders going into an LCQ for the top 10 to then qualify into the main motos, and then the ones that didn't make it in go to a non-qualifying moto at the end of the day. So yeah, qualifying was actually important for quite a few of these classes earlier this morning. These ones that are running at the moment aren't that way, but they are still battling out for their gate pick. That rut, those ruts on that inside of the Skywalker Studios corner down there before the rollers, still looking treacherous as we get those updated shots. We're watching the 418 go around at the moment. Malachi is going around there on top of the charts as well with a 2:07.017 fastest so far. Followed closely by the championship leader, the number 8, showing that red plate as well. We saw him partway through this session, and that's Finn Jarvis. Oh, rider just, bike's got the rear wheel locked up. Either that a mechanical or that kid needs to find neutral. But trying to push that one off. Is that the 18 there, having a bit of a troubles? That's Carter White, maybe. Yeah, it's the 18, but yeah, if the rear wheel's not turning, we might have some serious troubles here, Mum and Dad.
Just noticed 472 Weir. Not sure if it's Cole Weir riding in the 65s and the 50s. Well, his bike's just stopped and it's been pushed off down the return road by a marshal. I'm not sure.
Might have another little mechanical issue going on here.
Mate, just go and get his 50. That's all he needs.
Well, he could do that, right? He goes pretty good on it. All right, there's the 45 shooting down the hill as well, trying to chase down Malachi, who's on the 45 machine this morning, looking for that number down the list. A bit further down. Oakland Shepherd out there on track this morning as well, chasing around the 418. But Malachi's looking really good this morning here at Cessnock. Maybe another one of these riders that's somewhat familiar with the track. A few riders here that he's got to make his way around as they head into this Kennards High corner. Look at the ruts on the into the corner, the entry to the corner there, up the face of the berm even. There's 4 of them going up the face of the berm of that Kennards High corner. That's going to make that next tabletop and step up that we were talking about earlier today quite tricky with all those ruts in that corner, but the line still remains that, oh, look at this. We've got a couple of riders caught out here. The number 20 struggling to get footing back up with the ruts there in that mud. Who's the 20? That's Wilco Cox by the looks of it, having having a play in the mud. And the 174 machine there, that's Frankie Nesbitt trying to get it going. All got caught out by this corner that's bit terrible on the inside.
Another one off.
Oh, to 29. Who's that? It's Sam Akitiakano.
Sam Akitiakano,
just having a little bit of a left foot limp there.
Yeah, getting back up, try and get it back started. Yeah, you can see.
Oh, there's Wilco going up and going after that moment there, so that's good to see Wilco's going after getting caught out in that, I think it was the Kennards Hire corner there with all the, oh no, the Skywalk Studios one, sorry, yeah, the Skywalk Studios corner. So
still a couple of bikes
in that area,
not moving. Yeah, we watch them going over the bumps. There's another one.
That's Sam still trying to get the bike going.
Still trying to get it going. These bumps are starting to look pretty treacherous for these little bikes. Yeah, you're out there on the track, Russ. These bumps, these little 65s are starting to struggle with some of these bumps, mate.
That's right, Greg. The track is starting to form up now. I've just walked down towards the end of the start straight, right on the inside. We were chatting earlier about gate picks. Looking down the line at gate 1 through to about gate 10, they're going to cross into this section that is the racetrack, and the bumps are starting to form up. The little 65s are getting kicked back and forth a little bit now, which means it's only going to get much worse as the day goes on. But these are braking bumps that are starting to form up right now. This is going to come into play for your start positions and trying to dive to that inside. So these bumps are going to be one to watch. Here come some riders now. They've both chosen to go a little bit outside. See how the bike is unsettled and bouncing through these bumps now. That's going to play a really key role in the gate that you want to pick, the position you want to be in, and whether you want to dive to the inside, deal with those braking bumps, or whether you want to take a smoother line and rail that outside edge.
Just watch those bikes there, this last couple as we cut away from that shot. You could really tell there was a bit of chatter going. They're going to get deeper as we go on and bigger as more bikes go through that area. So it's going to be a challenge for these riders to pull up for turn 1 when the gates drop later today, when our motos start out, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Well, the checkered flag's out, so next time they see this track will be in their first moto. Well, some of the riders might be doing double duties. They might have a look on one of their other bikes. But we've got
still Malachi on top of this one with a 2:07 as the best time there. We're going to drop down to Finn Jarvis a couple of seconds back. Archie Blanchett. So Finn and Archie is our championship battles there. And then the man that was down there at one point, the 29, Sam Akitiakano, he's in 4th. Jax Hughes, Lucas Nielsen, Nixon Manville, Jackson Riley, the 188 of Lennox. And I'm never going to go to Lennox's surname just but out of respect for not butchering it.
Number 188 Lennox is in 9th position.
And 10th will be Leo Williamson. So that's your top 10 in this 7 to 10 years 65cc category. As we watch our overhead shots, there's another class there getting ready to go out here shortly. We might grab a quick break in our coverage before our next riders come out on track here at the Cessnock Motocross Club.
Looks good, eh?
10 O's.
What was that, love?
I said 10 O's.
All done, girls.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
Looking good, eh?
Keno, what do you think, Nonna? Gentlemente de cane.
Hey, boss. Cannot sorted it. All good?
Cannot.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling. Kerno.
Cannot make your job easy.
I like how they have pretty big jumps and there are lots of challenging jumps.
It really means a lot. We get to showcase like what this track has to hold. Arguably some of the best conditions that you can have in New South Wales, even the Hunter Valley. We're spoiled for choice. I think it's been quite a few years since we've had it here.
Just to have all different riders from the states coming in, just to see the different riders, because they're so used to our Hunter riders coming in. So to have something this major that's been many years coming.
I like the first corner down to the second corner. I like jumps. And I like the track when it's like first preps.
Number 2, I like hitting whips over it. And that straight there.
Small, very small committee. There's only got 6 of us to look after this, so it's a lot of hard work and dedication, but we know what's involved and we know what this track has to offer.
I think we do it for the community out there so they can have somewhere to ride that's locally, and also to the fact we do it for our children as well. That's what mainly brought me into it, and to see them smile and rev it up out there all happy, that's the whole point of doing it, right? So, yeah.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health. Not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
Probably battling with all the competitors like Carson Williams and Joshua McCloskey. They've been really good, like racing against, and yeah, this is probably the best track in the state title championship. So I'm looking forward to it.
My favourite memories were going to hang out with my friends while we were like camping, and riding for my mates.
I really liked Canberra. Track was really technical, lots of fast boys there, and yeah, it was really good there.
Probably just winning Lakes was a good one.
I won my first senior race last round at Dubbo, and that was like a really cool experience.
Winning motos and getting good starts.
Just the battles with the boys. Yep. And probably the podiums.
Well, welcome back. That's really loud all of a sudden in my ear for some reason. But welcome back, everybody, to Cessnock Motocross Club. We've got our 85cc girls, 12 to 16 years, out on track for their first session of the day. And we got our championship battle in this one, Greg, because Layla White, 3 points over Chloe Hart, but we've got to remember the spoiler, Delilah Watt. She missed the opening round of our championship, but she's been doing very well ever since. Here in our championship. She's been winning she won the overall for the last 2 rounds of our championship. Probably looking to do the same again, but she's 48 points out of the lead is Delilah, so she's going to have to rely on something to happen to the front 2 girls to get the overall, but she's going to be on the podium most likely for the championship side of things, so plenty to watch here.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be hoping for a one day in the motos. And then if something had happened to one of the other girls and not score as many points, like I said, definitely on the podium for the championship, but she'll be hoping she can go a little bit better. She's gone top of the sheets already. Lila Watts from Olivia Hadou. And Layla White and Leah Cameron as the girls are just having their first look at the track, really. Getting their iron, getting the feel for it. A little bit different to our last track at Bega for them.
Now, hopefully Olivia's enjoying the scoop tyre, because we convinced them to put that on this morning. And so hopefully the scoop's the choice here for Olivia. Hopefully she's familiar with it. Not a lot of these riders will have used it too often, so it's a different feel for them that they've got to be used to and make sure that they get fairly square when they're going up the faces of the tabletops, because that's the only point that you really need to be paying too much attention to it, because in the corners and whatnot with these deeper prep, they'll be just fine.
Interesting to see, like you said, Dave, if she gets back after this practice and says to them, that scoop tyre is terrible.
I'm going to play. I'm going to just. I'm going to go somewhere else.
Yeah, we're parked next to Olivia and her mum's setup, so we'll find out when we go to leave this afternoon. You give me get
it clipped over the ears.
A terrible steer. Yeah, get a stern talking to from a mother. Dear. Interesting to see through the Cessnock City Council corner how these 85s go, but
wow, nice wheelie there from the 67 of Chloe Hart, and that is. Well, she's got the pink numbers on there, but she's second in our championship. The pink is the girls' category colours for their backgrounds on their numbers, but Chloe's going to be looking for a good day today. She's got to make up 3 points on Layla. Layla and Chloe have sort of gone back and forth across the series with their results. Chloe's had a couple of not so good ones at the couple of rounds recently, particularly out of Dubbo. I don't think she was too fond of Dubbo. In terms of just wasn't her, track surface.
Didn't get on well with the track, you don't think?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Or at least that's what I'm going to imply.
That's what you're going to imply? Okay, we'll see how she goes at Cessnock here, having their first look at the track. I believe Russ is down on the start line with some of the lads that are going out next session, Russ.
Mate, I'm down here on the start line. All the familiar faces are here, or most of them at least anyway. We can see Wolf and Kremer and Rossiter, Thomas, Tung. All the boys are here, and almost all of them are very familiar with this track. So it's going to lead itself to some awesome racing. But I've also got someone else down here that we might try and grab and have a quick chat with. I've got Dylan Wills here, who has been floating around, hanging about, mate. Buddy, you're not on a bike this weekend. What's going on, mate? What are we up to?
I was actually planning on racing this one, but I had a little bit of a crash last week and just tweaked my shoulder a little bit. But I'm fine, but just up here for the weekend, spending a bit of time with a few boys that have been helping out. So it's cool. Just love being back at the races.
Mate, it's very cool to see you helping a few of these boys out. I saw a few tips going into some ears and pointing out some different sections and stuff. What's some information that these riders need to know about this track here today? Cessnock track in particular, and the prep, which to me is looking quite different to a normal Cessnock track. What's the red hot tips from Dylan Wills?
I think, to be fair, I think the changes in lines, especially today, when it rains like this, consistent water throughout the whole track is a lot different to when they water it. So the track will definitely just form up different. But for me, the big thing with the kids I'm working with is just the races mindset, just trying to get into it from the get-go, straight out in practice, get to the front, get in with the fast boys. Darcy's out here in MX3 on a 125, so he's, obviously at a big disadvantage. So just, make life as easy as you can, get in with the fast boys, get a toe, try and get as good a gate pick as you can, and start the day on the right foot.
Mate, it's great information, and it's awesome to see you here giving back to the boys, mate. We'll catch up throughout the day. So good to see Willsy here. He's a guy that's ridden for factory teams, got a lot of experience racing. It would have been unreal to see him here on a bike this weekend, but it's very cool to see. It's actually something I love about this sport, is that's actually really common that we see riders that have had big careers and been pretty successful come down to grassroots racing and hang out with these riders, help prep bikes, help get their mindsets right, and give them tips throughout the day. So very cool to see that.
Yeah, Russ, nice to see Dylan there. He is our 2025 MX1 champ as well, don't forget. So he ran this entire series last year in that MX1 category. So have to ask him why he didn't do any of it this year, mate.
The boy can pedal a bike, and it would have been nice to see him and Reece Budd going at it, wouldn't it? That would have been very cool.
Yeah, that would have been very cool. So unfortunately, we missed out on that today, obviously with that little tip over that he was mentioning there and tweaked shoulder. But you'll see him. He's a Supercross boy, this Dylan Wills, these recent years, so he'll be out there in the Supercross Championship that's coming up here in a couple of well, it's probably a couple of weeks now.
That's right. One stop in Newcastle too, just up the road here. That's going to be very interesting, mate. I'm sure we'll all grab tickets for that and be at the Supercross, which should be a ton of fun.
Yeah, McDonald Jones Stadium there for the final round of that championship. I think it's November 28, if I remember the dates correctly. So, yeah, everyone will have to get out there and support that round because it's awesome to have it back in Newcastle. It was there a couple of years ago. Good to have it back there again. It makes it super easy for all of us Hunter locals to get to, which I do like. But yeah, Dylan Wills will be out there, so will Reese Budd. Oh, write it down on screen. Oh, two riders down on screen. Layla White's there and Delilah Watts are actually got caught up here in their practice. They've somehow collided out on track and Delilah's just tipped back over. So Layla's up and going, but Delilah's trying to get the bike back up off the ground. Hopefully she can figure that one out there. But yeah, somehow those two have managed to come together there. Hopefully nothing too serious. Here we go, replay. Oh no. Delilah's gotten out of shape and Layla had nowhere to go and unfortunately just ran straight into the side of her. Awesome to have that replay guy. The guys from Skywalker Studios adding to the coverage each and every round, and they've put some replays in and they managed to grab that one at just the right time. So we're going to head down. Russ is back on the start. He's got another person to talk to. Who have you got this time, Russ?
Mate, I'm down here with Matt Boyd from Boyd's Motorcycle Racing. We've chatted with him at every single round. He's looking after the most amount of bikes under one tent and truck here, more than any other team. Boydie, it's great to have you here, mate. I know you're a local to this track. You spent a lot of time here at Cessnock. What's it going to take for your riders to put it on the box here today?
Oh, I think we're all in a pretty good position in every class. We just need to ride with some consistency, be smart, and finish this series out strong.
What's some unique features of the Cessnock track here today that some of the visitors might need to know about?
I think we've got pretty good conditions here today. So, being a loamy track, it tends to lay hand to a bit more patience out there. You try and ride a bit aggressive and blow the ruts out and things like that. So smooth is fast around here.
As we get sprayed with a whole heap of roofs from the boys leaving, one more quick question for you, Boydie. Gate pick. This is a game me and the boys have been playing the whole series. What is your gate pick? We're all choosing. I'm thinking a lot of the riders are going to go near the dog box to get the best of both worlds, inside and outside. What's your vision on the ultimate gate pick here at Cessnock?
I think we're lucky here. We have pretty even gates right across the field, but if I had to pick a gate here, I'd be picking either side of the dog box myself, and I'll be giving my guys the same advice.
Awesome, mate. Great to see you here again, buddy. Thanks. Best of luck to all your riders this weekend.
While Russ was just wrapping up that chat there with Matt Boyd from Boyd's Motor Surgery, as the guys in MX3 took off, somehow Rafael Rossiter on the 8 and the number 5 of Drew Kremer have come together down the second straight and both just still sitting there trying to straighten out bikes. They managed to come together really poorly here, and we're going to get a replay. The Skywalker Studio guys have got this start here, so let's see what happens. Drew Kremer's there right in the middle on the red bike with the 5. Looking for Rossiter on the 8 in the blue Yamaha. What's going to happen here as they come around? Going down here, I think we might have just missed that. We're going to pan back, I dare say, because they're partway up the straight. There they are, just colliding in together. And going down goes Rossiter there. So Kremer would look like he was already down. Maybe somebody cut him off at some point and caused him to get out of shape. But there's the boys. They are now up and going, but not the way they want to start that MX3, Russ.
No, not at all, mate. I was about to grab Kremer for an interview as well. I'm looking at him now. He's just at turn 3, trying to straighten the front end out of his bike. I was having a chat to his dad here on the start line and asking how he was, because if you guys remember from the last couple of rounds, he started off so strong in this series and was such a dominant rider, but he was plagued by a few little injuries and a whole lot of arm pump. I believe the arm pump was almost coming from the injuries, so he's had a bit of a knee issue. That's affected how he hangs onto the bike. Obviously using more arms to hang on has caused the arm pump. So it's been a little bit of a waterfall issue for him. And I was really glad to hear from his dad that they'd gotten some MRI scans on his knees. The scans had come back fairly positive. They've changed the bike up a lot. Drew often rides with steg pegs on his bike. Those have been removed as they're trying new techniques of where his knees and his legs are within the corners. So if Drew is in good form, he's going to be a really dominant rider today. We've seen him and Burgess go blow for blow at almost every single round. But if he's not in full form, he's going to be struggling here today at Cessnock. So hopefully what we just saw right then didn't aggravate the knee or any of the other issues that Drew's got. We want to see him healthy, and we want to see him and Burgess and the other boys go on blow for blow.
Well, Russ, as you were chatting through that little scenario there that Drew's been dealing with and working through, we had another angle from the drone for a replay, and you were just able to pick up the fact that Drew got held up, a Yamaha rider in front of him. I'm not sure who it was, but there was a Yamaha rider that just sort of slowed up on the exit of turn 1. Drew probably just not quite seeing that and ran straight in the back of him, which caused him to go down, which then caused Rossiter to end up in his back tyre and down as well. So just the boys a little bit too anxious and not maybe paying as much attention as they should have at that very beginning of their session. And yeah, look, Drew's probably got a bike that's a little bit twisted and second hand after that little coming together with Rossiter. So,
and this is that first turn that we talked about here at Cessnock earlier, Dave, is that if you want to throw it into that first corner, you're going to want to be confident you've got enough space to get through that safely. This is why I think a sneaky line could be using the outside. It's significantly longer, but it's going to keep you healthy and safe to get around that turn. And look at what we just saw. Two of our flagship major riders with Rossiter and Tremor both going down at the back of the pack. If that happens in the moto, your race is as good as done. So maybe the riders need to have a think about choosing different lines rather than just trying to dive to the inside of turn 1.
Also, we're talking about championship pressure, maybe. There's a 30-point gap.
There's not much pressure there, but there is a little bit for the minor placings as well. But yeah, Drew Kremer does have 30 points to try and make up on our championship leader, the 275 of Riley Burgess. As we watch Kremer on screen, things look like it's going okay now. He must have that front end straightened out because he's up to pace and tearing around this circuit, but not as fast as the man at the front of this field, and who's on screen right now, just behind Kremer, the 6 of Max Compton, a 1:48.9. He's currently a second and a half faster than the rest of the field at this early stage of this session. So Max is feeling it here. He had some great results down at Bega, if you recall, Greg. He was up there in a number of classes at the Bega circuit. So he's obviously liking this loamier surface here because it's similar to Bega as well. So it might be just a familiar feel for it. Maybe he's a loamy. I don't know where Max is actually from, but he's feeling it so far this morning. And a 1:45.9 he's gone to with that one pass. Kremer, a 1:46.3. So Drew's going pretty quick now, but Max Compton's still on the top of the charts.
Yeah, Compton, then Corey Eisel, Jack Nunn and Riley Burgess, who I'm pretty sure I've seen in the pits yesterday. He's actually had a haircut, which is a positive for everyone involved.
Got Antonio's barber out to work.
Antonio's barber shop, yeah.
Cleaned up that little funny looking colour he had going on.
I'm not sure if it was supposed to be a soccer ball. He should have left it because...
Noah Thomas just on screen with the streamers going from the roll-offs, but also caught it up in the back wheel. So when he gets back, Mum and Dad, you're going to have to get that streamer out of that disc wheel because otherwise it'll be all melted.
He's obviously had a bit of a dirt sample there, which is a shame.
I don't know. It might not have even been a dirt sample. It might just be that string is broken on the roll-offs and popped the line out, and it's just dangling everywhere. But it is wrapped around his rear tyre a little bit, so hopefully it's not melting into that brake system too badly because he might find he might have no rear brake when he gets to a corner here shortly.
Very true. He just went past us. He looked clean on both sides, so I think you're right there, Dave. Not a dirt sample, just a bit of a malfunction of the goggle setup he's got there as we look at Drew.
Yeah, it's Drew Kremer. I'm curious with these big guys. This is our biggest class here, MX3, in terms of bike size and speed. I'm curious about how they attack that little stage step up, whether they've got the lift that they require to get over all three, or if they've got to scrub it and then take it on as a 2-1 setup here. Haven't noticed that part of the track just yet, so we'll keep an eye on that. They're the ones most likely to get all three, but yesterday's track preview, it wasn't really ramped up at that point. Oh, that's Richie Lawler in the trees there that you can see through. Down in the Kennards High corner, just having a dirt sample, as you say, Greg.
Yeah, Richie, not really. Nope, straight back up and off he goes. It's good to see. A little bit of a tip. That's what practice is for, isn't it?
See that wobble he just did with the handlebars? He's trying to get that front end to straighten itself out.
Yep. That's what it's for, isn't it? Practice qualifying. Set yourself a reasonable lap time to get a gate. Choice of the gate picks, and then you want to start trying some different lines and find a few different things. And I'd say next lap around, Richie probably won't take that line.
Probably not. I did notice from our drone shots, you can see where obviously the dirt is churned up and gone nice and dark, but there's some still sections that haven't really been touched in the tops of the berms in a couple of spots in turn 1 and turn 4. So yes, not all of the track quite been used yet, and obviously that's because those sections of track are the long way round, as we say, and in qualifying you don't really go the long way around. Oh, that was a little short. Did he get that? He didn't. He
tried to, but just didn't quite get there. But
oh, that one just got. I think that was Max Compton.
Maxi
so
Compton on the Honda.
They're sending it, but they're not quite clearing. Who's the 411 just having an issue here?
Cameron Polbrook, is it?
Yeah, Polbrook. Yeah.
Cameron Polbrook. Wheels off. See if he can get it started.
Hopefully not detrimental to the rest of his day.
Yeah. Hopefully it's just a little dirt sample. He can get it started and get back running around.
The boys here are starting to use the middle to the inner of that Skywalker Studios corner before the rollers. So these MX3 boys are exploring the track a bit more than the rest of our junior field here. But they've got the wheel and the ground clearance to do so. So good work on those guys. They're going to open that section of track up.
Yeah, very true. They've definitely got the, like say, the ground clearance and the horsepower. So watching through the Risen Unlimited corner and watch Drew take out the over the last finish line jump.
So Compton's just come across the line as well and gone purple yet again. He's gone faster again. That's 3 times now he's put down the fastest lap. He's down to a 1:45.4 at the top of our charts. Still over Kremer. Burgess has moved his way up here. Then Corey Eisel, Ryan Jones, Ryder Matthew Taylor, Raphael Rossiter after that little issue with Kremer. He's up there in 7th. Cooper Bowman, Jack Nunn is out here. Oh, we'll have to check out Jack Nunn. It's the first time this series for him. And then Justin McHugh's your top 10 at the moment in this MX3. But look at these guys out here.
Compton's caught up to the back of Drew and made it a pass look quite easy there.
Thought Compton was going to scrub straight off the side of the track just then. Managed to keep it just inside the markers. But Compton's on a quick one. He's trying to put another fast lap in, it seems. He's keeping the bike super low. He didn't triple up that time.
No, he kept it low, which less time in the air, more power to the ground.
So down to this Skywalker Studios corner. A couple of riders there battling through the mess, as we say. That's the 36. I think that's Jaden Mafadi, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is, yep.
He's on the Honda there at the front of that group of 3.
So the checkered flags just come out. So that'll be the end of this practice session for the boys. And there goes Compton, I'm pretty sure. We got an unlimited corner.
I think we got a couple of number 6s out here on track today, it seems. So
I see.
We've got a double up, but Raphael Rossiter's come through that area there on the finish line. So let's see if anyone bests Max Compton here or not. But at the moment, Compton's just come through. He didn't better his time that time around. He must have slowed up towards the end of that lap. So it will be Max Compton, Drew Kremer, Riley Burgess as your top 3. Burgess is your championship leader in this MX3 class, so he's going to be looking to get this done here. We will grab a quick... Russ, have you got someone yet, mate?
Yeah, mate, I'm down here with Drew Kremer. I just missed Compton. He came through too quick, mate, being the fastest lap guy out there. He absolutely smoked past me here, and I couldn't grab him for an interview. But here is Drew real quick. Drew, we were chatting about some injuries that have plagued you, your knee, your arm pump, and then I look up and you're laying on the ground, mate, first lap. What happened? How did we end up on the ground?
I don't know. We were just all coming through the first corner along the first straight, and then they just decided to slam on the brakes. I'm not sure what was going on, and I just hit the back of them, and man, I smacked my head pretty hard. But yeah, I don't know. Just straighten the front wheel out and just try to get in a good lap. Wasn't the best, but it was all right.
Get out there, mate. Get yourself back together again. Looking forward to seeing you out there today, buddy.
All right, we are on track with an LCQ to kick off our racing action. This is going to be our 85cc 12 to 14 years. Now, these are the riders that haven't managed to get in our top 30 riders here for our gate selection. So these riders are 31 and back, and they will be trying to get into the top 10 to get onto our main set of motos later in the day. So this will be our first gate drop here at Cessnock Motocross Club for round 5, as we just get the last riders over our finish line. And Russ, you're down there in our first corner area. What are you seeing, mate, at the start of this one?
Mate, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the world right now. The 5th and last round of the New South Wales state titles. Gate drop, here we go, first one of the day. And it's actually Delilah Watts' dive to the inside. She gets a little bit crushed in there, totally caught in that inside. It's the number 21 that emerges out of turn 2. Big crash, rider down. Rider's gone for a little...
Couple of riders down now.
There, yeah, absolutely. Riders off the track. There's a bike upside down. It's carnage on the first lap here at Cessnock Motorcycle Club.
Yeah, we spoke about turn 1 and turn 2 while watching the first practices there, Russ, and it's definitely, as we predicted, a bit of carnage through turn 1 and turn 2. Is he down through the Cessnock Cessnock Council corner, I should say. Cessnock City Council's getting behind the event, which is really good.
So we'll just make a quick correction because we did have LCQ listed in the program, but it's not actually the LCQ for this one. So we must have just dropped a couple of numbers out of it to miss that 40 amount that we needed to go over. So we are actually racing 4 points here, Greg. And it's 21, followed closely by the 29 there at the front of our pack.
21, the Duke.
It's Sharonbum. But the 29, Maxie Harris there, nice and close there. And 86 there, that's Archie Black in third. We're going to be looking for our man who's been the dominant force in this class, the 262 of Blake Bohannon here somewhere, but he is going to probably be on a little bit of a cruise run today, I would hope, because he's got some bigger fish to fry later next week. He's heading to Czech Republic for the World Championships in the 85cc category. So Blake trying to wrap up the state title, then he's going to try and go over and capture a world title here in a couple of days' time, Greg.
Yeah, fantastic. Big effort for him here this weekend as we watch him come through and complete their first lap. We'll see another
replay of our start.
Replay of the start line.
I think that was actually Blake Bohannon getting an absolutely terrible jump. He's in the mid-pack there at the back. You can see him.
Get a bit swallowed. He's gone over in 5th for the first lap. We'll see how he sorts out and makes some positions up.
Let's keep an eye on this replay just for a sec to see who the riders that go down, because we're going to see one rider. There's the rider tucking the front and going early, but then a couple more are going to crash in the Kennards High corner. There's one tucked in the front, one runs into the back. Oh, laying all over the top of that other bike.
Oh, there's another one in the middle, in the inside.
Riders everywhere. Once a couple go down in a pack that size, there's not much room left to get through. So they're all up and going now, which is great. Oh, just as I looked up at the screen, there's a rider going away from the screen, a rider going down. But it is the 21 that was getting that whole shot and currently still leads the front of this pack. But I think I see in the back of shot, Blake Bohannon.
Yeah, there's Blake. Oh, I thought Blake Bohannon is...
Oh, is that... No, that might be the 280. Is that Kai Sproul?
I think you find Blake Bohannon might be got himself out in front already. I'm not sure.
No, Blake looks like he's sitting about 5th there, guys, on the eyeball test, making a bit of a move forward. If I'm going to mention anything, he seems to be cruising, which we might see a fair bit today, I think. Just like you mentioned, Dave, if he's got Worlds coming up, that is definitely bigger fish to fry, so we might see a little relaxing.
Our leader's gone down.
Duke Sharonbone goes down at the bottom of the circuit. He's getting the bike back up and get running, but he's going to lose first place, which is a bit of a shame. We'll see if... Oh, he's hit another rut there. He's not exactly the cleanest getaway from his dirt sample. He seems to be up and running again. You catch a replay, just hits the front.
Oh, you see, he tried to get that foot out. The peg caught as he was trying to get the foot off the peg, and it just dragged the body weight backwards, and just down he went. That was the end of that one.
Yeah, which is a shame. He was looking good out the front.
The leader's now going to be the 29. I think that's Maxie Harris out front, but it is the 280 just following through there on that Yamaha, which is Kai Sproul. Archie Black third, but Blake Bohannon, as much as we were saying he might be having a cruise, he's just gone purple on our screen. He's the fastest man on track in 4th with a 156.4. Notably a couple of seconds, about 3-4 seconds faster than the riders in front of him.
Cue the Jaws music, Dave. He's coming. Maybe he got caught up in that problem at the start. Is that what you're going to say, Russ?
I was actually going to say, how typical is that we look at Blake riding and he looks like he's cruising, but then goes purple for the fastest lap. This is so typical Blake Bohannon of just being so super smooth that he looks like he's barely trying, and meanwhile he's laying down some serious heat, mate. So that's going to be an interesting one over the day to watch, see what his strategy is. Does he push super hard? Does he play it conservative, keep his body right? It's going to be a very interesting day here watching Blake.
Well, I think if anything, the start is probably the most, cautious point of the race that he needs to pay attention to, because obviously everyone's bunching up, and as we saw in the start of this one, number of riders going down. You don't want to get caught up in that, so he's probably going to be a little bit safe, let's say, through that section if he can be. And then once the track opens up and everybody spreads out, I think you'll see the real Blake Bohannon speed come out towards those mid to later sections of the moto. Because there he is there, trying to make a move from third, I believe he's got up to now. He's trying to make a move on second in his Yamaha teammate, Kai. Oh, he almost ran him out of room there, but he gave him the space just to let him continue on, did Bohannon. But they are closing right in on Maxi Harris at the front as well. We've got 5 riders here, all within a very small space of track, battling at the front of this one. Oh, rider just out wide there that I think was one of our lap riders getting a little bit caught up there. But it's still Maxi Harris as they shoot into the whole shot graphics berm. A couple of riders going wide. I think Archie went up the inside to go over the mound to try and get closer in, as they all file into turn 1.
Ethan Wolf in fifth has just put the fastest lap of the race in.
Nice.
Good work, Ethan. There is where I think you're right in what Russ said before. And what you said, Blake's just going to let the race settle down in front of him first. Let the start get away cleanly. Now he's got the time. There's still nearly 6 minutes to go in this moto plus a lap. He can take his time as we watch him head up the hill for the first time. Well, that's coming back down the hill, sorry, to the Cessnock City Council corner.
Now, if we look at the start straight as Blake comes around on his next lap, I want you guys to have a look at the line that Blake's taking. This is a similar thing is starting to happen that what we saw at Bega with Matafiglio, cutting super wide to get around those braking bumps and find a clean entry into turn 1. Keep an eye on that as these riders come around, because that's going to play a big part of how these guys keep their energy up, stay out of trouble, and get a clean lap in.
So Bohannon's made the move on Sproul there. He's got himself into second. Now it's Maxi Harris just in front as they head down into that Skywalk Studios turn. Bohannon's taken the very inside run there before the rollers, which not many people have done so far, but he's made it work. He's almost alongside. He's going to sweep right round the outside of that National Motorcycle Alliance corner to take the lead from Maxi Harris. So back to a familiar point is Bohannon. He's at the front of this pack.
Yeah, fantastic job. As you see him go through the Risen Unlimited corner, he'll come around over the finish jump, tick off another lap. So he's got to the front of this race in a nice casual manner. He's in front of Maxi Harris. Then we've got Kai Spuhl, Archie Black, Liam Millard, and Ethan Wolf is 6th. So we can see him go down into turn 1.
So you saw there, Blake didn't go as wide as he has been, but he definitely took a midline onto this start straight. I think we're going to see more riders do that manoeuvre. They're going to come over this jump here. They're going to start to push towards the right-hand side, stay out of those braking bumps, and try and get around turn 1 nice and clean.
We're watching Bohannon just navigating past one of our back riders there, the 24 machine of Cass Willman. Bohannon's getting a few braking bumps, bouncing the back end down the hill there in the Cessnock City Council corner.
Yeah, you can see how the track's starting to come to life. Like you said, a few braking bumps down at the bottom of the track there. He's up in the top of the track at Whole Shot Graphics corner. Starts heading back down the hill, looking very smooth into one of the Kennard's higher corners down the bottom. More braking bumps there. This track is definitely, as we commented earlier on, and yesterday in Dave's track review, how soft it was. That was beautiful from Blake. Up exactly what we spoke about in the track preview yesterday. Carry momentum to clear that knuckle, drop into the corner nice and cleanly, which is exactly what he's just done. So if anyone's out in the pits watching, apparently that's how you do it.
Bohannon got a really good drive there into that roller section as well. The lines have developed in that Skywalker Studios corner right before it, and he went right through the middle of it and carried good momentum. So obviously it's starting to firm up in that corner. You see him just coming into our final corner here. He's got a nice gap now over this field. He's stretching it out as he comes down whole shot graphics corner. He's going to pop onto the start and rush. You're going to take it from here, mate. What's he going to do?
So there, Bohannon's just done exactly what we were looking for. He's chosen to go super wide up this start straight, avoid those braking bumps, and then square off and dive to the inside of turn 1. You'll notice not every rider's doing that. A lot of them are choosing to run that inside line all the way up the inside. It is the shortest way to get to the corner and the most direct route, but it's also going to put you in a bit of a crunch with other riders and give you the most amount of unstableness with your bike going through those braking bumps. Bohannon's choosing to cut far right and get a smooth run in. Let's keep an eye on that throughout the day.
As we watch Blake go through the Cessnock City Council corner, that was great drone footage of the start line there. You're talking about Russ, we could see just one tyre track all the way out to what would be the right towards the start gates. And that was obviously Blake's line, as you were talking about, similar to the Matafiglio line down in Vigo. As we watch him go down into these braking bumps here, it's just starting to kick the bike around a bit. Down to the Kennard's high corner as he takes off. Quick look back over the shoulder.
Did you see how nice he did the Kennard's high corner, and then he's thrown the bike sideways off the tabletop and just gone, I'm going to check out who's everybody where they are, and just looks over like stylish as.
Yeah, just a quick look over the shoulder. There was no one there. The boys are doing a great job, but he has gapped him a bit as he goes through that roller section, nice and smooth up the top to the Motorcycle New South Wales corner.
National Motorcycle Alliance corner.
Yeah, I thought that was wrong.
He's going to sweep look at the way he's all the way around the outside of that sweeping corner there, just carrying his momentum, not backing off. He's got a good flow going so far, does Bohannon. Not doing anything silly. He's got his eyes on the World Championship here in a week, just under a week's time. Basically, he's getting on a plane. From what I understand, the Yamaha mechanic Tomo, who most of you would have seen around the pits with the Yamaha team, he's not here this weekend because he's getting on a plane Sunday afternoon to get over there and pick up bikes for these couple of riders. Blake being one. Hudson Francis, who's been in our championship and in one of the 65 class, he's over there as well. So Tomo's got his work cut out for him in the next couple of days to get flights over, pick up a van, pick up some bikes, build some bikes, get them test ridden by these guys once these guys arrive. It's all happening next week for these couple of kids here for the World Champs.
Yeah, fantastic. Good to see him going off to Europe, I believe it is, to try and take on someone else.
Stop it.
Come on.
Just carries the front wheel from the Cessnock City Council corner, pretty much puts it down on the face of the tabletop and just, that was stylish.
That was very stylish. So he looks like he's using this as a bit of a fitness run, get a sweat up. He's definitely enjoying himself out the front. Hopefully he's in good mood, thinking about going to Europe in a couple of days. So that's good. A happy rider's a fast rider, as they say, as he clears that knuckle up the top there. We spoke about yesterday.
It seems like the track's
review.
developed there on that inside of that corner as well at the top of that jump, because he's actually able to pull that straight into a rut and turn nice and tight. So obviously the lines are starting to firm up and hold, and he was able to use that to just, cut to the inside and shorten the track up as well. As we watch him down, watch this line. He's going to go right around the barriers here.
So he did get the last lap board. So this will be the last lap for these guys on the 85s, 12 to 14s. As we watch him, you can see that out wide there, like Russ spoke about, and dropping into turn 1.
So we've just been handed a note too. With the championship standings the way they are, Blake came in with a 43-point lead in this class here for the 12 to 14s, 85s. But if the moto finishes the way it is, he will have a 50-point lead at the end of this one, which means he will be the champ in this class with one moto to go. So he's doing what he has to, Blake Bohannon. He's looking like he's going to grab this championship. I think if we look back across these rounds, he's only lost one moto in all of this race. He got second in the second moto at our opening round in Canberra, but every other moto, he has been the man at the front of the field.
Yeah, okay, so the big question with the Worlds looming in a couple of days, I know it's a long way to come to Cessnock for one race.
Does he not race Moto 2?
That's right. Does he sit it out?
Look, I would consider it.
He's here for the job was to come to Cessnock and win the title. And I don't want to put the guide on him, but with a couple of corners to go as he goes through the Kennards higher corner, it looks like he's here, and that's job done. Tick that box. Would you go out?
I don't know.
In the
Race
second moto?
is race, right?
Yep.
So if you go out, you just got to go out like you normally do. Don't think about it.
Yes.
But he's riding extremely well. Obviously, he's had a lot of prep. I remember talking to his dad, Tim, at Bega, and they were saying he was just going to ride the 85 for the next few weeks after Bega, not touch any of the other bikes that he's got, just to focus in for this World Championship. And I definitely can tell that he's looking the goods on this 85 right now. As the finish flag comes out, Bohannon's going to get this moto win. He's going to get the championship as well. And that's going to be the 12 to 14 85cc championship. Pretty much done, given the fact that Bohannon has just wrapped that up with that moto score. And he's going to pull in there. Russ is going to get a hold of Blake in front of our media wall down there in the chute. Russ, how's the race winner?
Down here in front of our media wall here with Blake Bohannon. Blake, you've just about got this series wrapped up. We're getting ready to go overseas. How are you feeling out there today, mate?
Yeah, I felt good. That motor was horrible. I'm not happy with it, but the track's so good today, and yeah, I'm looking forward to going overseas.
You would have spent a fair bit of time here at Cessnock over the years, I would imagine, mate. I'm sure you're pretty familiar with it. How's the prep of the track looking today?
It's looking really good. The track's they ripped it really deep, and it's watered really nice, so getting good lines out there, it's getting rough.
Amazing, mate. So good. I've just been told in my ear, mate, that you've actually wrapped the championship up. It's already done for you. So congratulations, buddy, on being our New South Wales state title champion. Awesome, awesome effort, and we can't wait to see you overseas racing Worlds, mate. Well done, and best of luck out there for Worlds.
All right, Blake Bohannon there, our champion for that 12 to 14 85s. He's got bigger fish to fry next week with the World Championships. Can't wait to see what he does over there. Let's see if he comes out for Moto 2 or what his plan is. Hopefully we see him out again, but we'll see what happens here. He's got the main job he came to do done in this one. All right, so let's... we've got a smaller grid here coming out. I believe this might be a LCQ, but let's just see when the timing updates, because we've still got a few riders coming across the line here for this 12 to 14 one. And Russ, you're here. You're telling me there's a little bit of something falling from the sky.
Yeah, mate, that's right. A little bit of precipitation coming down from the sky here, mate. I can feel it. I can see it. This is going to really change things up over the day if we get rain. There was a small amount on the schedule, but not a super high chance of getting it. Well, turns out we're getting a little bit of it right now. So this track is prime right now. This is as good as the conditions are going to be. It's not torn up. It's deep and fluffy as these riders go head down, gate drops, and off they go. Hopefully the rain holds off for us and we can keep these conditions. Right now, the riders have got some great lines, some awesome berms and ruts starting to form up as these guys head into turn 2 around our Kennard Highers corner.
Yeah, as we watch them take off up the hill out of turn 3, Russ, there was, like you say, a little bit of rain predicted itself. We only get a couple of mil throughout the day. It's not. Hopefully, it's not really an issue.
I think it'll just make the track watering null and void, right? We're going to get natural watering going on, and the track's, I dare say, it's going to stay perfect all day the way it's looking so far.
Absolutely, yeah, and a bit of rain will just save having to take breaks for a water as they see him go through the Cessnock City Council corner.
Got a Husky up front.
Yeah.
Haven't picked up the number on this one just yet. A little bit difficult to see there. Must be the font of that one. It's the 104. I think that's Braxton Anderson out front. Might be a relationship to another Anderson. There's a few well-known Andersons in this area that's riding this one. Now, I believe this is our LCQ for this moto for the 9 to 12 85s. It's on our timing scoring. So this one is just to get yourself into the main motos here.
Yep, there was a few drops on that previous camera shot there, so...
Boys are going to have to get the wipers out and keep the screens clear.
Yeah, absolutely. See him down through the... He's coming down to the 4th to last corner, I suppose it'll be, down the bottom of the hill, and then they'll back up the top over the rollers. Yep, got there in the end. A bit up and down, left and right. The National Motorcycle Alliance corner, and they come down over the tabletop, and this left-hand sweeping corner just at the back of our commentary position there. We were watching in the first practice this morning. We're standing there getting ready to go live watching them as Braxton Anderson has a bit of a moment there in that corner, but he was out wide. Some have taken the inside line, some have taken the wide line. I'm not sure if it's by choice or it's where the ruts have put them. As the first lap, they go over to complete the first lap. Samba Kiriakano, did he have an off earlier?
I don't know if it was this class or if it was the 65 class, but he definitely was not there. But I feel like he was higher up in that class that he had the qualifying time afterwards. I feel like I read him out in 4th in that one, so it must have been a different bike
class.
size.
Yeah, okay. I was just wondering why he's usually a bit higher than being in the LCQ.
Well, right it down on the start straight there. Obviously got a little bit of a kick off that jump onto the start area. It's 21.
Callan Morris. Callan Morris, sorry.
Yeah, Callan.
As he picks that bike up.
Right there in the middle of the start straight.
Yeah.
Or the run from back onto the start straight at least.
Now, if you guys remember back to Bega, we spent a bit of time chatting with young Cal Morris, didn't we? And his dad, Jason. These were some guys that we were keeping a bit of an eye on over the series. Not a front runner. He's a mid-pack kid who's been working super hard to kind of get his head around this level of racing. So glad to see that Cal's not injured there. He's got his bike up and going again. He won't be happy about that, but maybe we'll catch up with him and his dad later on today, mate, and just finish off that story of how the boys have gone. Doing racing on a budget, father-son time, sleeping in the back of the trailer.
Got another rider down at the top of the circuit there in, what's that, turn 4. He can't see who it is, but back up, getting the bike started and going again, which is good to see.
Just noticing Callan got going there, but he's had a stop on the second straight. He's got a little issue that he's trying to deal with and just get sorted out. Maybe the throttle's sticking or something, but I'm not sure what's going on there.
So we watch him head up the rest of the boys head up the hill.
He's got a goggle issue, mate. He's trying to pull his roll-offs out and get them sorted. He's got a bit of a streamer coming out the side of his head now, but seems to be away.
Braxton Anderson on screen coming down through that left-hand corner at the back of our commentary position. Smoother than he was last lap. Last lap he had a bit of a moment in there, hit a rut and kicked him around a bit. You see him go through the Risen Unlimited corner and down over the finish jump.
Braxton's just going to pop back up onto the start straight area as he continues on. He's got a couple of minutes to go here in this moto, but Russ is down on the start area. He might be scored another interview, mate.
Mate, down here on the start straight, watching the boys do their thing. I'm just walking up to Mr. Richie Lawler, who's kicking some dirt here, getting himself all sorted. Richie, you've been riding so well this whole series, mate. You've been doing double duty in a bunch of different classes. How's Cessnock looking today?
It's looking pretty good. Track's got some really good moisture in it. Just the insides are a bit sloppy, so outsides are probably the fastest one at the moment.
So you think the outsides is going to be the way to get this done here today?
Yeah, probably. Just a whole heap of burn blasting.
A whole heap of burn blasting. I love it, mate. And what about the start straight? You're about gate 15 here. We were all talking in the commentary box about being fairly close to the dog box as being the best option. You think this is going to set you up for turn 1?
Yeah, it might be a little bit tight, but it should work.
Awesome, mate. Can't wait to see you racing today.
Yeah, interesting to hear from Richie there ahead of his motor that's coming up with the 15 to 17 years 125. So I think that's his class that he's going to be popping out for, but he'll be in MX3. We've got a replay of the start here of our LCQ, and you're going to see the 104 machine there getting some drive. The white one coming towards the screen there. He's off the back of the bike, trying to keep the front down. He's having to sort of chop the throttle a couple of times there as the front picked up, but he's going to dive to the inside here and take the lead. You see the pack fall in behind him.
On that replay is almost a perfect example of what we're talking about, which gate position. He was sort of 4 gates to the inside of the dog box there and just had a beeline straight for that corner as we watched them all funnel on the replay through turn 2. That seems to be the more...
Oh, they all concertina up there, don't they? And they just sort of close up. It slows up in that corner, so everybody's stopping, but the ones behind are still getting to that stop point, so they all end up on top of each other quite quickly. As we see Braxton just shooting up the hill here, so he's got a nice lead by the time he gets to the top of the hill in turn 4 there, and he's been out front pretty much ever since.
Just talking about those corners too, fellas, it's worth noting that it's not just about getting yourself through the corner, but just like what happened with our friend Drew Kremer over there, the other riders have such an effect on you as well. So you're actually betting on the other riders getting through the corner at the same pace and the same time as you are as well. And that's why I really think it's great for these riders to look at other options and not just dive to the inside where everyone's going to go, but maybe have a think about opening the corner up a little bit and making sure that you can actually place a safe bet on getting yourself in and out, rather than hoping every rider in front of you does what you want them to do and their bike goes the way they want it to go.
Well, you mentioned it too, Russ, about not just thinking about turn 1, but turn 2 here as well, because where you end up on the inside or the outside of the exit for turn 1 dictates where you end up going into turn 2 with the rest of the pack or beside you. So you got to think turn 1, turn 2, and even out to turn 3 with that little hip pinch point before the jumps up the hill. So you got to get through that whole early section nicely. So yeah, you really got to figure out what's your strengths and weaknesses and pick your gate accordingly.
Absolutely, and just to get onto it quickly so no one gets upset later on, I've already seen Beachy having a very close look at those white markers on the inside of that hip on turn 3. A few of the boys have created a line where they've come to on the outside and squared that hip up to get a good run at the tabletop. Great line, but if you hit those markers or go over those markers, you're going to be penalised, and Beachy's been all over it. It's in easy line of sight from the start line and from where the officials are standing here at the start gate as well. So a very visible spot, and everyone needs to be super careful of cutting the track.
Well, not just that aspect, Russ, but Beachy and his crew have been busy this morning, because I've already got on some of these qualifying sheets that I've been handed here this morning, there's a couple of classes that have had some penalties dished out already. There's been a couple of 3-position penalties for no back numbers and a couple for jumping on the first lap of their practice session, so not adhering to the the no wheels on the ground rule for that opening lap. So yeah, a few penalties already handed out that are then changed where these riders are actually getting their gate picks from. It's not as high as they thought it would be when they just based on their times.
Yeah, that's interesting, Dave, and I think that this is a part of the next level of racing, right? We're above club level now, where a lot of that sort of stuff will get will go under the radar, won't get picked up on. You may not get penalised at your local club level racing, but here at state titles, this is the next level of racing. And I think it's great for these young riders to realise that you can get penalised for these things. There is a rule book. Most of the rules are black and white. It's very clear. We saw Blake Bohannon basically get penalised in a race at Bega because he was trying to enter his 125 in a 250 class. The rule book said the bike had to be at least 128 cc's. So even though he was at a massive disadvantage on power, the rule book was clear. And I think at state level racing, it's great to see Motorcycle New South Wales officials enforce those rules, because what it does is trains these young riders that want to make a career out of this and want to take it further, that there is a rule book and you need to play by the rules.
Yeah, well said, Russ. I think that's exactly spot on. You've got to learn it at some point. Why not now?
Yeah, that's right. When they're young, definitely got to learn to play by the rules. And obviously, some of the rules that they've learned, although I'm not sure how many of them have read the rule book top to bottom, but they also might...
They might start reading it top to bottom if they need to learn it, if they keep getting penalised, right? So
that's exactly right. That might be the first time they've heard about, for example, the no numbers on the back rule. So we've got 1:40 to go plus a lap in this LCQ. Braxton Anderson, Sam Kitikano, Ted Smith, Riley Wheeler, Lachlan McDonald, and Nixon Manville.
Yeah.
There's the top 6.
We're going to keep running through this one because Quade Seymour, Chase Brown, Ryan Cogran, and then Taylor Frankie is 10th. That's the bubble point, because then Cooper Scott in 11th is only, it's a bit of a gap there, but that 11th back is what's going to our non-qualifier moto at the end of our program. So yeah, 10th and better is what we need here in this 9 to 1285cc LCQ this morning. That's Anderson on screen, going over our little hip. A lot of people are using that inside of the hip. Like Russ was saying, they've restacked the markers up there just to make sure everybody knows where the track limit is.
Yeah, we discussed it yesterday and we weren't really sure. Just going back, as we can see someone coming through the Kennards higher corner there, what you guys are talking about at the start. And I think Russ might be correct in what he says. You'd railed the outside of that berm. When everyone bunches up in the middle, we've seen 2 gate drops. both times, first lap, turn 2, it's bunched up, there's been dramas. If you can rail that outside of Kennard's Corner, what we're looking at now, and then the inside of this mound just in the foreground here of this shot, exactly like that, it might not be the quickest way around for a lap time, but at the first time through turn 2, as he's got his goggles on the handlebars.
That's Callum there going through from our first lap crash.
Yes.
And he's got the goggles and the streamers going. He's ripped them off because he couldn't see, but he's still circulating out there. So good job from Callum Morris, just down in 20th. Unfortunately, he's not going to make that main moto after that issue. Lost a lot of time there in that opening stage there, getting up and going again.
He did, that's a shame, but it's good to see him out there. He's going to tick the laps off and finish this race, which is good to see. So we see him come down into turn 1. Some of those brake bumps that we spoke about earlier on the inside, you can see there is trying to find a correct line, whether you go outside and square that turn 1 off. As we go back to Braxton Anderson over the rollers, headed up towards the top of the circuit there. Whoa. A bit of a dab at the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Heads then over the tabletop and down through this fast open left-hand, although with all those ruts, it doesn't look as fast as open as it could be. In the Risen Unlimited corner, and we should get the last lap board. Yes, he does. Takes the last lap board to kick off.
Yeah, Greg, I'm just down here on the start straight, mate, having a look at this class, and we've been talking about start gate picks a little bit this morning. If anyone can see from the drone footage the start gate, this gives you a really great example of what we're talking about. Because this is a smaller class, it's only 20 or so riders, they get to really choose kind of where they want to go. And if you look at how they've all settled in, they're literally from gate 10 to gate 28. So they're huddled around that dog box, all looking for that inside middle section. I'm also standing up here at the end of the start straight, and I'm looking at that inside that everyone's diving towards. Typical of Junior's day here at state titles is there hasn't been deep ruts form up because it's just been majority small bikes. There is almost no rut on the inside of turn 1. So if you're coming in there super hot on a bigger bike, there is not a lot of a rut there to catch you and send you around that corner. So I'm still going to maintain, Greg, that my choice here or advice for some of these riders is look a little wide, go a little wider, stay safe, stay up on the bike, because to finish first you must finish, right? So laying on the ground in turn 1 is not going to be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. We just had Braxton Anderson on the screen there, but we've flicked over some of the other riders as they navigate, is probably the best way to describe that, through the outside of the corner down the bottom, up over the rollers, taking the outside line there, the Motorcycle Alliance, National Motorcycle Alliance corner, and down over the tabletop. I'm not sure where our leader is, but he'll be coming around for the checkered flag very shortly. Down through that bottom corner, starting to look quite chopped up for some of these bikes. Let's see. We've got...
It's the 09.
09.
Who's the 09?
Is that Job?
It might be Tucker Job.
Tucker Job, okay.
Just confusing us with the O on the panel.
Yeah.
There, but, yeah. Tucker is... where did I just see Tucker? Tucker's down in 15th on our running order at the moment.
Okay, so we'll have another look at the track a bit later on in the...
Here's the checkers.
Yes. As Sam Kiriakano's got it done, and we missed that in the last lap.
Yeah, so Anderson might have had a little moment there somewhere along the lines. But we'll that'll be Sam Kiriakano getting the win there in that LCQ. But we might take a quick break while this field gets its way off the track before our next moto, which is up there for 15 to 17 years 125s. So we'll take a break here at Cessnock Motocross Club.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Cessnock City Council, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Welcome back to the New South Wales State Titles, round 5. We're down here at the Cessnock Motorcycle Club. We're just watching the end of this moto now, and we've just noticed afterwards, after we went for a break, our leader, Braxton Anderson, with a lap to go, ended up finishing 13th. He must have a bit of a moment.
Qualifying with that issue there. After leading pretty much that whole moto, he's dropped out of qualifying.
We've got our man Russ down there on the start line for the 15 to 17 125s.
That's right, mate. 15 to 17 125s. These boys are always firecrackers to watch, mate. Lots of energy, lots of testosterone, and they're on the bigger bikes now, coming out of those junior bikes on the 125s. So that's a full-size rear wheel, full-size frame. These bikes are able to do a lot more around these tracks. They can handle the deeper rip and prep of these state-level racing tracks that we've got here in front of us. This is going to be a great group. They've got lots of room to choose whatever gate they want on the start gate and lots of room to move around the track. So who's going to take advantage of these epic conditions out here at Cessnock? The boys are all getting themselves ready on the gate there. 15-second board is up. You'll hear the revs build. The heads are down, gate drop, here we go. Round 5, state titles, who's going to get it? It looks like our boy Lawler dives to the inside with a whole heap of confidence, gets through turn 1, runs turn 2 fairly high in the Kennard's higher banners, and let's see how he goes over this roller. Dives to the inside and leads the pack up the hill here at Cessnock.
Exactly like we spoke about there, Richie Lawler. He didn't have anyone in front of him, but he ran that high line through turn 2 and then over the inside of the hump at turn 3. It was clean. Even if there was someone in front of him on the inside line, it wouldn't be a problem for him. As we watch him come down to the Cessnock City Council corner, he hasn't got it all his own way. Who's that up behind him?
Tyson Williams has jumped there into second. He's made the move at the top of the hill on McCloskey in third. So Williams is currently just in second in this championship to Lawler. So Tyson's going to have to try and make some moves here to get up to Lawler and past Lawler if he wants to do anything about this championship battle. But it is a bit of a gap here, 24 points that he'd have to make up. So he's got to start by getting in front of him, if for nothing else.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep the pressure on from behind, see if he can catch up with him, show him a wheel, put some pressure on him, and see if he can force Richie into making an error, which we have seen a little bit from some of the classes in the championship, not just necessarily this class, but it's the only way he's going to have a look at it, isn't it? Get behind him, put the pressure on him, show him a wheel.
Now, I'm not sure where both of these boys are exactly from suburb-wise, but I feel like they're both from this area because I've seen them up here quite often on their socials and stuff. Oh, rider down there, 47 machine. Oh, not sure who that one is with the numbering there, but anyway. But yeah, so I've seen, it might be the 474 there, Kieran Cherry. But yeah, I've seen both those boys that are at the front of this one in this area on these tracks regularly, so I'm pretty sure they're familiar. As Tyson dives up to the back there, he almost lost the front on angle there on the entry to that turn 1 corner. Richie Lawler's still got this one, but Tyson definitely closed up the gap here as they enter lap 2.
That's what Tyson's got to do, isn't it? He's got to get on the back of him, he's got to harass him, he's got to let him hear that bike and see if he can put him under some pressure.
Look at that berm at the top of the hill. Nobody's touched it. I don't know why the track crew even bothered.
Yeah, no, it's brand new, isn't it? They'll be able to comment on how well they did prepping that this afternoon for tomorrow morning.
Yeah, the boys are in a nice rut there on the exit part of that turn out of Cessnock City Council. Oh, Richie had the front up. Okay. He tried to carry that triple up the hill. I think he just made it.
I think he just made it, but I don't know if it gained him any time.
I'm not sure that's going to be too repeatable either all day, the way that he had to really exaggerate that, front lift there to get up and over. So have to keep an eye on that jump. Some will take it on, some may not. Like you said, I don't think it's making too much difference whether you double up or triple up at this point.
No, I mean, the only thing it does is it puts you in a better position for the brakes into the corner.
Here's a replay of our start. You see the boys heading in. You're going to see the 27 get a good drive up through the middle of that and then control the first corner. Williams is there on the outside, getting a little bit wider run, and that's where you're going to see McCloskey probably just sneak past him into turn 2, as you do there on the outside. The field got through cleanly, Greg.
They did, and
nice.
a lot of them went high. They've obviously been listening to our expert commentary. Sorry.
Easy on the expert.
Yeah. Couldn't contain myself there. But that's what we've spoken about, staying high in that turn 2. So watch a replay of them going up the hill. We switch back to Richie, where the track joins the start straight. The gap is still about the same, I would say, between Tyson and Richie. Through the Kennards higher corner. 8 minutes to go, so there's still a fair while to go.
Oh,
different
Tyson
lines
sending
there.
that inside roller there, trying to get to the back wheel. He's shortening the track up as much as he can.
Yeah.
He's also hanging off the back of that bike, trying to get that rear tyre to dig in and drive forward a lot. You can see him get over the back there as he goes down the hill. You've got to be careful on that tabletop down the hill. It's actually, I said it in a track preview, it's sneaky short.
Tyson must have done that the last lap as well, because we didn't see him take on that turn 3, but when we flicked to the top of the hill at turn 4, he was closer to Richie than he was the lap previous, or than he was earlier in the lap, I should say. So maybe he's picked that out as a little bit to make up some time. As he takes down the inside into the Kennard tyre, into those brake bumps.
Oh, he's
gone down. Tyson will be very disappointed with himself. He's straight back up. He's going to keep a hold of second place because he's got a bit of breathing room behind him, but he will be very disappointed with himself. And unfortunately, unless Richie makes a mistake, that's probably going to put paid to his championship challenge. If you watch him come down those brakes, it's all sort of out of shape.
Just watch the front tyre here as he turns in. It's going to break traction right now, and there he goes. And the back actually started to follow it around too. So he pretty much lost traction in both wheels, one after the other, and that was all she wrote in the Kennard tyre corner there.
Interesting, he didn't get into a rut. There wasn't a rut for him to get into, so there was no traction.
He's tried to turn earlier, I think. He's trying to shorten the track up and just chase Richie down as hard as he can, and he's just, found a spot that there was no traction left for him.
Unfortunately, it just hasn't quite worked for him.
But there was a big gap, as you were saying. As he crashed, I was just looking at the timing scoring to see what the gap was, because they had left the third position quite in their dust. So they are still a fair way apart. But Tyson has got up and he's charging still. So he is going to try and close back up. There's not visually a big gap here. As you see Richie go down the hill, you're going to see Tyson pop into the back of this shot still. So he's not too far away. He's got a bit of work to do, but we'll have to see if Richie just maintains his pace here. Does he jump this triple up the hill? He doesn't quite get there. It's going to be touch and go all day, I reckon, that one.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, unless there's a proper rut develops that's going to give him plenty of grip coming out of that turn, I don't think it's going to work for him. So watch him through the Kennard's higher corner.
That's Tyson there in the Kennard's corner now, just taking a slightly different line this time through to try and avoid the same mistake. So there's probably 5 seconds in that space there in tracks. So Tyson can still see Richie. He's going to push hard here. Like we said, this is for the championship. If he doesn't get any points back here, he's probably going to have to hope for a DNF in the next one, because he'll end up about 27 points down after this if they're running the way they are, which he needs a 35 points to clinch the championship. So it won't be quite done yet. Moto 2 will still mean something, but Richie would pretty much just have to circulate his way around and clinch it at that point.
Yeah, Tyson just goes over the finish line and puts a purple lap down. Only just quicker than Richie Lawler in first.
Well, he's trying.
He's definitely trying, but he's basically got 4.5 minutes plus a lap, and he's 4.5 seconds back. So he's got to try and make up a second a lap as we watch him through this past. They're coming over the tabletop about where the track rejoins. You can see there's 1 or 2 lines out there, like Russ was saying before, trying to square off turn 1. It looks like we're watching McCloskey and Ben Costello on.
It's our third and fourth.
Yeah, they're having a good battle in the Kennard's higher corner, and Travis Barker's not too far behind in 5th as well. And then you've got Jahali Thompson in 6th. So 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th aren't separated by too much. There's a huge rut forming in the middle of that track, just taking off down the hill there.
Well, with McCloskey running third as well, it's probably not doing much for his championship overall position as well, because he's only 7 points down on Tyson Williams, but Tyson is currently in front of him, so that gap's going to open up just a little bit as well as we head into the second moto. So at the moment, the way they run they're listed in the championship is the way they're running on track. So unfortunately, not much is going to change in overall positions at this stage.
No, and yesterday afternoon in our track walk and the track prep video, and this morning in our intro, we spoke about championship pressure. So Tyson Williams, before the race started, would have understood kind of what he needed to do. He basically needed to finish in front of Richie Lawler, which he tried to push Richie as Richie goes over to complete another lap. It's gone from 4.4 to 3.2 seconds, the difference between Lawler and Williamson. So Tyson's definitely trying to close the gap. I'm just not sure if he's going to have enough time.
Well, he's gone purple again with that lap time that you're talking about there too, so, and he's gone even faster. So he's dropped into the 148s, so he's still trying. He's not giving up on this, that is Tyson.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely not going to give up. He's going to keep pushing and see if he can get onto the back of Richie, and if he can get to him for a last lap move.
Well, look at that gap. It's closed up there and visually on the screen at least.
Definitely, as we watch them down to the Cessnock City Council corner. They're in the same corner now. They definitely were not in the same corner a lap and a half ago. So Tyson's got the red mist down.
Great ride from Tyson to come back from that crash. But when he gets here, has he got anything left to make a move, right? Like, he's put all this energy in to bridge this gap that he already had been right there with.
He's catching Richie Lawler hand over fist.
He's going to the inside again, but careful, Tyson.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, he took almost the exact same line. He did try to push the front, but he saved himself with his right leg dab there. So he's trying hard. He's right to the back wheel is Tyson Williams. Richie Lawler's got all the company he wants. Lawler to the middle of that. They both took the same line there out of that Skywalker Studios corner before the rollers. And nobody's touching that inside roller in the National Motorcycle Alliance corner either. But these boys are going to battle here. There's a minute plus a lap to go.
So down into this left-hand sweep. But Richie caught a bit of a rut on the inside there, which has slowed him up.
I thought Tyson was going to have a run there, but he had to switch the lines because Richie closed the door into the final corner there. But they are right on top of each other here. Tyson's going to try and dive somewhere, I'm sure, in the next couple of corners, maybe into turn 2. Let's see what he can get here, because he's been running pretty firmly into turn 1, has Tyson Williams. He's going to sweep that line there.
Outside line down towards turn 2. I think he might try and close it off into turn 3. Take that.
Ooh, not close enough, right?
But he's been quicker through turn 3 on previous laps.
He's gone the outside, swept the line, caught the wall there to keep him on track.
He's taken a different line than he was a few laps ago at the top of the hill. So a lap and a half to go.
They're both coming, exiting that rut early to miss that trench that's developed. Here he goes. He's diving to the inside in the Cessnock City Council corner. Takes the line away, but has he got the drive? Can he get it done? Richie's going to go right back around the outside and make the move yet. Tyson's expending all this energy and he's not getting anywhere just yet.
No, he found a rut on the inside there, and just at the exit of the corner, it sort of closed out on his bike as we watch him through the top of the. He's got the job done through the top of the track. They'll come down to the Kennard's higher corner. There's a yellow flag out, so it'll be
right down in the middle of that corner. You can just see in the shadows there.
Someone through the trees there is. So now it's up to Richie Lawler, who had the track to himself for a while.
Here's the move. So this is where Richie got back past Tyson after the drive up the hill. They have a look over at each other. Oh, that's nice, boys. But then Tyson is just going to get off the brakes here and let the flow of the motorcycle go around the outside. Richie had to slow up a bit more for that rut there, and that just meant that the momentum Tyson had carried him all the way around to the front of the pack, and he's now in the lead.
Yeah, great move from Tyson Williams there. Well,
so that's a back marker that Richie's going past, but Tyson's got that speed still going. He's actually gapped the lead now. He's got a couple of seconds, 4 seconds on Richie, so Tyson's definitely feeling it today, even with that crash in the middle of our moto.
So taking the last lap board, something must have happened to Richie on that lap. Whether it got caught up with a back marker or he's had an incident, because halfway through the lap they were beside each other. Now there's a 4-second gap as we watch Tyson go through the Kennard's higher corner. So this turn 3, what's he going to do here? chosen that outside line
That's
again.
the faster way around it. If you can just sort of swoop over that corner and touch that outside wall, it's going to just set you perfectly up for that next tabletop.
Interesting, earlier in the race, when Richie Lawler was taking that line, he chose to take the knob on the inside, as I watch him go through the Cessnock City Council corner, and he looked like he was making up a bit of time on Richie Lawler, even though Richie was on the faster line. But anyway, he's switched over to that outside quicker line now. It's definitely working for him.
The way the top of that extended triple step up there is developing after that third knuckle, there's actually a little hole that they're actually almost doubling up the hill there, the way that's sort of playing out. So you would almost, if you do triple, you almost end up in the hole there. So it's probably actually better to double up the hill. So we watch Tyson. He's going to close this moto out here. He's feeling the flow here at the end of this one. Got to get through the Skywalker Studios corner, get through these rollers. And he's got a couple of riders that he's going to have to navigate past, let's say, as back markers. He's going to turn up. He's going to catch him right on the last corner by the looks of it. But this is a pretty strong ride to start his day, is Tyson Williams.
He'll take a lot of confidence out of it. Obviously, the off in the middle of the race is not what he wanted, but he was putting the pressure on Richie, and then he managed to come back and get through on him. As we watch him come past our commentary position, and a bit of a wheelie.
Taking the win there.
Take the win. Great effort. And here comes Richie. So the difference was 7.9 seconds as we wait Joshua McCloskey to come through in third. A fair way back.
Yeah, the field is spread out quite significantly here. The front two runners were very far out front.
Tyson Williams with a bit of an off and then come back to take the race, and he's down there with Russ.
I've got Tyson Williams here, mate. He's just pulled off the track, getting his helmet off. Mate, what an absolute banger of a ride. That was unbelievable. Tell me what it feels like to come back for a win after you've been in second and then had a little crash. You've had to chase the winner down. Tell me how that feels.
Yeah, look, it looks good just to get clean laps, and when I was catching Richie, I wasn't really thinking. I was just going for it.
Just full red mist mode, mate. It was unreal to see. Congratulations on that one, mate. Let's see it pan out for the rest of the day. Well done. All right, I'm down here with Richie Lawler as well, mate. Richie, you had that race in your hands. It slipped away from you a little bit there. Just walk me through what happened in your race.
Yeah, I was running good, and then I started noticing my front end kept twisting on the brakes. Like it's like I've tucked the front end, the front end's all twisted, but like it's just that's what's happening on the brakes, and then it's really mucking me up going in the turns. So it just keeps twisting and like throwing me off, and then yeah, it just tired me out, and yeah, just Tyson went around me.
It definitely didn't seem like the Richie Lawler we're used to, mate. So get back to your pits, get your bike sorted out, and we'll see you for the rest of the day, mate.
All right, interesting to hear that from Richie there, that he had a little issues dealing with. So maybe that was why Tyson was able to reel him back in there late in that moto and steal that win away. But it will mean that the championship tightens up just a little bit, but still Richie has a good 20, 21 points on the field here. So he's looking good to get this championship done, so long as he has a steady Moto 2.
Should set us up for a great second moto, because Tyson Williams will take a lot of confidence out of that and think, I've got Richie's measure. Then Richie will think, once I get my bike all squared away and sorted, I've got his measure. So it'll be interesting to see how we go in the second moto as the 5-second board goes out.
It's the 50cc 6 to 9s, and they're away here. The gates dropped. Going to see these kids head into turn 1. Russ, you in? Whoa,
yeah, mate, I'm down the straight. We've got two riders twisted,
chaos.
Two guys down. Slowly, very slowly getting up there.
There's some in the first turn. There's some on the start straight. Those riders went down everywhere, it seemed, in the start of this one.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys on the start straight, haven't got to turn 1. They're a bit slow in getting back up, which is a shame.
One of the riders is having a bit of a struggle, might need some medic assistance there, so hopefully they're okay. But
yeah, Beachy's just put the red flag, the red cross flag, up there, so he's calling for some medical attention. This is typical of what we were sort of expecting to see from a full gate. So big wide full gate of the 50cc class, nearly 40 riders on. That's a lot of bikes leaving the straight. And with these little tiny bikes, this straight is rutted out. They're not deep ruts, but the ruts go left and right all over the place. I'm not surprised to see some bikes going sideways and colliding.
So Russ, I just noticed one of the riders that must have been down in turn 1, not on the start straight, but in turn 1, was our championship leader, the 43 of Lucas Nielsen, went through very much at the back of the pack. So he's got a lot of work to do here if he wants to hold on to this championship, because as we mentioned in our intro, 11 points separated the top 3. So that's not a good start for him in this moto, but he is ripping through the back end of this field at the moment. So we'll have to see how far up the pack he can get in this moto.
Not a great position for him, and this track is going to be very interesting to see how he can claw that back. This is not a track that's going to lend itself to the little mini bikes.
Oh, our leader's gone down
leader,
on screen. Sorry, Russ. He just got a big kick on the way into the Skywalk Studios corner and went down, but he's up going. He's going to just recover to be still in second, I think it is. So who is our leader now after that happened?
Or it might be 14 Ryan Hazelwood, I think
it is.
is.
But he's gone down too.
Ryan Hazelwood's gone down. And we've got number 20, who is in what I assume would be second position now.
Wilco
Cox, as the rest of the field comes through.
So all happening at the start of this one.
Massive crash.
Whoa,
huge,
was that?
Huge one down there on the back side of the Kennards Hire tabletop over there. Medical team is rushing over. The Red Cross flag is out again. This track is chewing up the 50cc riders. It's deep and loamy with ruts forming all over the place. These little bikes are really going to struggle to get around here in one piece, but it also shows just how hard these young riders are pushing in this round 5 of state titles.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Cole Weirs come through in the leaders. We watch a replay of the start. It's nearly a full gate. There's riders going everywhere. We see on the left-hand side of the screen, yes, there's a moment there between two riders, and then the two at the front go down. One of them, as Dave mentioned, was Lucas Nielsen.
They just got tangled there as they stopped into that first corner apex and just tipped over.
Just trying to get 32 bikes down into one tight turn 1. It's obviously going to cause a bit of chaos. There was another little, almost like on the replay, a traffic jam in turn 2. I don't think anyone came off in turn 2. It was like a traffic jam.
I'm just going to make a little correction here too, because I'm noticing that the 20 on the timing and scoring when it rolls back around has actually got a 20D listed next to it, so it might not be Wilco Cox. It might be actually Darby Cliff that's running up the front there. So with Cole Weir at the front, but Darby in second, and then Lawson Rule 537 is listed as third at the moment as they run. So a few different names up here after those couple of accidents, Greg. But Cole Weir is going to be the take advantage so far in the championship side of things. He was the one that was in third in our list in the championship standings, but he gets this moto win, and Lucas can't get too far up, and I haven't even seen where Jackson Riley is just yet. Cole Weir could be the benefactor of a few issues that happened here early in Moto 1.
Yeah, okay, well, it was a very
just had a high side
start
right in front of me here, boys. Coming up this start straight, rider stuck under his bike. Beachy's run over and helped him out. I was going to mention this earlier. We're starting to see a lot of bikes kick over this, I don't know what we'd call it. It's kind of a step up. It's a ramp to flat right next to the start gate here. It's a pretty ruddy face of the jump coming out of a fairly ruddy corner. What's happening is as the riders are coming up, they're hitting that and the bike's getting kicked sideways. When they land, they're landing in soft and fluffy dirt. So the bike sideways in the air and then lands and then grips, and it's kicking a few riders around all over the place. So this is going to start to become a bit of an area to watch. Last time I was here at Cessnock track, we saw a similar thing where a lot of the 50s and 65 riders were struggling with this portion of the track. It doesn't look that treacherous, but turns out with the little wheels, it really is.
Yeah, especially if it chops up, like you said, where they sort of join the finish onto the start straight, as we're watching some of the riders down through here.
That's the 43.
Is that Lucas Nielsen? It is too.
So he's mid-pack at the moment, trying to make his way forwards.
He just goes past our...
Come across in 9th this time now, so he's made a lot of moves forward. There's a rider down on the inside knuckle, so Lucas has got to go to the outside and sweep that to get back onto the start straight and avoid another issue. But going forward is Lucas Nielsen, so he's not happy with what's happened so far. That tip over in turn 1 has really upset his momentum and progress with this championship.
He's got the red mist. He's got to concentrate it into a controlled energy, and he seems to be doing that. Like you said, he's got himself up to 9th. He's probably up to 8th
I think
by
I
now.
just saw our other rider, the 284, Jackson Riley, just going off the side of the track here at the finish. He might be putting a DNF in because he was missing the peak off the helmet. Bike looked a bit twisted up as well. I don't know if Russ can spot that one going past him, but
he's got another rider.
We're having championship battles of championship pressure getting to people, maybe.
Yeah, well, there's Jackson Riley. Says he's one lap down.
Beachy's just given the 284 the black flag, boys.
There's another rider in the middle of the screen down on the exit of the Cessnock City Council corner. Just as they come out of that Cessnock City Council corner, there's a bit of a wet bog hole.
It's the number 3 of Oliver Single by the looks of it, just trying to get himself up, but he's facing the wrong direction, so he's had a big one there.
We've also got a rider down in turn 1. These little 50s that definitely struggle to deal with this track. Oh, he's putting his hand up, 225.
I'll find that one. Tayden Christie.
Tayden Christie. I don't know if the bike won't start or he can't get it out of a bog hole, or
yeah, he's in a bit of an awkward spot. Those things aren't easy to kickstart with the back or the forwards kickstart for these little kids. It's not easy, especially when they're on a bit of an angle. But that's the 472 back on screen. That's Cole Weir. That's our leader of this one. Doing a 218 as the fastest lap that time around. So dropping the pace here and just carrying on at the front, trying to make sure nobody catches him. But he's going to make up a lot of points here. He might be the, look at the style. He's off the back guard there. Got, what's that, 174 on screen stuck there. Frankie Nesbitt as well, just at the back there in the whole shot graphics corner, Russ.
That's right. We've got the 174 here. I can see a ton of emotions going on, mate. He cannot get that bike started. He's kicking it like crazy. Dad's over here on the fence. I'm telling him to stay calm and just get it sorted, but I can see the blood boiling underneath that helmet already. He's feeling very frustrated that he can't get that one up. I'm also standing here right next to Beachy as well, and I can see that the 284 has been disqualified. I'm not exactly sure why. I'll have a chat with him in a second, but the 284, DQ.
Well, Russ, you're going to have to find that one out because that's our second in championship, Jackson Riley. So interested to find out what's happening with that one because it's going to change our championship standings ahead of Moto2 a lot with that black flag there.
Yeah, interesting. Lucas Nielsen went through in 6th, so he's made up a fair bit of ground after his incident at turn 1, which is good. The rider, Oliver Single, was it, who was stopped and facing the back way?
Yeah.
He's back up and running now with a bit of help, which is good to see.
A lot of incidents so far in this one, Greg.
It's been bedlam.
Oh, there when Cole, he's just putting our man Henry LeConte a lap down on the 100 machine, so Henry's managed to avoid some of that carnage so far, but maybe he can pick up a line or two if he can keep Cole in sight for a second.
Good on him. He's up to 25th. He's kept his nose clean, which is good. He just wants to get through the race. It's good experience for him out there. Do you reckon his dad will be going full motocross, Dad, on the fence?
I'm pleading the 5th on that one.
Oh, pleading the 5th. What was that? Sorry, Russ.
Boys, I've just had a word to Beachy over here, asking him about the disqualification that we've just seen. And it's a very rare thing that we've seen here throughout the entire series. But basically what happened, the 284 had a crash and was clearly concussed. I believe there's a cut on his face as well. So Beachy instructed him to go to medical and to get checked out. Because when he got up, he was dazed and wanted all over the place. He ignored that instruction. And then he also got some outside help from Dad or a part of the pit crew to straighten the front of his bike, which from Bega, we learned that is against the rules as well. So those 2 rules broken. Beachy's pulled the black flag out and he is done, mate. So probably not the day that he was looking for. I'm guessing there's going to be a few emotions around that one. But yeah, that rider disqualified here at Cessnock.
Well, that's a great call there from the crew, the team, and the officials, particularly on the concussion side of things. But as we just came back and shot as well, the number 100, Henry LeConte, that we've been talking about, unfortunately the chain's come off the bike there, so Michael's going to have some work to do between motos here to get it back and going, but something's gone astray there with the chain, and it's derailed, unfortunately, for Henry LeConte.
Yeah, that is a shame for him. Like we were just discussing, he was still in the race, kept his nose clean. He was just trying to tick off the laps as we watch Cole Weir down through the Cessnock City Council corner, putting a couple of riders a lap down. He'll get the checkered flag when he comes back past over the finish jump this time, as he's got good form. Heading up the top of the track, we've got another rider down in the Skywalker Studios corner. 6.
Oh, yeah, it's hard to see that one. 68. There we go. Dakota Hart.
Okay, Dakota Hart. It's Cole Weir coming down towards the Kennard Tyre corner. Those bumps bumps on the little 50 are starting to look very extreme, those braking bumps. And up the hill, just rolls over the top of that tabletop and then gets the drive down. Good line up that hill on the little bike.
Some of these braking bumps are going to turn into doubles for these guys, mate. I don't know about braking bumps anymore. They're going to be able to start seat bouncing them.
Watching him come down the hill into Oz, he just goes past some of the Skywalker studio, puts them a lap down as they fall over. Not good for them, but they're straight back up. Yeah, some of those braking bumps coming down the hills, Russ, are starting to look pretty extreme. Just watching on the screen here, coming out of that National Motorcycle Alliance corner, there's bumps going into it, bumps coming out of it, and a bit of a rut in the middle that's deeper than his foot peak. So Kyle's doing a great job to get the momentum up as we watch him into the Risen Unlimited corner. So
and you know what, Greg, it's not such a bad idea to turn those into jumps. If you're watching AMA and you're watching guys like Jet and Deegan, that's something that they actually do, don't they? They use those braking bumps as little doubles, keep the bike light and try and float over them. So I don't know if it's possible here, but it might be a bit of a thought for these little guys to turn some of these obstacles into jumps and flow rather than slamming through them.
Yeah, absolutely. But while you were talking, just watched Cole Weir come over with a bit of style to take the checkered flag in the first moto, so he should be pretty happy with that. Takes maximum points in Moto 1. And then we've got Darby Clift in second, Bentley Phillips in third, and Jager, the screen's changed on me, come through in fourth.
Yeah, so we're going to have to check out what those championship points are in this one after all that madness that's happened, obviously with the Jackson Riley there being black flagged and Lucas Nielsen crashing in. I think he got himself up to 50, so good recovery there, but yeah, a lot happened in that one, so we'll have to check that one out ahead of Moto 2. But let's take a break in our coverage before our next Moto here at Cessnock Motocross Club.
Looks good, eh?
Ken O.
What was that, love?
I said Ken O.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Ken Oath's make your job easy.
Welcome back as we see the start gate looking quite full here at round 5 of the New South Wales Motocross titles. You can see the difference between coming on the right hand screen. The track rejoins the start gates. You see what revs are up. No, that was a quad driving past. Excuse me. So we'll get ready for the next race here at Juniors Day, round 5, New South Wales Motocross titles. I believe our man Russ is down on the start line looking ready. What have you seen down there, Russ, with regards to the track and the setup?
Mate, I'm seeing a bunch of keen 65 riders here as the 15-second board goes up. They're all keen. They're from about gate 7 all the way through to gate 40. The 5-second board has been flipped. The revs are up. The gate drops. It's a quick one. Away they go. Who's going to get that whole shot and lead this pack around the corner? It looks like the 228 on the Husky machine there, I believe. Let's see around turn 2, Kennard's higher corner. Matafiglio comes out, swinging off the back of it, and leads the pack up the hill. We've got one rider down there. Oh, there's a couple in turn 2, sorry. Hiding behind the banners. Look, there's a whole bunch of them. 2, 3, 4, 5.
As we watch the riders, the leaders come down into the Cessnock Council corner, I can see I've shot that there's a gaggle of riders in turn 2 getting up and getting going again. But surprise, surprise, it's Matafiglio the Magnificent out in front.
That was a bunch of Yamaha on Yamaha pile up there, mate. There must have been about 5 or 6 blue bikes all in the corner. I believe one of the lads there was young Huddy. We've been keeping an eye on him over the season as well. He's not going to be happy about that. He's been sort of running around that top 10 mark. So that big tangle is going to be very, very difficult for him to come back from.
Yeah, that's a shame. There was quite a gaggle of them there. It was a bit messy.
Yeah, there's quite a deep rut. You boys may not be able to see it from your angle. Maybe the drone can let you guys in on that secret. But the inside corner there, right up tight against that whole shot graphics banner, there's a couple of deep, nasty ruts that are sort of wet and sloppy as well. So once one rider gets caught in that, it's going to really pile up the group behind them. And this is exactly what we were talking about with that turn 1 to turn 2. It's not going to be about the fastest line. It's going to be about survival.
Yeah, okay. So we watch the start replay there. Someone didn't get off the start. I'm not sure who that is. One of the bikes looked like it was going. They didn't clip the gate. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe they didn't have it in gear as we see the replay going through turn 1. Headed down towards turn 2.
Here comes Matafiglio launching over that start straight jump. He keeps it to the inside pretty well as he leads his pack in. He's looking over his shoulder, making sure he's got a bit of breathing room.
Just watching the replay while you were talking there, Russ, at the start, and Matafiglio came out of turn 2 on the back wheel up towards turn 3, leading the pack away. Brilliant shots from these Skywalker Studio boys. You can see him take off up the hill on screen.
Now, while we've got rider Matafiglio talk going on, he's another one of those riders that's going to be a part of the World Championship team going to the Czech Republic. So I'm not sure of his travel movements and riding movements here as well this weekend. But he obviously he's got a big gap at the front of this pack too. And if he gets a good result here in Moto 1, he'll be probably wrapping this championship up a Moto early. So maybe we see a little different plan from him today as well because of what's coming from him or for him in a couple of days' time as well. He's got a big flight, obviously, as well, same as Blake Verhaden. But so Ryder will be on the 65 for the Australian team next week in Czech Republic.
Okay, good. Obviously has earned it, and deserves the ride as we watch the battle for second and third down into the Kennard Tyre corner. And it's actually our boy Joe Thirlby in third at the moment, who's a new name to the championship. He was quickest in qualifying, and he's definitely putting on a battle here with Levi Biddick to see if he can get involved in second position. So they go up through the rollers to the National Motorcycle Alliance corner.
Now, Greg, Matafiglio's family grabbed me earlier as I was walking past him in the pits to make sure that we had the pronunciation of the last name correct. I quickly threw you under the bus, saying that it was only you that seemed to struggle with this last name, mate. So
it is only him.
It's just Greg that struggles with it. I think me and Dave got it sorted after about first rut 1. But they did actually really like the nickname Magnifico. So apparently there's some nodders and some aunties watching at home, and they're all celebrating the Magnifico name, mate. So first of all, hello to all the Matafiglio family watching at home. We apologise for butchering the name for the last few rounds of the series.
Greg apologises.
Greg apologises. It's all Greg's fault. But sounds like Magnifico can stay, Greg.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you, Russ. I really do. Look, the leaders heading off up the hill here. Levi Biddick with Joe Thirlby. Is that behind him? I'm not sure. Yeah, it is. Yep. Joe there in. That's second and third, and down the bottom of the camera shot through the Cessnock City Council corner, you can just see Matafiglio the Magnificent there. He's leading this field away.
Young Biddick is another one that we've been keeping an eye on over this series, isn't it, boys? He's not one that's been necessarily winning these rounds, but he's been putting himself in a great position basically the entire series. I believe, just going off memory, he's pretty much sat within the top 10 and a lot of top 5s, I do believe. He's one that's probably worth watching as we move on into next year's series and to see where he goes. But very committed family to racing. Dad does a lot of travelling and a lot of moving around. A lot of bikes, a lot of work. So keep that name in mind, and we're going to keep watching that Biddick name over the next few years.
Yeah, Levi's got a couple of moto podiums here throughout the series, so he's been featuring, but not quite at the front of it every single time. But like you said, Russ, maybe next year as the field changes and moves along with different parts of the age groups and bike sizes, we'll see him definitely still at the front of many of his classes. But I think Joe's trying to make a move here on Levi as they head down to the bottom of the circuit. They're going to sweep the corner. He's got it done, so there's a change for second in the running order. Joe Thurlby grabbing up to second position. Levi's are going to drop back into third, but they're fairly tight there. But the gap at the front, good 5-second lead for Magnifiglio. There's the replay, there's the move. Getting it done in a fast part of the circuit too is Joe.
Yeah, he was kind of setting that up from a few corners back. He was getting closer and closer, and you could see him having a look, trying to unpack the puzzle and work out how he can get past him. And he put on a nice, clean move there, which is good to see. Watch him through the Kennard's higher corner, and this is... We've got Joe heading off up the hill.
Oh, I thought he was going to drop that then, but it just sort of dropped into the rut, right?
That big rut, it's a canyon. It's Cessnock Canyon at the moment.
Like, he did it perfectly, but in that moment, I thought he was going to just obliterate himself. But the way that the rut, they're all getting out of it early to avoid that trench, but he's doing the carry the front up the hill.
On the back wheel there.
Here we go. We're going to catch a replay of it. Watch the front just drop into the hole there, but he's picked it and done it perfectly.
Yeah.
They're all pivoting out early of that rut at the top of the hill there. Awesome job here from the Skywalker Studios boys with the replays this weekend. They are sensational.
There's 50 next time they come around, they'll get the last lap board, and our man Joe, I reckon he's catching up to Matafiglio the Magnificent. He looked a bit closer coming down into that Cessnock Council corner earlier, but he's definitely gapped Levi Biddick. So it's a good effort from young Joe, who I don't think we've seen in the championship before.
Now I'm going to raise a point here, Greg, because the Ollie Cale's in 6th on the 282 machine. Now, he was one of the riders that got a penalty in the qualifying session that dropped his gate pick down a couple of spots. I wonder if that has hurt his overall in this moto based on his gate pick at all, because I would have thought he'd be a little bit higher up than he is currently.
You think maybe he got caught up in something at the start of the race?
You just wonder how much those things that you do earlier in the day when they cause a penalty, how much they impact the next moto and then the whole overall day, right? Like, it made absolutely no difference, but I just feel like he would have been a little bit higher running because he has got some moto podiums as well this season, but he's a fair way back off that at the moment. He's 12 seconds away from the lead at this one.
So maybe not championship pressure, but definitely final round pressure. He's
here we go.
Working hard for
Joe
it.
again at the top of the hill. Does he drop into it? Yep, he does.
Yep. And there's Matafiglio down into the Cessnock City Council corner.
The gap's closing.
Definitely catching him.
Oh,
whoa!
The back end stepped out there.
Yep. Joe's definitely catching him. He's obviously next time they come round. I missed out by a couple of seconds. I'll definitely get the last lap bulb when they come around this time.
Here we go. Oh, do you see that? That's the replay. The thing was pointing absolutely the wrong direction.
Yeah. Yeah, Joe kept the hold of it, which was good. Young Joe Thurlby. So, trying to navigate around and put a few riders a lap down into the Kennard's higher corner down towards the bottom of the circuit. And they'll
right it down in the Kennard's higher corner too. The shadows there, I was just about to say, they're getting a bit like over the top of that corner. I wonder if that's playing any factor at all, but that rider there on the Yamaha just struggling to get the bike lifted. That's the 21 machine that we were just mentioning there. I think Russ was talking about at some point. That's
backwards a minute ago, wasn't he?
Yeah, Callum Morris.
Yeah, he's been facing backwards a couple of times today. Old Cal's not having a great day, mate. He's getting a little bit beat up by this track, offering him a few challenges. He's familiar with it. He's a local lad. He's from Newcastle, so he's definitely ridden here before, but maybe not in these sorts of conditions with this kind of track prep.
Just keeping an eye on our girls in the field as well. Stella Harding's in 14th, just in front of Laguerre and Teague there on the 125 machine. So Stella not having as a strong a moto as she's had throughout the rest of the series here in Moto 1 today so far. Maybe she's just struggling with the track as well, but I'm sure she'll figure it out quickly. Stella's pretty solid on that machine, the YZ65 that she's on.
Watch the boys into turn 1. They've taken the last lap board, so this will be the last lap for these 65s. Down through turn 2, trying to taking that inside hump and then trying to get the drive off up the hill. You can see these drone shots. The sun's come out. There's a sprinkle of rain about 40 minutes ago, but the sun's come out now and it's looking beautiful out here at Cessnock Motorcycle Park.
There's Magnifiglio up the hill. Be interesting to see how he does when they go over for the Worlds as well. We've said it a few times now, he's looking a bit bigger on this 65. He's obviously growing here, his rider. So I'm wondering how he's going to do when he gets over there in this class, because he's on the biggest side, but obviously the older side of this category, which puts him at the front of this pack and hopefully at the front of the world pack as well. He's been doing really well at the national rounds when they've had the MX65 Futures for the Pro Nationals. He actually got the win, I think, at Appen after the mud in the Moto 1. He got a nice hop down the hill there.
Yeah.
But it's been a great year for Magnifiglio on the 65 machine.
Yeah, it'll be good. Like you said, when you go to Worlds, even if he's obviously tall is more weight, even if he doesn't get the results he's looking for, it's still good experience. His name's in the mention for stepping up, going to things like Worlds. He goes around the Risen Unlimited corner and comes over to take the checkered flags. That's
a little no-footer over the finish line, just a bit of style.
Got to have style.
So that is going to give him, that'll be the championship, because he will be more than 50-odd points up, which means he's got more than a 35 point, which is the Moto points for the win. So he will get the championship done here with that win in the Moto. We're going to check out this no-footer from Magnifiglio, the Magnifico, over the finish line from the drone. Here he goes. There it is. Bit of style.
And a shout out to our man, Joe Thirlby, who came in second. So he had fastest qualifier and he's come in second, which is a great job for him. Levi Biddick in third, Cooper Nielsen in fourth, Zach Peters, and then Ollie Cale, Harrison Rex, and Carter Williams. And while the rest of these bikes funnel off the track, we might take a quick break down here at the Cessnock motorcycle track.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Cessnock City Council, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Looks good, eh?
Ken O.
What was that, love?
I said Ken O.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kennock's make your job easy.
Moto action's back on track. They're diving into turn 2 here, Kennard's Hire. It's the 14 to 16 years, 85s, and I think that's the 14 of Archie Job out front in this one.
Yeah, Archie Job got a great start. Didn't exactly lead he led the pack into turn 1, but he definitely muscled his way through turn 1 and took the whole shot, which was good to see. You watch him through that big rut everyone's going through. 46 as they drop down the hill. Archie's put himself a little bit of a breathing space down to the Cessnock City Council corner.
Pretty impressive. He was only the 3rd fastest qualifier in this one ahead of this race. So he's done a great job to get out front here early, which he's going to need because he's the man that's in 2nd in our championship and has got to make up that 37-point gap to our missing Oliver Rex from injury. So not what Oliver wants to see is the 14 out front, but no. Archie's doing exactly what he needs to do to try and just capture this championship here. But he's followed closely. There's a rider coming down. Oh, that rider almost just tucked the front as well. into turn 2 there, but Penman has now jumped into second after that little mistake for the rider that's now sitting third. Haven't quite grabbed the number there on the rider in third, but Penman into second. They're not too far back of the 14 machine there.
No,
I
actually,
think that might be, is that our 205 machine that was our fastest qualifier, Brody Hart, that's currently sitting in third, or is it somebody else? 287? Oh, it might be Zayden Mazaros, actually, sorry. I think I saw 287 on the back jersey there. So Zayden's had a good start here as well. He's currently 4th in our championship, so he could play spoiler here for the points for Archie if he's not careful. Same with Penman. So Archie wants to stay at the front to get as maximum points as he can to eat into this gap that Oliver Rex has on the field championship-wise.
Absolutely. Well, these boys, they know Oliver's not here, not racing, I should say. He's here, but he's not riding this weekend, so they know what they've got to do. And Archie's trying to stretch him out. Luca's happy to go with him, although I'm not sure if Luca looked like... Yeah, Luca's down in turn 2. It's a shame he was in second. He was right up behind Archie Job. As we see Archie take off through turn 3 and head off up the hill. It's a shame for Luca there, but
it's not what he wants for his championship hopes either. He's 5th in the championship, and it's just put some of the some dirt on top of his hopes.
Yeah, absolutely, and we give Zayden Mazaros a chance to move up into second. We watch Archie Job down through the Central Coast. Oh no, we're going to watch a replay of the start here. They're dropping off the gates. Oh, look at that. Who's that pulling a wheel stand all the way down? Great form. As you can see, Archie Job taken, just closed off everybody else into turn 1. Exactly like we discussed earlier. Was mid-pack, but just a bit later on the brakes. Closed off into turn 1. Down towards turn 2. And these replays from the Skywalker Studios, boys. And Archie just sitting out wide. Up high in the Kennard tyre corner, giving himself the momentum and drive on the exit of the corner. And look at the little bit of gap he made up as he headed off towards turn 3 and off up the hill. Archie up at the Motorcycle Alliance corner. Down the bottom to the slow, sorry, this long left-hand arcing corner, which has got ruts all through it, just at the back of our commentary position. There we are in the top of the building there. As he comes over to click off another lap. Archie Job. And Mazaros goes purple with the quickest lap, and he's not giving him much time. He's only 2 seconds back. Matthew Fraser. Brody Hart was our fastest qualifier, I think, and he's just put the fastest lap in as they go on to start another lap. Watch them through turn 1 and turn 2, the Kennard tyre corner there. And we start going off towards turn 3 and up the hill.
So our fastest qualifier man there, Brody Hart, has just gone purple on screen in 4th position, getting the fastest lap of the moto so far. So good effort there. Going to try and work his way up this field. Oh, that's perfect. So Greg's already talking the same stuff that we're doing. I've just been bringing in our guest here, prepping our headset and everything for our very esteemed guest that's going to join us here, Greg, in the booth. We've got the new CEO for Motorcycling New South Wales sitting down next to us, Alira Hudson-Gophers. Alira, welcome to New South Wales Motocross State Championship.
Thank you. It's good to be here. It's a really good day of racing. The track looks really nice. And I'm meeting everyone in the community, which is fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. There's obviously a lot of faces that you're going to have to meet and shake hands and say hello to, being new in the role. But you just said that this is your first time to a motocross event.
It is. It is.
It's not a bad way to start off with the state championships, that's for sure.
Fantastic way to start. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Archie come down, take off the rollers up into the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. It is interesting, like you say, Dave, it is a great place to start if it's your first time to a motorcycle competition for a state titles. You get to see the best of the best, you get to see people deal with a bit of pressure, and you get to see the track prepared very well for everyone to ride.
Yeah, no, it's a great looking venue this morning here as well, but Archie just put another lap in the books here at the front of this one, so he's doing exactly what he needs to, right, in terms of this championship, trying to maximise his points.
Absolutely. And Brody Hart goes another fastest lap, and he's moved up into
up.
third, which is a great run from him.
He wants to, I tell you what, Archie Job's going to need to keep an eye on Brody Hart here as this moto closes out. There's still a good 5.5 minutes plus a lap. And the times that Brody is running, he's closing that 5-second gap down quite significantly each lap. So he might be a chance to, steal this win away late here at the moto. So Archie's going to have to keep his eyes on the prize, as they say. But Alira, motocross, obviously you've joined into our world of Motorcycle New South Wales, being the new CEO. Motocross is a big part of obviously what goes on in Motorcycle New South Wales. What's your background? What brought you to join as the CEO here for Motorcycle New South Wales?
She just wanted to meet the commentators, I think, Dave.
Absolutely. It's the highlight so far.
Who wouldn't want to meet us, right?
That was the primary part of my research into the
I'm sure it was the first thing that came up. Yep.
So I spent a lot of time in lots of different sports, playing, at grassroots level up to elite level. Played for Australia in handball and beach handball, so I'm pretty familiar with sporting landscapes generally. Sat on some boards, done lots of coaching, etc., volunteering, as we all do in sport. And then in my other half of my working life, done a lot in regulation, governance, compliance.
Oh, sure.
And so really lovely blend of that in motorcycling, because we want to keep everyone safe on the track, having fun when they're competing, competing well, competing because they love it, and making sure that we're doing everything right. And as you said, the track looks amazing. So lots of work's been put into that, and it's looking really, really good for the riders today.
So all the motorcycling disciplines that you are now in control of, what is your favourite and why is it motocross?
Well, this is my first one, so the only one I have seen is motocross.
Oh, there we go, okay.
So to date...
Right, motocross.
Sure, yeah. The favourite one to watch live.
Definitely,
and
there we go.
You'll have to come back to me at the end of the year when I've seen everyone. I've got a schedule packed. I'm getting lots and lots of different events in the calendar, so I'm really excited to see all the disciplines.
I bet you've been invited to a few different things. We've got obviously
open to more invitations. If people want me to come to things, I'm happy to.
Well, look, I'm sure there's some. I've seen there's some road racing events, state titles coming up in a couple of weeks' time. So I'm sure you'll be down at Eastern Creek, I think, is it, Sydney Motorsport Park, and there's a bunch of other things going on around the place as well. So wondering if you're going to make the drive out to Griffith for the New South Wales off-roads. Probably not, but
I am actually going away, so I won't even be in the country. But if I'd known,
yes.
Look, I now have the calendar, so I've now booked out all of my weekends.
Mark them off. I'm going here. I'm going there.
Holidays allowed.
Yep. No, that's awesome. It's great to have you here, and I'm sure you'll be able to come and join us in the commentary box plenty of times in the next few rounds of everything that we get going on here.
I'd love to. I mean, as we know, that's why I've joined the sport. Just to hang out with you guys.
Just to hang out with us.
That's it.
Well, write it down on screen there in the Kennards Hire corner. Greg, you got that one for... Well, we just see who's going there. I can't quite pick that one up.
Yeah, can't see the number, but they had a little off in the top of the berm at the Kennards High corner, picked it up, keep going. Lost a little bit of time, maybe a position or two.
So Brody Hart, as I mentioned there, he's making his way forward. He's closed that gap even further. He's up to second now, and he's only 3.5 seconds back of Archie Job. So, like I said, Archie's got to keep his eyes on the prize here, because that gap on screen right there now, it's closing up.
Yeah, and Brody's dropped 2 or 3 purple laps, which is fastest lap of the race. So he's definitely pushing hard to try and catch up to Archie Job.
And he's almost on the same pace that he did in qualifying, which is pretty impressive as well. So as the track has developed, he's still staying nice and fast and nice and smooth here through the circuit as we watch him on screen there, trying to get through that sweeping left corner.
So come past and complete another lap. So he's 2.7 seconds behind Archie Job. Still got Zayden Mazzaros in third. But yeah, interesting if Brody, he's still got another 2 or 3 laps. If he can get on the back. If we watch him, what are we looking at here? Other riders down through the Risen Unlimited corner going to come and take the finish line.
It's the 21 of Blake Johnson there at the front of that pack of 2.
Yep.
I haven't quite picked up that tiny small back number there for that other rider, but Alira, with all the stuff that you've obviously started going through, new job, there's plenty of things to learn and see and read all the rules and whatnot, but is there a focus for yourself that you've got to sort of look to in the next short while, or is there a grand plan for the Motorcycling New South Wales events, or categories as such? What is there on the cards for you that you're trying to work towards early in your tenure?
Yeah, look, as you said, getting across everything that we're doing and really understanding the sport and what's going on and what's important to the community. The participation is always up there. We want more riders, more volunteers, more officials, more coaches. We want people involved in our sport. We've got the Femme Festival coming up for female riders at the end of the year.
I was just going to mention that because that's a very cool initiative that you've got organised there. So
there'll be more information coming out about that pretty soon. Learning more, really enjoying getting to know the community. Everyone's happy to tell me things, which is fantastic. So happy to hear from everyone. Anyone wants to come up and say hello, tell me your thoughts on the sport. I'm a sponge at the moment, so learning a lot, and we'll be putting it together and releasing some good things pretty soon.
Look, when they start complaining about track prep, just tell them it's okay, it's normal, all right? This is motocross, it's an outdoor activity. All right, I think we're on to our last lap. We just got the last lap board there for our leader. So Archie's come across, Brody's come across, and there is a just under 3-second gap now at the front. So he hasn't quite caught the rear wheel, but he's damn close as we see them on screen there. There's Archie heading into turn 2. Oh, we've just had a bit of a change of screen there. That's Kai Frezza. Looked like he was just a little bit out of shape in the Risen Unlimited corner there, our last corner, going across the last lap board. As we see the 21 go through.
99 is the one behind 21. That's Lewis Rule. We were trying to find before the number was.
214. That's Carter Beach on screen, getting through there on the Husky, through the rollers. Having a good run there.
Yep, top of the circuit. Motorcycle Alliance corner.
So not long left in this. We'll have to see if we can catch back up to our leaders here to see if they're going to make any moves here. But I think I'm just trying to look out the window there. I'm not sure where we got to there, but I think I saw Archie going the other direction up the hill. There's Carter just navigating through that final corner over the tabletop. There's Archie as he heads down into the Kennards High corner. You can just see in the background there. There's Brody. I don't think he's going to bridge this gap, Greg.
No, he's not going to bridge the gap, but he's definitely kept him honest. If Archie Job makes any sort of a mistake, Brody Hart's there to pick up the pieces as these braking bumps get more and more serious, heading down to the Skywalker Studios corner. But Archie's done a great job. He got to the front, got the whole shot, and he's just managed to control the gap. Well, I don't want to say anything because I don't put the mocker on him, but provided he gets down through these last couple of corners, he should take the Moto win. Yeah, for the first Moto out, which is good to see.
That will be a good step for him because if he gets this Moto win, it's going to be 35 points for the Moto, which will make this gap down to 2. So he's basically just got to ride out there in Moto 2, and he will take that championship as he gets the Moto 1 win. Oh, yes, Brody Hart did close that right down at the end. He did a 2 minutes flat, the 0.97, 20.97 on the last lap, fastest lap of the race for Brody on the last lap. So he was trying all the way to the end there, but he grabs second, does Brody Hart. Zayden Mazaros is through for third. So yeah, it looks like Oliver Rex is going to drop down here. As long as Archie Jobs comes out for Moto 2, he's probably going to get in front of this championship battle. And Kai Frezza has come across in 5th, so he's gained a few points, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to get over Oliver Rex. We'll have to get an update on those scores as we run, but let's take a break here from our coverage at Cessnock Motocross Club. We'll be back with more of our Round 5 state title action.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Cessnock City Council, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennards Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Looks good, huh?
Ken Earth.
We are back, and the race is going. They're heading into the first turn there. 7 to 10, 65 cc's. Moto 1. There's a KTM getting some head shake into turn 2 there, but the rider on the inside is the 8 of Finn Jarvis, but it's the 24. It's Jax Hughes out front with the whole shot. No, sorry, it's the 29, not 24.
29.
Sam Akitiakano's got the jump there from Finn Jarvis, and there's Archie Blanchette. So the two championship combatants are in second and third at present, but Sam got the jump there.
And the main protagonist in this class, usually down through the Cessnock City Council corner. Sam's just trying to put a little bit of space between himself and the chasing pack. Bit of form over the jump there at the top of the hill, through the rollers. Into the whole shot graphics corner, and then they'll go back down the hill to this. It's a little sort of off-camber right-hand kink just over the jump there. In the track walk, I pointed out as it might be a corner to watch, and Dave just looked at me and went, no, mate, it'll be fine.
It is a sneaky, like, in terms of when you're coming at it, to see where you need to go, you can't see the track disappear dropping off that corner there, but once you know the track, it's no problem. But, yeah, it's not going to be a move made or anything as such.
Yeah,
it's not difficult.
Like you said, I suppose, once you've ridden the track and you've done your wheels on the ground lap, you know it's there. It's not going to surprise you.
No, exactly. So,
look, especially if you're out running drones out there, right? Like if you've got that kind of pace where aircraft can't keep up with you, it's just a whole different story,
I'm glad
Greg.
you pointed that out, Russ.
You probably wouldn't understand these things, Greg.
No, I've never been in that situation, Russ. No. Have you?
No, definitely not. Not many people alive have.
No, have you, Dave?
I have. Oh. Look, I have. Right?
Anyway, that's enough out of Dave. As Sam Akitiakano comes over the line, we've got a replay of the start here. There's another almost a full gate.
So you're going to look for that 29 of Sam Akitiakano getting the jump. I think that's Archie. Oh, there's a Yamaha in the middle there. Just getting a bit sideways midway down the start. There's Finn Jarvis on the outside too. He sort of missed the apex of that corner, and that gave the jump into turn 2 to Sam. Watch Sam's head shake into this one as he gets the bumps kicking him along in the Kennards Hire. Finn tried to take the inside run here, but got bogged down on the exit. Let Sam.
His bum on the back mudguard there and just getting the momentum coming out of that turn 2. So head up the hill. Great replays from the Skywalker studio, boys, as we watch Sam Akitiakano down to the Cessnock City Council corner with the other 3 closely in behind. Finn Jarvis.
I've got to say, like Finn Jarvis, he's having a look over. Did he have an issue there on the exit of that corner? But I was going to say, Finn has basically been first or second in all of our motos throughout the 4 rounds so far. Is this the championship pressure we were talking about, where he's actually just dropping off the pace a little bit here? He's actually gotten past for second. He's going to be in third now, and his championship combatant is just there behind him there in fourth, and I think about to make a move in the Kennards High corner. Not quite close enough is Archie Blanchette.
Yeah, maybe that championship pressure. I don't know. He looks comfortable, so I don't think there's an issue with his bike. He caught a rut coming out of the
maybe that's all that was
earlier, which killed his momentum. As you watch Sam Akitiakano drive through those rollers and up the top, the National Motorcycle he's gone down. Sam Akitiakano from the lead. That's a terrible thing for him.
He tucked and rolled pretty well there.
He got straight back up, but the bike's uphill. He's got to turn around and do the squat deadlift. He can't get the traction in the boots. This is no good. This is going to do his drag it down.
He's just done the run around the bike and realised I'm back on the same side of it that I was, and I still couldn't pick it up.
He had a plan, though. He was sort of standing downhill, so he couldn't pick the bike up. He's got it up, kick, and he's away. There we go.
So the new leader is the 418 of Malachi van Mattenberg, and he's gone fastest on that lap as well with a 2:09.6. So Malachi got clear track in front of him now after making the move on Finn Jarvis partway through that previous lap. Look at the bike attitude bouncing along into the Kennards High corner there by Malachi.
So he's done well.
Here's the replay of our crash for the leader, Akitiakano. He's going to tuck the front and then tuck and roll down the hill. Look at him go.
Straight back up. And it'll be interesting to see if, then
Malachi,
Malachi was in front already there. So he'd already made the move, which is good as we watch him down to the Cessnock City Council corner. He's got himself a bit of breathing space between himself and that Finn Jarvis in second.
The ruts on the exit there of Cessnock City Council corner as they try to get the drive up the hill are nasty and they are deep.
Yes. Yeah, there's not many places on this track at the moment where the ruts aren't starting to get nasty and deep, especially if you're on a 65.
Yeah, the foot pegs will be getting close to the ground there on the exit, and that will not be helping the drive forward, and also just eating the horsepower out of the bike. It'll ride it down on the backside of that Cannon's High corner there that we could see. As Malachi navigates that jump, he's going to hit the uphill step up.
Beautiful form. Beautiful form. So watch him down to the Skywalker Studios corner. That's where you're getting these great shots and drone shots and replays from the boys at Skywalker Studios, who are doing a fantastic job. The National Motorcycle Alliance corner, Malachi van Mendenberg coming down the hill into that long looping left-hander where there looks like there's 20 different lines through it. And you see him coming over to tick off another lap. We've got Russ is down there having a look at the start line. Russ, what have you got for us?
Mate, I thought I'd come down here and check out the start line. It's something we've been following and looking at this entire series as we go along. We've had a few different starting grids. We've had a mesh grid, we've had a concrete grid, we've had dirt. The one we've got here today is a dirt starting pad. So you can see that the bikes are starting to tear it up. It's getting quite deep. We've got our riders... what do we call these?
Does that say Dave Hogan on the side of that?
These are way too small for Dave Hogan, mate. I'll find you some big ones that would
Never
fit for...
Never used starting blocks in my life, thank you.
That would fit for Dave. These ones are actually belong to Tanner Bond. But basically, the riders use these so they can actually touch the ground, but put themselves in a better starting position. So the tiptoes will be on here. The bike stays upright. They can lean forward on the bike to keep the front end down when the bike grips and shoots them out the gate. But it's a soft dirt start onto a concrete ledge and then a small drop off into that long starting straight. So a little bit of technique is going to be involved with getting the bikes out of this start gate and launching down the straight for a whole shot. Yeah, so if we look down the straight there, you'll be able to see the lines are going all over the place. There is no straight line at all, and that's probably why we've seen a few bikes coming together on the start straight here at Cessnock today.
Yeah, from that camera shot, you're exactly right, Ross. There's no straight lines at all. So I'm assuming that's why we've seen a few issues. Is we've got on the camera looking there, we've got a waved yellow flag. Someone's down somewhere. I know on the exit of turn 3, sorry, there's a yellow flag as someone's trying to pick their bike up. I can't see who that is from this drone shot, but pick the bike back up, get up and running. Last lap while you were talking, Malachi van Mendenberg did a 2:05.7. So that's another quickest lap by him out in front. Still Finn Jarvis, Archie Blanchett and Jax Hughes. There's Malachi there coming down into the left hand, that rutted left hand loopy corner towards the end of the circuit. Gets the... Oh no, I picked up the wrong rider. Because Malachi just went past us and took a last lap board, so...
It's not like you to make a mistake, Greg.
No, not more than 15 times a day.
No, definitely not.
Oh, he's still a bit sour over that starting blocks thing, Russ. You might have to come up here and give him a
I
hug.
was trying to find a photo of the world's tallest motocrosser with starting blocks to point out that anyone can use them. But I have never actually used starting blocks in my life, thank you very much.
Oh. He just uses the side stand.
Oh, zing.
Wow. I like it.
All right, let's have a championship battle update because Archie Blanchett's dropped down to 6. So as much as we said this morning in our lead-in that he might be doing better at this circuit that he'd be familiar with, he's actually not having the best Moto 1 here. So he's going to actually give some more points gap back to Finn Jarvis, who has managed, with the help of that crash from Sam Kiriakano, Finn has got himself back into second in this moto, so that's going to be plenty of points for Finn. So he's actually going to extend this probably out to about 20 points heading into Moto 2 later today. So looking good for Finn Jarvis at this point in the 7 of 1065's championship battle.
Yeah, looking very good for him championship-wise as we watch Malachi coming towards over the rollers up the hill, and he'll come down to get the checkered flag this time when he makes his way around to the finish jump. There's the good drone shot here. You've got bikes going every which way, which is fantastic. From the top of the circuit looking down towards the bottom.
Check out that overhead drone shot. It's so good.
You can see the difference in the soil where the darker bits where it's been chewed up and starting to rut out, and then the lighter bits, some of the bits between the jumps. I can't remember where it was. I think it was between turn 6 and 7 going back up the hill yesterday. You said this will dust up because of
it was drier in that section because it was the point where the riders have to get drive. As we see the finish line, that's our winner. The 4:18 of Malachi van Manenberg getting the win here. Finn Jarvis is going to come across in second. Oh, Archie Blanchette on the 2 has come across the line as we watch him. He's just crawling there on the left side. The clutch lever is down, the goggles are off, the helmet's a bit dusted up. I think he's had a dirt sample there, but I can't say for certain, but didn't look great, and that might be why. Actually, has Archie dropped further down our list? I think he might have, actually. Yes, he's come across the line as 22nd, so he was 6th when I made that point heading into the last lap, but it looks like he didn't actually get to that last lap. He's a lap down. So not a great finish there for Archie Blanchette. He's come in just in front of, just behind Caden Teague, 21st there. So that's the point of first lap being missed. So yeah, so we might we'll have to check out what's happened with Archie there. But as to that one, so it was Van Madenberg, Jarvis, and Nielsen is your top 3. We'll take a break here from Cessnock Motocross Club and be back with more action from round 5 of the state titles.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Ken Oath's make your job easy.
Shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Tyson Williams is definitely one that I look up to, want to be like one day and race against him and battle with him. And probably Ollie Chandler. I love battling on Cobb days with him.
Ethan Wolf, Blake Bohannon, and just all of them, Blair Millard, all of them.
I like racing against Heath, Corey Easel, they're both pretty fun riders.
I love racing Claire because we actually we battle each other and it's really fun racing her.
Welcome back to Cessnock, round 5. We have the girls 12 to 16s on the gate. You there, Russ?
I am, mate. The girls have gone head down, revs are up, and out the gate they go. Watts gets a little buried off the start. Not what she was looking for at all. Who's going to get the whole shot?
Oh, it's Mia Cameron.
It's Mia Cameron straight to the front on her KTM, leading this pack of girls around turn 2 and up over the hip.
And all the girls are through turn 2 cleanly, which is good.
So Layla White's up there, then Olivia Hadou, then Delilah Watts. Haven't seen Chloe Hart in our running order yet.
Might have got a bit of tangled up at the start. I've got a bit bunch going into turn 1. We'll watch them come down towards the Cessnock City Council corner.
Well, championship-wise, this is good for Layla White. The start that she's got here at the front of the pack, she's only got a 3-point gap over Chloe, which I spot Chloe actually at the back of that corner there at Cessnock City Council, just getting passed by Holly Impey. So Mia Cameron's doing a good job at the front. Oh, Olivia's going to try and make a move around the outside because she's gone past Layla White for second. So Olivia on the 4.74. Maybe that scoop tyre we talked about still on there doing the thing.
Trying to carry the momentum down the hill into the Kennards High corner. The brake pump's still looking pretty snotty.
Oh, I think Layla's going to steal that position back because Olivia went a bit high in that Kennards High corner.
I think she got up high in the corner but didn't quite get the bike turned.
Oh, got a braking bump nastily, did Olivia, and she's actually run wide and almost popped Delilah out the top of the berm there. Not intending to, I'd say, but just how it all worked out on the racing circuit. Delilah dived to the inside, but moved to second.
Delilah with the 2-for-1 there. Awesome move from her. She's making a charge for the front here. She comes around the outside. She's going to get it done over this back tabletop as they run down into this bottom corner. Delilah wanting to be out the front and pushing hard for it. Gets the move done. It sticks. Round the risen corner in front of you boys now.
Yeah, just about to come over the finish jump and complete a lap as you watch the replay.
Look at the commitment here from Delilah to go around the outside, hold it on, and get it done. But Mia did fight her. She didn't just let her have that line into the next part of the corner here. They stayed fairly level. Watch it here.
Yeah, she made her work for it, but Delilah just, those brake bumps just seemed to be more prepared to carry the momentum. Obviously being wider in the corner means she doesn't have to square it off as much, so she can carry more of the momentum as we flick over and looking back down the track here. The girls going up the hill. Delilah's got herself a little bit of breathing space over Mia Cameron and Layla White. I'm not sure where Olivia Haidu.
Sorry, Greg. It's Chloe Hart in the championship battle. She's in 9th on the circuit at the moment on the timing and scoring after that opening lap. She's not where she needs to be if she wants to battle with Layla White. Like, there is a 3-point gap between the two of them, but she's going to give up a lot of points here if this is where they finish.
Yeah, well, their battle at the moment is for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Delilah Watts has just got herself a little bit of breathing room, but 2nd, 3rd and 4th is starting to heat up.
I wonder if Chloe is still a little second hand after the crash that she had at Bega on day 2 in the women's side of things. Because I know that she pulled out of a couple of the motos at the end of Bega on day 2 from a crash. Wondering if she's still feeling some of that, or maybe I'm just talking out the side of my mouth, as they say.
I've never heard that expression before in my life.
Well, I just educated you, Greg.
There you go. No, I learn something new every day. That's bloody perfect.
So we're just watching this battle here on screen between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. They're fairly tight there in that, the bottom of the circuit now. Making a move on the inside there, trying to get past Layla is Olivia. But these three are very close together on circuit. Mia Cameron still holding 2nd. Oh, right it down there in the Kennards High corner as we panned across there following our 2nd, 3rd, 4th here. Look at them all. They're pretty much on top of each other in the Risen Unlimited corner.
Yeah, Olivia's trying to get the momentum by taking the high run.
That's Letty Seymour just picking herself up too.
Missing the peak off the helmet.
Oh, that's never a good sign.
No, not at all. Is Letty Seymour, is she the one that showed up for the first time at Bega? Or was it Dubbo?
Oh, I don't recall.
Showed up and...
Hold on.
Showed up and sort of...
No, Letty's been here across our 5 rounds of the series, so she supported the entire series.
Okay.
As these girls are battling on, I think Russ is down on the start line with a couple of riders that might be about to do battle here in our MX3 class that's coming up next. Russ, have you got any of the boys down there as this battle rages on here on track?
Mate, I'm just wandering over here. I've just found Riley Burgess. He's getting himself all set up on the gate here with the crew, getting himself all sorted. He's got a gate pick. He's looking like he's done his little step and jumping up and down trick here to get his gate all sorted. Riley, how are you, mate? Glad to see you again. Give me a little rundown of how your day's going and shaping up here at Cessnock.
Qualified P3, I think. Yeah, track's good, and yeah, pretty good.
Now, this is a local one for you, mate. You're only just down the road. How's the local knowledge going to help you out today?
I actually haven't been in a while. The last time I raced here was like 50 or 65, so it was a while back, but yeah, still raced here pretty much all of my days back on 50s and 65s, and yeah, really enjoyed it here.
Now, how's the track prep look to you today? To me, this looks very different from a normal Cessnock track from what I've seen. What's your opinion on the track prep?
The track prep's sick. Obviously, we could see there's lots of bumps, ruts. Yeah, track just looks mint.
Awesome, mate. And what's it going to take for you to get it done here today?
Just a good start, consistent laps, and yeah, hopefully get it done.
Awesome, mate. Now, you've chosen, where are we at? We're about gate 14. Is this your preferred spot? Where's the ultimate starting point for you today?
I probably would have preferred to be more inside to get a straight run to the corner, but there's lots of bumps there, so it's not going to really be that good.
Yeah, turn 1 and turn 2 has been critical to get through safely, mate, so best of luck out there, and we'll catch up afterwards. Yeah, thank you. Right on.
Nice to catch up with Riley Burgess there.
Yeah, he's running a scoop on the back there, mate. Quite a lot of the boys are. Across a bunch of the classes, a lot of the girls, the junior girls are out there now. They're running a lot of scoops as well. I see a few scoops here. I see an 80-82 with the that kind of scoop shape facing forward on a couple of bikes. And then obviously your traditional knobbies as well. So a few different choices. Honestly, watching the bikes go around, I think anything would work. I don't think there's a massive advantage to the scoop as this track dries out, but it seems to be working quite well. And I think a traditional knobby tyre seems to be okay too. I think more so it's a bit of a horsepower question, I think, today, boys, with this deep prep. The horsepower is going to make a lot of difference. So the bikes that can really get that horsepower to the ground and really keep the bike up in the revs, stay up on top rather than bogging down, I think will do well.
Yeah, we spoke about it earlier and talking to some people before we were live on air this morning. As we watched Olivia try and put a move on up the hill in front of Mia Cameron, I'm pretty sure that is,
yep.
And gets the job done up the hill through the whole shot graphics corner.
Bit of a change there in the order because Mia's just dropped down. She got passed by Layla White. Now Olivia Hadou's gone past as well. So yeah, Mia after that whole shot just down to 4th now. But Delilah there just coming into shot. Leading well at the front here. Got a 5-second gap over Layla White as they run at the moment. But Olivia's looking spicy here later in this moto.
Yeah,
Track's
definitely.
maybe coming around to her.
Yeah, track's coming around to her, or a fitness is coming to the fore down through the Skywalker Studios corner, and they head up over these rollers.
Mum Jess has obviously done a great job putting that rear wheel in this morning for her. Ready to go.
Yeah, good job, Jess.
Mum on the tools.
Yep.
But we hear Russ, you got another rider, and then Rossiter maybe down there with you to
mate.
chat to.
I've just spotted our boy Rossiter down here sitting on the gate. He's right next to the dog box. Probably a pretty good gate pick. Mate, how you going? How's your day shaping up here at Cessnock?
Day's going pretty good, except for the practice. I cleaned out second straight.
We did notice that, mate. You and Drew laying on the ground over there checking the dirt out nice and closely. What's it going to take for you to get it done here today, mate?
Good start. I've had troubles on this bike with starts, can't figure it out, but hopefully I can this one and get a good start, and I think I can run it, sure.
Awesome, mate. Now, have you spent much time here at Cessnock? Is this a track you're familiar with?
Not at all. Been here a couple of times, but nothing I'm familiar with.
Okay, and how are you feeling about it now? You've done a couple of laps this morning so far. Do you like this track? You gelling with it?
Yeah, track's all right. Conditions are pretty good. We'll probably dry out a bit, but right now it's pretty soft, so it should be good.
Awesome, mate. Well, we're looking forward to seeing what you can do out there today. Best of luck.
Delilah on screen at the moment, actually extending that lead, it looks like. I'll write it down. That's I think that's Macy White there, Layla's sister, just having a moment there in the Skywalker Studios corner before the rollers. By the looks of it, she got cross-rutted on the entrance to that corner. Maybe took one of those braking bumps and just sat itself sideways, but she's up kicking it with the assistance of the marshal there, so she'll be going shortly, as I think the riders are getting close to where she is. Maybe another 2 corners and they'll be at that point, but looks like she's actually up and gone now.
Bottom of the screen there, she's up and moving, which is good. We've got, Olivia
this
still.
Is the battle for second going on right now. Olivia's right to the rear wheel of Layla White. Oh, there's those braking bumps that we were maybe mentioning for Macy just a second ago. Olivia's having a good run here. She's actually looking maybe even better than she has for the rest of the series. I know she had that little burn issue partway through the series that sort of held her back a little bit, but she's fully recovered now, it seems, and she's riding really strongly this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. She's got good form. She's definitely pushing Layla White for this second position, which is good to see. So they come around the Risen Unlimited corner.
Oh, she's just cut across the front of her, tried to take the line away, but Layla managed to just sneak back the inside of her. That was so close from that camera angle might have given that a bit more of a bad look, but it just, geez, it looked closer from here.
Oh, she's got the run.
Here we go. We're going to have a look at the replay. How close do they get? Because Layla's gone a bit wide. Olivia's dove straight through and swept straight across the front tyre there.
Yeah, she's put through the fastest lap though, Olivia Haidu, on that lap, as she was trying to make a move in turn 1. We went to that replay, so watch them go to turn 3 and up the hill towards turn 4 as we switch back down to
Chloe Hart and Holly Impey on screen, and Chloe is down. Well, actually, she's Chloe might have dropped back, or is that actually Aldridge? Sorry, Bonnie Aldridge maybe, that 6th and 7th there. But yeah, there's Delilah Watts, our leader.
If we just go to the second, there's a battle for second place back on screen. I'm pretty sure Olivia's just got the job done. There was a couple of, I've just seen off screen, there's a few, that's her at the top of the hill there. On screen now, there's a few back markers, and I think Olivia might have used them to her advantage, and she's put herself in front of Layla White now as they come down towards the Kennard Tyre corner, sort of halfway through the lap.
Well, Olivia with that fastest lap time too, like last time around, so she is moving at the moment really well.
Yeah, absolutely, she's definitely getting along well. I think next time they come around, they will get the last lap board. Here's the overtake coming up the hill, is it?
So Layla's missed the step up. Olivia's got it and just swept right around the outside. So that's that momentum and drive that you need to carry around this circuit.
That's because she's got a scoop tyre on, maybe, Dave. So she got it done before the back markers. So good on her as we flip back over. Looks like Delilah Watts coming down the last left-hander before the Risen Unlimited corner, and she'll come around and takes the last lap board. So that was on camera. That's Olivia, sorry, she's just come through now to take the last lap board as well. She's not that far from Delilah Watts.
The gap has stayed steady from first to second at about that 5.5 sort of second range this whole moto. So no matter who was in second, it's sort of the same gap there. So Olivia, now that she's got maybe some clear track, maybe she creeps up towards it, but this is the last lap, so I'm sure Delilah's just on cruise control at this point.
Yeah, exactly right. She's got enough of a gap behind her. But a brilliant ride from Olivia, like you said, to in 4th at the start, and then slow. Oh, hang on a sec. That Delilah Watts, our leader, on screen there. Yeah, just had a moment. Put the feet down. There's just the Olivia in the bottom of the screen there, coming into the Cessnock City Council corner. Just had a moment. Put her feet down, sort of come to a stop, and kept going straight away. Up on the back wheel, up the hill. Good form as she heads out over the rollers. She's got the whole shot graphics corner there. She's got enough breathing room. There was Olivia just in the bottom of the screen there. But I don't think Olivia's close enough to make a battle for this first place, but she should be happy with the second place because she had to battle for it. She was in 4th earlier on in the race and had to battle her way up into second with some brilliant moves and good momentum, and she should take a bit of confidence out of this race. She'll be back for her mum Jess to change the scoop out and probably put a knobbly on for the end of the day, maybe. You see him up the top at the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Nice form over the tabletop there.
That section of track was where Delilah got that pass for the lead over Mia Cameron earlier on in this moto, and this is where she's just been ever since. Unchallenged here. She goes through the Risen Unlimited corner for the final time in Moto 1 to take the checkered flag. Delilah Watts grabbing the win. You can see there as Olivia Haidu getting the second position and a great ride for the 474. And in third will be Layla White coming across the line now. There she is in third, so that's good for her championship aspirations. She'll put a few points gap between herself and Chloe Hart. And Russ, you've got our moto winner down there with you.
I sure do. I've got Delilah Watts down here. She's just pulling the goggles off and having a chat with a little official there. Delilah, that was a heck of a race. Probably not the start you wanted out of the gate. Just walk me through how that race went for you.
It went pretty good. I was happy with how I passed. I just need to keep consistent through the race. I think I dropped off a little bit. I just need to keep that consistency so I can have a good lead.
You did unreal out there. You were sending up those huge jumps, those big step ups. You did really well. Congratulations on the win, and we look forward to seeing what you do for the rest of the day.
All right, great to hear from Delilah there after that moto for the 85s, 12 to 16 years girls category. We've got a couple of the girls just coming through the end of their lap and the moto here. We're about to get into the crazy action of MX3. Look at the gate there from our drone shot. It's almost full here in this MX3 category. Now, of course, in this race, we're looking for our championship leader, who we just had a chat to before, the 275 of Riley Burgess. But he's closely followed most of these motos by the number 5 of Drew Kremer. Justin McHugh on the 355 is currently in third, but we also spoke with Rossiter. You've got to keep an eye out for a number of riders, actually. The number 6 of Max Compton is one we're going to have to keep a close eye on. I believe Max didn't get to all of our moto. Yeah, he wasn't a part of round 1 and 2. But since he's turned up, he's been pretty good.
Up. So 15-second board, he's up. 5-second board, you're down there, Russ, for the start.
Gate goes down. Rossiter gets a horrible start out the gate. He mentioned he was struggling. Huge crash. That looks like Lockie Neville with the whole shot out of there. Riders are down and tangled up. But our boy Rossiter, last out the gate. He mentioned he'd been struggling with starts, but that was absolutely horrendous. It looks as though the riders on turn 1 are all okay, but the bikes might be tangled and a few boys might be having a couple of words there. We've also got number 408, Williams, stuck on number 2. He's got his bike up and trying to get it going again, but the pack is running away.
So 21 got the whole shot. I didn't see what
Burgess has made a move, but to the front already, so that Riley Burgess has jumped up.
Yeah, 21's young Lockie Neville. We've chatted about him all season, and Richie, about being a great starter, but hasn't been able to hold on to it.
So he got the whole shot, 21, and then Richie Lawler came through, and then just as they've gone through the Cessnock Council's corner at the bottom, we could see that Riley Burgess has made it through to the front, as we can see Riley now heading up the hill.
And there's Max Compton trying to make a move on Lawler. No, sorry, Drew Kremer. Sorry, wrong red number 5. These 6 looking numbers there. Yeah. So Drew's trying to get through. This is the usual pattern here. We end up with the 5 and the 275 at the front of these MX3 motos, and it's happening early here in Moto 1 at Cessnock. Richie Lawler's going to hold third. We're going to have to see if Drew can close up to Riley Burgess and see if this battle resumes that they've had all season long here in the New South Wales state titles. And as Russ mentioned, with an interview with him earlier in the day, Drew's made a lot of bike changes apparently heading into this round to try and solve some forearm pump issues he's been battling through. So let's see if he can do anything with that changes and battle with Burgess any different and maybe have a different outcome to what's been so far this season.
Watch him go through turn 1 and 2. Burgess out in front as he goes off towards turn 3. Kremer's in second, followed by Richie Lawler. And then we've got Tyson Williams, who's trying to get on the back of Richie Lawler and keep him honest as we watch him go up the top of the hill in towards turn 4 as they start to head back down.
Just noticing one of the riders that was probably down at the start of this moto, the 23 of Corey Eisel, just cruising around halfway, probably a lap and a half, lap or so down nearly almost. So not a good thing there for Corey. Here's a replay coming up now of our start. Let's watch and see who gets hooked up. There's a Yamaha rider that gets completely hooked up from the inside onto one of our outside riders. There they go. There goes Corey Eisel onto the Yamaha, onto the Husqvarna of Charlie Thompson there. And the 3 of them just go down in a pile on the outside of that first turn.
Just as we watch that, Corey Eisel just made his way off screen and back to the pits as we watch the replay coming down into turn 2. And that looks like Drew Kremer and Riley Burgess trying to get the power down. Sorry, it's
There's
not.
the
That's
move for
Richie,
Lawler.
Yeah, Richie Lawler, and then...
Oh, Richie. Whoa, he got a massive kick off that first tabletop. He's lucky to hold on to that one. He could have had a very different outcome there, but here's the move, I think, that Burgess does to get himself into the lead over Lawler. But, geez, Lawler's lucky to be alive after that one.
Yeah, he did very well to keep it Wills Point in front as Riley Burgess goes over. Just take another lap with a 1:48.777. That's the fast lap of the race so far. Only 2 laps in. Really, that'll be their first quick lap. Kremer, Lawler, Williams, second, third, and fourth. As we watch them go through turn 1 down towards turn 2. There's Rossiter's down. You can see it on camera now in the whole shot graphics corner as he starts the bike and gets it back around.
I don't know what we've got going on, guys, but there's a lot of crashing action happening here in these Moto 1s today at Cessnock.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's the last round. Everyone's pushing, trying to have the best weekend they can, points results-wise. And 2, like I spoke about in the start, 99% of these people have been to Cessnock. They understand the tracks. They feel they can push straight away. As we watch a replay of Rossiter.
Oh, who's that going up the hill? Because I think Rossiter's the man behind there.
Oh, he is.
And he's going to collect that rider that went down before him.
That might be Tyson Williams.
I think it might have been, yeah. So Tyson made a mistake there, and then unfortunately Rossiter was the unintended outcome.
Unfortunate victim there. But yeah, I think the fact that everyone knows this track and they've ridden here a fair bit, they're happy to start pushing straight away, whether they're in a battle or not. As we see Riley Burgess.
It must be about time to put the head count on screen, right?
Oh, all right. We'll have to wait and see if he has a look or not.
Burgess down to the bottom of the circuit there. You can see him battling to keep the front end in those ruts as the bike bounced through that section. Through the Risen Unlimited corner. He's getting the power to the ground okay. Trying to keep the bike low there over those couple of jumps to get back to ground. He's going to take the inside roller in that final corner to jump back up onto the start straight. Sweeping line, look at it. That's that line that Russ was talking about earlier in a couple of the other classes. They're trying to open up that entry to the turn 1. Kremer does similar.
So Max Compton catching up behind Lawler in the bottom of the screen there. Just did the fastest lap, a 1:47.0. And he's trying to close up onto Richie Lawler to make a move as we watch Burgess at the top of the hill. Nice and smooth and controlled. He's got 4 seconds breathing space between himself and Drew Kremer. He goes down to the Cessnock City Council corner, and you can see the ruts starting to form up. Oh, he's trying to keep that bike going straight. Did a really good job there. A lot of body English.
Yeah, there's a lot of hips to one side and head to the other side, right? Now, Riley's been having a pretty good season here in the state titles, but also having a good run in the Pro MX as well. He had a bit of a rough go in Moto 2 in Appen and didn't quite get the result he was looking for. At one point, he was actually in contention for the overall, but then dropped back and off the podium. We've had a shift here in 3rd position. Compton's got around Lawler as they go through that Kennards High corner. So let's watch out for this speed of Compton because he's purple on the screen. He's the man on the move at the moment in this moto. Can he catch up to the back wheel of Drew Kremer, or is this as far as he gets with obviously had a bit of a bad start? Maybe he was caught up in some of that first turn issues that were going on there.
He's got about a 5-second gap to himself and Drew Kremer at the moment, so we'll have to see when he comes past to tick off another lap.
Oh, did you see him then? I think you looked away from the screen, Greg, but he got nice and low off that tabletop. Here's the move on the replay. Compton on the inside, Lawler on the outside, just sweeps through, takes the position away. Job done. I'm in 3rd now. Thanks for coming.
See him there down into...
Oh, Compton. Geez, that was close.
Oh, he did everything to crash that motorbike. I think it's only the bike's fault that he didn't. As he takes into turn 1, heads down towards turn 2.
Here we go. Replay. Watch the front end get high off this mound and literally plant into the rut. Oh, it just saved it.
Did so well to save that. Yeah.
I reckon his left knee's saying, please don't do that again.
He did so well to save that. As I watch him up the top of the hill, he's all action.
He's definitely pushing.
He's definitely pushing, and there's Drew Kremer in front of him down the Cessnock City Council corner. That doesn't look like 5 seconds to me.
The gaps are certainly tightening up here. Maybe there's a bit of arm pump coming in for Drew Kremer. Maybe he's just dropping off the pace. Maybe Max Compton's just going that much faster. But at the moment, the times, last lap around, Burgess went a 148.1, Kremer a 149.8, and Compton faster with a 147.8. So at the moment, it seems like Compton has the mid-moto pace.
Yeah, well, not only is he catching Drew Kremer, he's also leaving Richie Lawler behind. So that would indicate that it's Max Compton going quicker, not so much Drew Kremer going slower. But he's definitely catching him in the back of the shot there as they head up towards the top corner Motorcycle Alliance. So we're watching Richie come down the hill towards the over the tabletop in that last little left-hand or long left-hand turn, I should say. And there we are.
Oh, look at that battle. It's closed up. This is the battle for second on track. Compton, let's see him through this corner. He's going to go around. He's going to take a different line this time. I wonder why he did that, Greg.
Yeah, I reckon I'd be taking a different line as well. Let's see if he can... so, by rights, I'm not much of a doctor, but...
he's going to dive to the inside.
See, Drew had a look then and kind of let him go, so
I feel like Drew knows that it's coming. I feel like he can't challenge right now. Russ, maybe that's to do with what you're talking about, that you saw with talked about with his dad this morning.
Yeah, mate, I think that's definitely what's going on. That is not the Drew Kremer that we're used to seeing. We know how hard he can push when he's feeling good, and that's definitely not it. So I don't know whether it's arm pump or whether it's that knee still giving him some troubles, but that's not what we're used to seeing from Drew. Burgess is broken out in front and just doesn't have a challenger right now, so hopefully Compton can give him the challenge that he needs, keep him a little bit honest out there before he runs away with this thing. But unfortunately, Drew doesn't look like the Drew we're used to.
No, that's not what we want to see from Drew Kremer. But Compton's got an 8-second gap to bridge here if he wants to get to Burgess. He does have about 4.5 plus a lap to go here. But with that 8-second gap, I'm sure Burgess is in cruise control, just monitoring that situation from the front.
Yeah, so it's interesting as we watch Max Compton get all crossed up. Going to start the rollers there as he gets to the National Motorcycle Alliance corner, heads over the tabletop and down into that long left-hander. Those bumps and ruts are getting quite nasty. Right to Riley Burgess, just going over the finish line to tick off another lap.
You can see that gap there. That, what is it, after they updated it, it's 8 seconds, 8.1 seconds. So it's a pretty decent space that Burgess has over second position, Max Compton. Drew Kremer's hanging in there in third, but he has dropped off the back wheel a little of Compton. But there is then a decent gap through to Richie Lawler in fourth. So he's got about a 6-second gap, does Kremer, over the fourth position on track. There he is, Richie Lawler. But right behind him is rider Matthew Taylor in fifth, and then Peter Wolf in sixth. Tyson Williams, after that little moment earlier in the motor where he tried to go out through the whole shot graphics, bannering. He's still running seventh. Ryan Jones, eighth. Xander Krug in ninth. And Rafael Rossiter, after being caught up with Tyson Williams, managing to hold on to 10th at the moment.
Max Compton coming down towards that Cessnock City Council corner there just before he blew that bunting yard. He's just making all sorts of shapes. He's definitely pushing. But every time we see Riley Burgess on camera, he looks smooth and controlled. Like I said, it was 8.1 seconds at the end of the last lap. We're just seeing a rider just coasting there. He's obviously either got an issue or he's got the blue flag and he's staying well out of the way, which is good riding. Max Compton with a bit of form. And you can see Riley Burgess down in the back of the shot there into the next corner over the rollers as we watch Max Compton through the Skywalker Studios graphics corner and up over the rollers. Dave, he's definitely putting a good race together. He did the same thing in Bega, Max Compton. He was pushing the boys, pushing for a win in his motos down there as well.
Yeah, he's riding strong at the moment. I don't know if you just noticed too, he actually did a couple of things on screen then where he carried the front wheel over a couple of these braking bumps, which is a bit different to some of the other riders out on track. So he's attacking the track in a different manner. He's obviously feeling the flow, just starting to learn where these bumps are and what he can do differently to try and make some time, as did Riley Burgess just then. Yeah. You see the entry point to that corner in turn one. He just carved it up a bit differently than I'd say anyone else is doing so far, just to stay out of some of those ruts and bumps that are leading into the corner that are just, you know, they were the optimal line. They're just becoming a bit worn out, let's say.
Becoming a bit chopped up. And I suppose he's probably had to look over the shoulder at one or two places. He knows he's got a bit of a gap, so now he can start looking at different lines. Because as the track's going to get worse, when he comes out for his second moto, he's going to have an idea of different lines.
He's tried to send the triple up the hill, but he comes up short as well. So it is a decent jump. There's just not enough lift off the first one to sort of really make it an easy clearing.
Yeah, you're definitely having to lift the front wheel to try and get it over.
Yeah.
That last little bump, which didn't quite work for him that time.
The gap has stabilised at the front too, Greg. It's only 8. It's still 8 seconds at the front, so nothing really changing for the moment for Compton. And the lap times are basically being mirrored at a 1:49 at the moment by both Burgess and Compton. So things have settled for a moment.
Yeah, well, I suppose Max Compton had a bit of a rabbit to chase earlier on, didn't he? First Richie Lawler, then Drew Kremer. Now he's got out in front. He's probably seen how far Riley Burgess is away and thought, you know what? I'm not going to make 8 seconds up, but I might crash trying, so I'll just keep riding at a consistent pace, take the second, and if something happens to Riley Burgess and I take the win, well, so be it, which is a sensible thing to do. We spoke earlier in a few rounds ago, Russ said about riding sensibly in the championship, so that's what Max seems to be doing now, although he was pushing very hard a couple of laps ago, but now he's got an 8.9 second gap to Riley Burgess in front, and he's got about 9 seconds to Drew Curran behind him, so he's in a bit of a lonely second place, but he should definitely be happy with that as we watch him take on turn 3. Another different line, uses that outside of the track to square the bike up and drive up the hill. Some of those braking bumps up the top, avoiding that Cessnock Canyon at the top of that hill there.
Cessnock Canyon?
Yeah.
Didn't know they had that in Cessnock in the tourism guide.
No, we didn't at 8 this morning, but 12:30 this afternoon, after these bikes have chewed the track up a bit, we've now got one.
Got a new tourist attraction.
New tourist attraction, yeah. Probably don't go out there at the moment though, because the MX3 boys are flying around this track. So we see back to our leader, Riley Burgess, who, when he gets back around, will take the last lap board. Just to watch him down the hill into the Skywalker Studios corner. Once again, it's those ruts. Just trying to stay in the rut, stay comfortable. Oop.
Oh, he almost, that's the 203 there, Jiley Thompson. He was one of the riders down in that first turn crash, so unfortunately for him, it's ruined his first moto, that's for sure.
Yeah, which is
gone a lap down.
Absolute shame for him. As through the Risen Unlimited corner, we watch Riley Burgess come around there as the last lap board, as he has a look at the marshal as he goes past our commentary position. Whole shot graphics corner back out over. It's a bit more of a step up onto the start straight, isn't it, through turn 1?
Yep. It's going to tuck to the inside in the Kennard's high corner. It's actually come around the inside of that corner by the looks of it. He was able to carry some good drive out of it for the first time probably today. He shoots up the hill.
Yeah, well, the big bikes have formed up a rut, I suppose, which is going to work for them, but next moto out is going to be the little guys. It's probably not going to work for them.
Yeah, look, the kids, when they come out for their Moto 2 here in just a sec, they're going to have a very different track to deal with after these MX3 boys have been destroying it for the last 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. But just...
Oh, that was close.
I was just about to say, good form. It's good to see Riley Burgess. Like you said, he's having some success in the state titles. He's having a good run in the nationals as well.
Here's the replay. Just watch the front end just tuck a little bit. Actually, the fuel line's actually flapping around there off the fuel cap. Here goes the front. There it goes. Ooh. But yeah, the breather hose out. The fuel cap's actually just flapping around in the breeze at the moment on that replay.
Okay. You watch him drive up over the rollers, top of the hill to the National Motorcycle Alliance corner and come down over this tabletop and take the long left-hand bend down into the Risen Unlimited corner.
You can sort of see he's got a little bit of a relaxed posture going on here towards the end of this moto, so he's just letting some energy be saved for what he's got going on. But that is the Checkers Moto 1 win for the 275 of Riley Burgess in MX3. That was a half lame attempt at a no-footer there on the second tabletop, Riley. But Compton's going to come across in second. We're looking for Drew Kremer to come through in third position. He's not quite to that finish line just yet. But Russ, you're going to grab our moto winner because here comes third position Drew Kremer. Russ, is he down with you, mate?
Moto winner Riley Burgess here on his Coastal KTM machine. Riley, that was a dominant race out there, mate. Walk me through it.
Got a terrible start. Completely missed the jump. The gates dropped so fast and yeah, completely missed it. And then a couple of the boys went down. I just snuck my way through. I think I was in third, and then just moved my way up into first, and yeah, you just let it from there.
How's the track forming up as the day goes on, mate?
Oh man, the track's pretty brutal, eh? Bumps, ruts, everything. It's a mix of everything.
Awesome, mate. Well done. Awesome win there, and can't wait to see what you do for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Keep it up. Mate, interesting you made a comment on that gate drop. I don't know if you boys have noticed, but the gate drops have been fast here today. We got some riders were having a little bit of a whinge at Bega that they were going for a long hold on the gate, and now they're going fast today. So basically it's up to the gate drop marshal to do it within a window, but there has been some fast ones today. It's caught a few boys off guard.
Yeah, every track, every person standing behind that gate and the board and everything, it's always a little bit different. You can't rely on a certain count or anything. It can change. Basically, once that 5-second board goes up, it can drop straight away, or it can hold there for almost out to 10 seconds. So got to be paying attention, right?
That's right. And we've actually had the same guy running the gate almost the entire series, except for this round now. So we've got a new marshal doing it for this round. The gate here at Cessnock is also more of a mechanical gate than a few of the other ones that we've seen. It's very much a bit like an old school kind of style gate drop that he has to do. So yeah, look, it's just different. The riders all get the same conditions to compete in. So there's no point whinging about it being fast or slow or whatever it is. It's the same for everyone, which is the main thing. So,
hey Russ, am I seeing some rain on the screen here?
Just started right now, Dave.
Oh,
I was just thinking I needed to grab my jacket, and as you've mentioned it, it's just starting to come down.
You might want a brolly.
A brolly, I don't know what that is, mate, but the 5-second board is up, revs are up, heads down, away we go. Few riders absolutely buried at the back of the pack. I see young Oscar Meadows dive to the inside there, the number 7. He gets swallowed up. The whole shot looks like it's going to be the 21 machine. Let's see if they get it. Yes. The 21 launches out there to the start and takes this pack up the hill at Cessnock.
Sharon Bomb with another whole shot. He did it in Moto 1. He did it again in Moto 2. He's leading this one as they head down the hill. I see Kai Spruill there on the 280. I think he's in third, about to be passed by a rider trying to dive to the inside by the looks of it. Haven't quite picked. Is that Ethan Wolf there maybe? I think it is in second currently, but he had a bit of a bad drive there. Kai's trying to get up the outside there on the Yamaha in third. Not sure who that one is on the outside of the track there. Bohannon's there in about 7th, I think he is. So he's had another average start in this moto.
Is it an average start, Dave, or like we discussed earlier, is he going to just settle in and take his time?
We answered the first question. He has come out for Moto 2, right? So he hasn't taken the easy run out and gone the protective route ahead of the World Championships that he's going to very soon. But he is out there on track, but he has taken the steady approach here in Moto 1, and that's him on the outside. I see in that Skywalk Studios corner. But there is a few riders he's got to make some moves on here to get towards the front. Oh, somebody just dove across the front of Bohannon there in that corner. Blake's going to make the move down the hill, but...
So the rain coming down in the
couple of riders down there.
Yeah, in the Skywalker Studios corner.
There's Sharon Baum into the final corner. He's going to lead a lap here in the 12 to 14 85s moto.
It is... Raining.
Yeah, it is on the screen now. You can see that pretty clearly. So Ethan Wolf in second, Ollie Chandler third, Liam Millard fourth, Brax Pollard fifth, and then Bohannon. Kai Spruill has gone down, I must imagine, to drop to 7th at this point, or he's had a couple of bad turns there. because he was up in the second at one point on that early lap. I think Ethan Wolf was having a bit of a
Yeah,
sneaky look there on
Ethan
the
Wolf's
inside.
Definitely trying to have a look, but the Duke carried the momentum out of turn 2 and got the drive up towards turn 3. So there'll be no need to water the track for the next hour or so, Dave, as this
It's
rain
definitely raining now.
comes down, and that's exactly what was predicted on the weather app. The only job where you can be right 50% of the time and still get paid, the weatherman. But they did say that this afternoon we should get a couple of mil between sort of 12 and 4 o'clock, which is exactly what's happening. As you see the riders climbing the hill up to the top of the track.
So that's Millard there, I think. Yep, it's on the 26 machine, just sitting there in what might be third now. Wolf trying to make a move around the outside of Sharonbomb here in the Kennards Hire. Can he take the lead away? He's swept around the outside. I think he's done it.
Yeah, definitely.
Good move there from Ethan Wolf.
Yeah, and you see the Duke have a look over his shoulder on that last jump just to see who else is behind him and see what he needs to deal with.
Wolf taking a nice inside line that runs to the outside there ahead of the rollers to get a drive. The Duke is still just sitting there in the second. That's Millard closing in third, but still haven't seen much from Bohannon yet. He's sitting there about fifth, sixth. We'll have to see if he comes on later in. That's Millard making the move, is it? I think he's going to get past Sharonbomb. He does, so changed for second now.
Okay, so the Duke's got back to third.
Millard with the fastest lap that time around, hence the move he made in the second with a 1:57.2. It's a bit slower at the moment because their opening qualifying by Bohannon was a 1:49, so they're not on pace just yet as they're battling here in the early laps or congested. To see if they open this time up a bit as the race goes on, or if maybe the roughness of the track and maybe the little bit of moisture that's coming down changes the conditions here and slows this track down a bit.
Well, that was Bohannon we just seen taking the inside there. He's in the third bike in the shot there.
Well, he's up to third now, so he's moving forward, right?
So he comes down this hill into the Cessnock City Council corner. Blake, is he going to start to unpack this race exactly like he did in the first moto? He sort of sat in fifth position, for the first lap or two. Like we discussed, once everyone had spread out and the track opened up a bit, he was like, all right, here we go. As we watch the replay of the start, it's all getting very tight and congested into turn 1.
Oh, geez, it tightens up a lot in turn 1 there. There's Kai Sproul trying to get out in second on the Yamaha, but there's a couple of riders down in the back half of that field there. We've seen a lot of action and crashing in turn 1 and turn 2
yeah.
In all of these motos pretty much across our day so far.
Well, it is definitely a pinch point, turn 1 and turn 2, as we're watching the replay take off turn 3 and up the hill, and we cut back to our leaders going through the roller section. And there's Blake Bohannon in third, just taking his time. He's got plenty of time to unpack this if he really wants to.
Millard's looking like he wants to get a move done here on Wolf at the front. And I think he's going to sneak around the inside, but that becomes the outside of the final corner. So will Wolf be able to hold it out? He does as they come over the finish line. So Wolf just holds on for another lap here at the front. Millard getting sideways off that tabletop, and he's going to cut to the inside. Can he get the pass done?
Oh, he's
in front for a second, but the drive that Wolf is going to have out of that corner is going to get the job done as they run into turn 1.
Sneaky look from Wolf over the shoulder there, like, thank you, try that. Down into turn 2,
Oh, Millard dove into that Kennards High corner.
Didn't he? What?
Just left the brakes later, obviously. They're all shooting off the inside hip there. It's a tight battle here at the front. These front 3 for the moment.
As we watch him drop down the hill, it's interesting, like I said, to see what Blake Bohannon's going to do. He doesn't need to. He's already wrapped up the championship. He doesn't really need to go ahead and win the race. But I imagine he'd get a lot less dirty if he was out in front. Be a lot less washing to do.
Well, at the moment he's 8 from 9 moto wins. So this would make 9 from 10 if he gets the job done, because he has just moved in the second. Relegated Millard back to third. But Millard's going to have a dive here on the inside by the looks of it in the Kennards High corner. But the drive out, Bohannon's going to have better drive by going the long way around and just carrying momentum. And he's actually going to go around the outside of Wolf here, is he? No, a couple of lap riders got in the way of that idea, I think.
Yeah, a couple of lap riders got in his way there. He's having a look up the inside now. Wolf sort of closes him out there as they head up towards the rollers.
I think that was just still a bit deep there for that pass to be quite completed by Bohannon, but he's got the front wheel in the air and just driving down the hill, and he's going to make the pass here into the left-hand sweeper, does Blake Bohannon. So back to his accustomed position at the front, Blake Bohannon.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Back where he likes to run at the front. Less mud on the front of the bike there. A good job from Ethan Wolf and Liam Millard, though. Now let's see if they can...
if they can hang.
Yeah, if they can kind of tack onto the back here, learn a few things and try and make Blake work for it a bit. We'll see a replay up the top of the circuit.
Let's watch him carry this front wheel down the hill. He's going to get the back, weight over the back and just carrying it.
Yeah.
That's the power of the GYTR Yamaha there.
Yep.
Just being put to good use by Blake Bohannon. Dives to the inside. Look at those braking bumps. The bike just handling nicely. Blake in a great body position. Gets the job done.
Yeah, those braking bumps starting to look a bit nasty, aren't they, as we switch over to him heading down the hill towards the Cessnock City Council corner.
Oh, Millard's going to try and make a move here. Can he cut back down? Nah, Wolf controlled that corner nicely there, Greg.
He did. Blake seems to be trying to open up a little bit of a gap, but I don't believe that second and third have sorted out how they're going to finish yet. I think we'll see another move or two before this race is done. There's Liam Millard just trying to get on the back of Ethan Wolf. See if he can find a place to get past him. We'll see one. Oh, Millard. Sorry, Ethan Wolf cuts across the front
he took
there.
the nose off Millard, right?
Yeah. I thought those back markers were going to get in the way, but Ethan Wolf just cut straight across. Did a great job dealing with the back markers and doing it in a safe manner, and also cutting the nose off Liam Millard. Up over the rollers to the National Motorcycle Alliance corner, and they'll head down over this tabletop towards the sweeping left-hand bend at the end of the, bringing this lap, another lap to close.
Rider just getting themselves going there in the back of the screen there in the Skywalker Studios corner. Another lap down here for this 12 to 14 85cc. Millard's trying his hardest to try and get this second position away, but he's still just eating roost off the back tyre of Ethan Wolf.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to unpack, trying to put pressure on him and show him a wheel or two. But so far, Ethan Wolf's been up to the task, because they both go high in that Kennard's Hire corner, turn 2. And they're slightly different lines through turn 3. So something we've discussed a few times on these telecasts, that if you're following all the time, you're not going to learn anything, or you're not going to be able to try and put a move on somewhere. So you've got to try and find a different line in and around to unpack it.
Oh, Millard. He got shut the door there by the back marker. I don't think the back marker realised there was 2 riders coming through, as Ethan Wolf looks over the shoulder to check if he survived that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, the back marker's just making that a little interesting. Here's the replay. Watch this Kawasaki rider just shut the door on where Millard was going to go, and Millard, good job to avoid collision there.
Yeah, Millard did very well there. That was just a bit of a stop and go, not a bump and a fall over, which cost him less time, but still it has cost him a bit, as we watch Blake at the top of the hill just put it in a rut and power out of it. Same thing down in the Skywalker Studios corner.
Blake hanging off the back of the bike to get the front to carry over those rollers absolutely beautifully.
Yeah, great.
He's got great technique to go with the speed, right? Like, it's not that he's out of control. He's actually in great position 95% of the time that he's out on this bike.
With the Risen Unlimited corner, he'll come and click off another lap. As Russell always says, he doesn't quite look like he's going very fast. When you see him riding past, he doesn't look like he's working hard or trying to work that bike too hard, and he doesn't sound like he's revving it too much, which goes exactly along with what you say. He's got great technique.
Well, there's the battle for second and third still raging. A lap rider just got in the middle of it for a second there. But Millard's going to dive past him into the Kennards High. Oh, I think Ethan Wolf just might have tagged that lap rider as they're coming out of the Kennards High corner there, or maybe they were already heading that direction.
I think they were already a bit too wide to be comfortable. Was that 251?
It's 251, yeah, and that is Ollie Chandler. Ollie Chandler's not having a...
He might have been involved in something at the start.
He was in 4th on our screen. Have we got the right numbering there? Because...
He already had...
He's already on the way out there?
Yeah.
Have we got 2-251s, or is it 291 of Hugo Kinsey?
It might be.
Ollie Chandler is currently running 4th in our list, so I don't think that was him.
Don't want to panic the Ollie Chandler support group there by making your heart rate go off a bit, but I think he already had a foot. There was a foot left and a foot right. I think he was already in a bit of strife, unfortunately. We watch Ethan Wolf and Liam Millard.
Bit of rain still coming down on this screen, Greg.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of rain.
We've seen a few brollies pop up in the spectate area as well.
Yeah.
So it's getting a bit, how's it going?
Yeah, it's definitely, there'll definitely be no dust, that's for sure.
Honestly, this is actually, like, one, it's helping the fact there's no dust. It's keeping the track in a great situation. So long as we don't get too much more, this will actually work really well for tomorrow's prep as well.
Yes.
It's going to be in a great, even venue, like vent level of water for tomorrow's prep. So, yeah, it's looking really good. So that's Ethan Wolf there, just in the Risen Unlimited corner. Getting his way. Yep, 1 to go. Millard's just dropped off. Maybe all that effort he's put in early in this moto is just starting to catch up with him fitness-wise, because he's dropped just off the back wheel. A little bit of Wolf. Maybe he's saved something here for this last lap for a final push. We'll have to see if he can do anything. There's Bohannon, our leader, doing it easy at the front, but he had to work his way through. He hasn't been getting great starts. Whether that's a ploy just to be safe in this turn 1, I don't know. But his starts haven't been fantastic like they have usually been, because he's got a fair number of hole shots. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4 hole shots this season. So he's usually a pretty good starter.
The rider down there, and as Blake Bohannon goes past him. I think it's a case of Blake not necessarily wanting to push in the first couple of laps. Just let the field open up a bit, let the track come to him. And then he can move on. As we said before, he's already wrapped the championship up last race, so there's no real need.
He's just putting a cherry on top right now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, what you said, this will make him 9 from 10.
Yep.
Which is, I mean, I'd be happy with that record.
Yeah, he's only literally got the second in one of the other motos, so like it's a pretty perfect season, right?
Yeah, 1 second place and 9 wins out of 10 races. I think most people will be happy with that as he goes through the rollers, just carrying that front wheel again.
We'll have to get Russ to ask if he's coming back to do the 125 tomorrow, or if he's actually going to head off to the plane. We'll have to see what the plans are here for Bohannon. But eyes are almost shifted to Czech Republic in the World Championship here. As he takes the checkered flag, Bohannon gets another win here. 9 from 10 in the series. He's your champ. We already said that after Moto 1, but he's definitely now after Moto 2 here in our final round. Round 5 of the New South Wales Motocross State titles. Wolf is going to come across the line second. Liam Millard in third. So a great run there for those two early in the moto to battle with Bohannon, but it settled out in the end. And we might take a break in our coverage here from Cessnock Motocross Club. We'll be back with more action right after this.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Cessnock City Council, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennards Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Looks good, eh?
Hello.
What was that, love?
I said
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Ken Oath's make your job easy.
Welcome back to Cessnock Motorcycle Park, Cessnock Motocross Park. Down here for round 5, the 2026 New South Wales state titles. We're just finishing up with the 12 to 14 85cc class. Bit of weather has started to roll in, a bit of a light sprinkle. With surprise, surprise, Blake Bohannon on 2.62 took that race out. We've got another next moto sitting on the gate, the 5-second board. You're down there, Russ, to take this start.
Mate, I'm down here behind this full grid as the revs go up. Gate drop is down. Matafiglio gets a good launch out the gate. He's not going to quite get the whole shot, but a solid start from him. Stella right next to him. Where does he come out? Oh, he does come out of that really well. Turn 2, comes out with the whole shot. That was not what it looked like it was going to happen for him. He's done so well. That right there is championship material.
Yeah, right, Matafiglio there, the magnificent. Didn't get the whole shot into turn 1, but went round the outside.
I think that's Levi Bittig there on the 26th. Yeah. Actually got the whole shot, and then, yeah, Matafiglio stole it away in turn 2. So this is their Moto 1, I believe, for this class, because I think this is where our LCQ Moto from this morning.
Okay.
So first time for this one out getting points.
Yeah. Oh.
Now Matafiglio, championship-wise, has the battle with Levi Bittig, who's in second on track in this one, but there is a 31-point gap in it. So if Matafiglio gets the win and Bittig is in second, literally Matafiglio needs 1 point to seal it.
Okay, yep. So it should push on to the second moto.
Oh, but Cooper Nielsen on the 4 is looking spicy here on the outside of Levi Bittig. He looks like he wants to get himself in the second here as they run down the hill to Skywalker Studios, and he's going to make that pass. Is he? Yes, he definitely does.
Well. Yeah, great pass coming down the hill there. Watch him up through the rollers. Matafiglio and Cooper Nielsen puts himself between him.
Here's the replay of the pass. You see Cooper Nielsen on the inside there. Bittig getting forced to an outside line. Wasn't able to carry the speed around the outside, so Cooper Nielsen got the job done. But it looks like Cooper Nielsen might want to get himself in front here. He's having a run at Ryder Matafiglio. He's on the outside as they head to the whole shot graphics corner. Can he carry some momentum up onto the start straight? He's going to get this done.
Get that done.
It's changed for the lead. The 4. Cooper Nielsen makes his way to the front. Matafiglio relegated to second. Bittig in third. Harrison Rex in 4th. Sonny Jarvis 5th. Stella Harding 6th. Here's our replay. All the way around the outside of the whole shot graphics berm. Carries the momentum onto the start straight. Great line there from Cooper Nielsen. Nielsen down the hill towards the Cessnock City Council corner. Matafiglio close behind there. But Cooper Nielsen, rider off the track here. The 41 machine having a bit of a struggle there. A bit of front mud. Bike not kicking over. Now it's going. The 41 machine there is Chase Brown. So he'll be a bit far down our list, unfortunately. Matafiglio on screen there in second. He's going to have to keep Nielsen in sight if he wants to get this moto win. But Nielsen is a little bit further down our championship order. He's in 7th and 78 points down on Matafiglio. So he might jump up a couple of places with this good moto if he can hold on to the win here. But Matafiglio is doing what he needs to do to get this championship in this 9 to 12 85s by running where he is so far in Moto 1.
Cooper's putting in a good race. Do we know if Cooper Nielsen's a local?
No, I don't think Cooper is. I think Cooper actually is a Queenslander.
Okay, sorry about that, Cooper.
I think. Don't quote me on that one. We'll find that one out later when I get corrected.
It's too late. I've just insulted a whole state. It's too late. Can't apologise. As we watch Matafiglio the Magnificent coming down into the Risen Unlimited corner, trying to chase down Cooper. Cooper Nielsen puts in the quickest lap of a 2:01, 2 seconds quicker than Matafiglio's. Matafiglio looks at the outside line. Oh, feet
That
off
was a
the
bit
pegs.
bit of body language there going on with that bike as he scanned himself back onto the start straight, did Nielsen. Oh, got a good kick there coming down the hill as well.
Yep.
This track is really starting to become another battle point for these riders. They can't just rip around it without any, thought to where they are. Bit of a yellow. Oh, there's a rider down on there, or is it just a marshal there?
No, it's rider down on the outside, I'm pretty sure. Off screen, I can see the medical team walking up to see if they're all right as we watch Cooper Nielsen down into the Cessnock City Council corner. Matafiglio hasn't let him get away, but he's also, I think he'd want to be a bit closer if he's going to try and look at a move. We've still got Levi Biddick in third place, trying to do what he can do to push this championship out and see if he can have a shot at trying to claim it.
Replay of our start here. You see Matafiglio get a little wheelie there on the Husky in the middle, dropped himself down a little bit, but that is Levi Biddick on the KTM. Going to steal that first corner positioning. Matafiglio somehow waved his magic wand and tucked in and got into second there. Did that Magnifico thing. Tried to go around the outside and did it on Kennard's Hire on the exit. So after a bit of a jump that didn't look like he was going anywhere, somehow salvaged it, got himself to the front, but nicely done there by Biddick in that turn one. Oh, Magnifiglio's down.
Oh, the Magnificent. He's gone down somewhere on the track. He's got it started again. And off he goes. Looks like it's at the roller section. Okay.
Well, he looks like he's just in front of Stella Harding there. So he's dropped down to about 6. We've got a replay of what's happened here. Let's see what happens. Legs go. Oh. So the leg went back and his body weight was out of position. The front's compressed really hard into the rut there and just rebounded him off the bike. So he got himself in a bit of an awkward position midway into that corner and he paid the price on the exit.
So he's come over in 6th position, Matafiglio. So I understand to see if...
Oh, another rider down here.
32?
It's hard to tell with all the mud on that front plate there. No, I think it might be the 92. That's Archer van Middeldijk.
Okay. Interesting to see what... so Cooper Nielsen's got a 6-second lead over Levi Biddick, but interesting to see if Levi, after seeing Matafiglio go down with the championship in mind, Levi might think it's time to push and see if he can catch up and hassle Cooper Nielsen, try to take maximum points and really capitalise on the mistake from Matafiglio.
Well, this would be the chance, right? Like with Matafiglio down in 6, that's going to give him probably somewhere around 8 to 10 points advantage for Biddick. But we'll have to see if that's not going to be heaps in this, like it's a 31-point gap here, right? Like he's got a lot of points to make up, so, but it's something. It's something.
That's right, but if he uses this to advantage, and if we talk about championship pressure, Matafiglio goes into the last race thinking, I made a mistake, I don't need to do that again, and my rival is a bit closer to them. It just adds more championship
100%.
pressure to it. We watch Cooper Nielsen through the rollers, looking pretty smooth and comfortable out in front.
Having a fantastic run is Cooper in this race. He's had some reasonable results. He's popped up here and there, but he hasn't actually been on the podium in this class so far this season. So from outside the top 3 in most of these, in all of these motos, I'm pretty sure, to being a moto winner, it's a big step for Cooper. So he puts another lap in the books here at the front of this field. As he rips around that whole shot graphics berm onto the start straight for another run. He's got a nice gap now, 5.5 second lead. Look at the ruts that have developed in that Kennard's Hire corner. The berm's got about 5 different options in it, and there's about 3 more in the inside of the corner as well. So you see Levi Biddick go up and over the inside mound there.
Here comes Matafiglio trying to
Trying to make a move and make up some of those places. He still looks like he's holding it at the same position in 6th, but he's got that Sonny Jarvis just in front of him. There goes Stella Harding on the Yamaha through the screen. So yeah, Magnifiglio's got some work to do, but he might be able to get Sonny Jarvis. He might be able to get Ollie Kale, but that would help him in the championship because that would put him right behind Levi Biddick. Looks like Harrison Rex might have actually got in front of Levi Biddick on our timing and scoring. We'll have to check out 2nd and 3rd here in just a second. But there might be a little change there, and that's not going to help Levi's case for the championship. Oh, write it down. What do we got? The 38, maybe? Which would be Maxwell Legiri.
Okay, shame to see Max go down, but he's up and getting the bike started again, which is good. Get it started and get back running, get some more experience. This is Cessnock motocross track. You watch him come down to that Cessnock City Council corner. We can just see off screen there was a red cross flag at the top of the track. That rider's walking off under his own steam, so maybe just had a little bit of a bell ringer. Hopefully he's up and all right back in the quad and back down to see Mum and Dad. See if he can make a plan for the next moto a bit later on the day. Sit down in a sports drink, maybe a Nurofen, and start again. As we watch one of the riders come down onto in towards turn 1. Turn 1, you can see the ruts in turn 2, and follow these riders into turn 2. The ruts in turn 2 are definitely, you can see there, like Dave said, there are ruts, braking bumps on the inside, ruts all the way through the corner, high and low, and some of the ruts converge, which could be some of the issues we're seeing with a few riders having it coming together in turn 2. If the ruts are converging from 3 to make 1, that doesn't go in. My maths isn't good, but that doesn't work.
It's the James Stewart line. 5 out of 4 people are bad with maths. All right, Magnifiglio's to the back wheel of Ollie Kale here in the Cessnock City Council corner, so he's trying to make a way up. He's currently in 5th. This would be for 4th, and he needs these points just to keep things a little bit more comfortable for him heading into Moto 2. Now, speaking of Moto 2, and that Magnifiglio's got... Oh, no, he hasn't got that job done yet. Kale's going to steal that back. Oh, wait. That was like a yo-yo just then.
Yeah.
They were back and forth for 3 seconds of that corner.
I think Magnifiglio hit something in one of those ruts that sort of slowed him down. But he got the drive out of the corner into the Kennard Tyre corner. He's got the job done on Ollie Kale.
Now, speaking, I was about to say, for Moto 2's coming up here in just a second. We've been talking about qualifying this morning in Moto 1, the track being nice and soft and loamy, and scoop tyres being the go. I wonder if Russ has had a look at the track while he's been wandering around, and if it's still scoop territory, or if we're going to see some people switching back to the standard knobby pattern here.
Mate, it's a mix of both, to be honest. I'm down here just behind the start straight in what would be the very last corner on the track, and a scoop tyre would be awesome in that corner. It's very fluffy, it's very soft, and a scoop tyre would give you the drive that you need. But if I look up towards the hill, there's definitely some patches that are starting to dry out, and some of those dry patches are on some faster, more higher speed, turns or bends, and that's where the scoop tyre is not much good at all. So I think either way, you'd be okay here today at Cessnock. You could still be running a scoop and be okay, or you could run a full knobby, and I don't think it'd be too much of a disadvantage.
Yeah, so it seems like it's going to be rider preference as to what they're more comfortable on as these motos go on, as to what they stay with. We're just watching Magnifiglio on screen. He is moving up here. He is in 4th. I wonder if is that Levi Biddick that he's caught? It is. So he's going to make a move on his championship rival. Oh, he almost tucked the front in the top of the hill there, but he's going to get back to the rear wheel here down the hill. So Magnifiglio, after that crash early, he might be able to make up for all the roughness that he did. Oh, right it down there on the exit. Yamaha rider just behind our Motorcycle New South Wales bannering that we can't quite see the number of, but they're getting to their feet now. Riders Magnifiglio and Biddick were battling it out. That rider went down. That's the 2-2-1, I believe. That's Lewis Hazelwood. Looks like he might be a little bit sore there, but he's getting the bike up.
Getting back up and running, which is good.
And that spot there on the track definitely looks like scoop tyre territory.
Yeah, Yeah,
You can see him sinking in there as he's trying to stand up. Here's the replay for Magdafiglio. Tries to go to the inside. Watch the front. If he didn't have that left leg out there on the ground, I think he would have taken a sample.
Yeah, absolutely. And they down the hill there in the replay. Where's our leaders? About to come down. Can't be too far from coming down. The last lap board's out as I see the man out the window get the checkered flag ready.
Nielsen's got a 9-second lead on Harrison Rex in the front of this pack. So here he is.
Job. There he is.
Look at that one. I love it.
Form.
Cooper Nielsen. Put that one in the replay bank for later.
Yep.
Awesome ride there. First moto win of the season for Cooper Nielsen. You're going to have Harrison Rex come across. Here's the replay. This is just for you, Cooper. Look at the style. Booyah.
Yes.
Nice extension.
Fantastic.
Travis
Magdafiglio got himself up to 4th. So Cooper Nielsen, Harrison Rex, Levi Biddick, Ryder Magdafiglio, Ollie Kale, and I believe Russ is down there with the style man himself, Cooper Nielsen.
Cooper Nielsen, mate, that was an awesome race. He rode really well and a ton of style in out there over the last jump. Walk me through how that race went for you, buddy.
I just played it out, played it safe. Yeah, I felt really good out there.
How are you liking how this track's shaping up here at Cessnock today?
Yeah, it's getting quite choppy into the corners, but it's going to be sick by the end of the day.
What's your local track that you normally ride at, mate?
Warwick or Toowoomba.
Okay, yeah, so Queensland boy, mate. So how do you find the tracks down this way? Are they much different to the tracks at home?
They form up a lot rougher than down here.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Well, congratulations on that win. That was really well done. Can't wait to see what you do for the rest of the day, mate. Keep it up.
Yeah, great ride from Cooper Nielsen there, and definitely have to go through and pause that one and screenshot that over the finish line. That was good style. Times I've had both feet and one hand off the foot peg and handlebars is usually followed by getting smacked on the ground.
It's not quite as stylish, Greg.
No, it's not quite as stylish at all. Anyways, we got the... Who's on the gate? Who have we got down there, mate?
I think we've got the 15 to 17 years 125s about to be let loose here on circuit.
Okay, this should be interesting. Yeah, there's Richie Lawler on the inside.
If you recall the Moto 1, Lawler got out early, but Tyson Williams went down and then caught him back up. But Lawler said after the moto that he had a little bit of a tweaked front end that wasn't suiting his feel. So hopefully he's got that straightened out and we can see what the result ends up being here. McCloskey is next to Lawler. But so championship implications here. Tyson is about 21 points down. So Richie pretty much just has to have a steady race here and he will be your champion in this class. But let's see what happens when they drop the gate, Greg.
Okay, well, they're still waiting for I think all the riders to clear the track. Are they off the track on? People moving around, great drone shots. You can see they're all huddled in close around that dog box. We'll see how we go. You've just seen that drone shot where as the last bike goes across for the 85 9 to 12s and off the track. So that's the last of the bikes. The 15-second board goes up.
Here we go.
And they're away, and someone didn't get away at all.
Yeah, the number 14 of Job does not get off the start line.
Job, that's a shame as Richie Lawler gets tangled up in the start. It looks like Tyson Williams has got himself out to the front and looking to make hay while the sun shines, literally, and get away.
Tyson and Richie almost had a little bar bang there midway down the straight, and Tyson came out much better off. Richie's buried at the back of this pack.
Yeah, Richie got tangled up with someone else as well. Like he got tangled up and swallowed in turn one, which, we'll see what he can do. You said he's got to have a sensible race. Now he's got to keep a cool head as we watch him go up the inside, try to drop it, but managed to keep it upright on the Cessnock City Council corner.
Look at the gap that Tyson Williams has already got for himself. Not even halfway through the first lap, mate, and that is a sizable gap for him. He is on fire today.
Well, he knows what he needs to do for this championship, and he's doing what he can control. But obviously, Richie's just got to control his race here as well. He's got to get through a couple of riders just to make sure he's got that safe little buffer, because at the moment, Tyson's going to get 35 points here, and that's going to eat into what's left of the gap for this 21-point gap. I would say that it is heading into this as this moto goes on, but Richie Richie's going to have to just, get himself into about 6th, 7th, I reckon.
He's going to try and work up, pick up as many points as he can, because I don't think anyone's going to bother Tyson Williams. It looks like
Tyson's gone, right?
Ben Costello, pretty sure it is. Looks like he's in 2nd place. As we watch Tyson go through the Risen Unlimited corner and tick off the first lap.
Look at the gap he's got.
It is massive. He's got a 5.8 second gap over Ben Costello. Richie Lawler is up into 3rd. How did Richie Lawler get into 3rd? I'm not sure what happened there. Because we might go to Russ in turn 2 and watch these bikes. We'll go down for one of Russ's rut reports.
Mate, absolutely. Tyson Wilson just came flying down here and blew my doors clean off. Richie Lawler taking a mid to high line through turn 2. It is looking horrendous down here. These braking bumps are looking more like whoops and triples than regular braking bumps. That turn 2, if I was on a bike here, I would want nothing to do with it at all. There is about 15 to 20 ruts from the inside all the way to the top, all of them looking deep and nasty, but these guys are able to make short work of them and just absolutely tear this thing apart. But the braking bumps leading into that corner are horrendous. They are getting taller and taller every round and more violent. You can see the bikes slamming through them, bouncing all over the place. It's taken a lot of muscle and control to keep the bike going the direction you want it to go.
Yeah, these kids have got to get the muscles working out to hold these ones together here, but Tyson's flying at the front of this pack. Gapping the field here is Tyson Williams. Ben Costello doing a great job in 2nd. Lawler, you can see, just missing the rut there is Richie, running really wide there out to the berm because he couldn't pull it up. So he's trying to get forward. Richie, if he finishes where he is, he's got the job done. He's salvaged that bad start and put himself in a great position here for the championship aspects. Not going to get it overall today. That's going to be Tyson by the looks of it, the way he's riding. But win the battle or win the war.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So watch Tyson go over the finish line and click off another lap with a 1:53.724. He's definitely moving. I'm not sure what lap speed they were doing in their first moto, Dave, if you've got that.
1:48.6 was Richie Lawler's fastest time, and in qualifying was a 1:49. So they're a bit slower at the moment with that 1:53 that Tyson's just put down.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting as we see a bit of congestion in the first and second corner there.
Richie's definitely trying to move up to make a move into 2nd position here. He's going left and right, trying to find a bit of space, but he's got to close up that gap a little more on Costello before he can make that move.
Yeah, a few times we've seen Richie on screen, as it looks like we watched him try and make a move up the hill. No, that's not Richie, that's a 47, I believe.
Yeah, I think that might be Kieran Cherry with should be 474.
Right.
We've had a little numbering issue there.
That's right, we've lost the number.
I think that's McCloskey just going around the outside of him there in the Cessnock City Council corner. So McCloskey with a bit of a rough start by the looks of it, trying to make his way forward here. Because McCloskey's been one of our riders battling at the front of this pack. Got plenty of 2nds and 3rds in different motos across our series, so he should be a little bit further up than he is currently.
I didn't see if he got caught up in anything at the start or not. In the congestion in the first and second corner as we watch him.
Here's our replay. Perfect timing to be talking about it. See where McCloskey ends up. But yeah, here's the little bump coming there from Lawler and Williams, and then Lawler tries to pull it up, and just look at him battling there. He's almost dumped it in the corner. There's McCloskey actually fourth, trying to tuck around the inside of Lawler.
But when they...
So has he maybe had an issue in turn 2? Or
he's not there. Oh, there
he's getting buried there, isn't he?
He
hasn't had a good run from turn 1 to 2.
No, he got beat up a fair bit in 1 and 2. And you can see mid-pack there just not getting the drive and being pushed wide in turn 3. So he might have had another issue a bit later on as well, as they come over and flick off another lap in front of us here. There they are.
So it's Ben Costello still running in a good solid 2nd there on the 282 machine on our timing and scoring.
Yeah.
So he's having a great run. Bit wild there from the 47 out of turn 1, trying to get the power down. But he's off track even.
Oh, hello. Don't do that too often. Watch him get the drive up the top of the hill there. Looks like Richie Lawler off-screen might have got in front of Ben Costello, but we'll stick with these guys down the hill in towards the Cessnock City Council corner.
Yeah, and Lawler's definitely got the job done there, mate, as they come across the top of the hill. They're coming down just behind you guys now, but Lawler's made the move and even put a small gap on him.
It's a bit of a change up in this mid-pack area that we're watching on screen at the moment too, because that was Giley Thompson on the 203 just getting past the 474 or 47 Kieran Cherry. But Daniel Reddy just made a move on the 210 past him as well earlier in that lap. So a bit of a change up here. The 47 is just working his way a little bit backwards, unfortunately, right this second.
Yeah, he's just, I don't know if he's made a mistake or if he's not, it's been pushed back a little bit. See if he can tack onto these guys and keep up with the pace as we watch them down into the turn.
Tyson Williams just hanging it out over this final corner. I don't know if you guys caught that on screen, but my goodness. He comes into this corner. Richie doing a similar thing. The boys are wide open. The bike's sideways all the way around the top of that berm, roosting over the whole shot graphics banners and just launching onto the start straight. That is super impressive to watch.
Just watching Tyson Williams go through turn 3 and up the hill there. He's just clicked off a 152.8, the fastest lap of the race. And you can see Lawler and Costello as we're watching Tyson Williams down to the Cessnock City Council corner.
Bumps.
Yeah, getting a bit rattled around there on the brakes coming into the turn.
Don't you just love it how it doesn't even phase them, but?
No, it'll be right. It'll stop.
Oh, that's not, it'll be right.
Gone down.
That won't be
Tyson
right.
Williams at the top of the track. He has got a 10-second gap, and I think he's going to need it. And he manages to get out of there still in first, but that would have definitely got Richie Lawler's attention in second place.
Something just grabbed the front end here. Let's check out the replay from Skywalker Studios. Watch the front of this bike. Oh, he's actually pushed it over the rut, over the berm there, over the rut.
Flew through.
Just goes down, folds the front. But he's up quick. He's back out the front. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, down the Skywalker Studios corner, he's definitely managed to keep himself together as he takes up through the rolls at the top of the hill. Like I said, he had a 10-second gap at the start of this lap. Richie Lawler is after that off. It looks like, is that Richie just behind him there? He's not very far away at all. As we wait for him to come around over the finish line. There goes Tyson Williams. There's Richie Lawler, and the gap's gone from 10 seconds to 2.6. Well, there's probably 3 or 4 laps to go.
Richie might favour himself now.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Richie might turn the wick up a little bit here. Tyson Williams.
Tyson, did you see the front end push out that first turn there? He almost went down for a second time.
Yeah, he's just in the process of saying he's got to keep calm, hit his apexes and keep his line together, and he tries to throw it away in turn 2.
He's getting a bit untidy, isn't he, boys? And Lawler's right there to pounce. Yep. Lawler doesn't even have to really make a move. If I'm in his position and I'm watching these unforced errors happen, just keep the pressure on behind him and see what happens. But this is not what Tyson needs to be doing. Tyson needs to take a deep breath, slow it down, and just get it all back together underneath of him.
Oh, we're watching the replay of that turn 1. Jeez, he tried really hard to crash that bike.
He tried really hard to crash that bike. You're exactly right, Russ. Richie Lawler's just got to sit behind him as we click back to live now, and Richie Lawler's not very far behind him at all, trying to put some pressure on him coming into the Kennard's higher corner down the bottom of the track. And they'll take off up the hill, and we'll see what Richie's got in the last couple of laps of this race. Down to the Skywalker Studios corner. Both of them getting bounced around by these break and bumps as they take on the rollers. Tyson Williams trying to keep Richie Lawler at bay. It'll be interesting to see what the gap is when we come. We're just about to come around and click off another lap. They go into the Risen Unlimited corner and then over the finish tabletop. So it was 2.6, it's down to 1.4, and Richie Lawler puts in a 152.3, the fastest lap of the race, and it is game on. Tyson Williams has definitely got his work cut out for him. As he takes a wider approach into turn one, Richie Lawler takes the inner line. Interesting, they're taking different lines, varying lines as they head out to turn three. Richie's definitely
crisscrossing there.
Yeah, definitely right up behind Tyson Williams here.
Richie's looking menacing right now. Tyson a little loose as he goes down the hill. He's got to keep an eye on the line here. Gets a good drive up the hill. Lawler following through the same deep rut as they climb up the hill.
Yeah, they're up in the whole shot graphics corner at the top of the track, Dave. It's definitely closed up, and let's see how we... this will be enough, I'm pretty sure he said, for Richie to get the job done.
Yeah, he's already, where he is now, he's got the championship. But
yes,
this is now actually, we're turning into a battle for the overall for today. Because as much as Tyson got the win in Moto 1, if he goes 1-2 and Lawler goes 2-1, the 2-1 is the outcome that you want to get the overall and be winner of the day. So Richie is actually, he doesn't have to do this, but I feel like he wants to do this.
Yeah, well, he's a racer at heart, isn't he? And he wants to try and fight back if he can get back. Looks like they might get the last lap board this lap when they come around through the Risen Unlimited corner. There they are.
They do. So Richie's got one more to try and put this down on Tyson.
Lap. Is that true that Richie just put another 1:52.1, which is the fastest lap again? So Richie Lawler has definitely got the hammer down, and Tyson Williams takes that wider line into turn one again. He's definitely got a fight on his hands. This is some classic motocross racing. Not so much bar to bar at the moment. There was a bit of that earlier on in the race. Now it's spread out. It's these two. Like Russ said, Richie's just got to stay behind him, put pressure on him, see if he can force a mistake. Tyson Williams will know he's there.
Tyson's has got a little breathing room this time around so far, early in our final lap here. But that can disappear in an instance with a single mistake here, or a bad line in some of this thicker stuff here, but they both get through there fairly easily.
Just about to say that, not even a mistake, just a bad line or a kick off a rut or coming up a bit short on a jump, because he was only 1.2 seconds behind him at the start of the lap. But we'll see how he goes down through the finish.
Yeah, I think Tyson's actually just pulling a little bit more of a gap here on this final lap. Lawler just not able to hang with him here as they get towards the dying stages of our moto here for Moto 2 in the 15 to 17 years 125 class. Tyson looks like he's going to have a 1-1 day if he can just hold on for a couple more corners, but it will be Richie Lawler holding on for the championship in this particular category. So yeah, and I think Tyson, there was a little mistake there from Richie into that top corner there, the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. I think Tyson's got this one here. One corner to go for Tyson Williams. He's going to hit that Risen Unlimited corner, and he's going to see that checkered flag. That's 1-1 for Tyson Williams here at round 5 of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles. Richie Lawler's going to come across the line second.
Long way back.
That's second overall for the day, but he's going to be your champion in the 15 to 17 years 125cc category. Well done, Richie Lawler. Well done, Tyson Williams.
Well done, Ben Costello. I'm pretty sure
he's
just
coming
come
across the line
third. So a very successful day for Tyson Williams with a 1-1.
And yeah, Richie Lawler, second champion in the class. All right, we might take a break here on our coverage from the Cessnock Motocross Club. We'll be back with more action. We've got our 6s to 9s, 50s, and a championship battle down to the death here at Moto 2 coming your way right after this break.
Looks good, eh?
10 O's.
What was that, love?
I said 10 O's.
Well done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Ken Oath's make your job easy.
This is what it all comes down to. It's been a 5-round series here for the state titles. This is it. The last round, the last attempt. All that commitment, all that effort, those early mornings, those late nights, all that bike prep, it's coming down to this. The start gate. The heart rates are up, the visors go down, and nothing else matters when that gate drops except get into that corner first. These are our 50cc's. This is our future in this sport. Let's cheer these guys on and see how they go here at Cessnock.
Yeah, what a great shot, Russ. Just as you're walking across the front there, a few riders giving each other fist bumps, great sportsmanship. This championship, we've got Lucas Nielsen and Cole Weir separated by 2 points as we see the gate drop and they take off towards turn 1. Who is going to get the whole shot?
Into turn 1, they all go. Couple of guys break out in front. Big kicks there over the braking bumps, or
kicks.
Triples as we're going to start referring to them. We've got a Cobra that's broken out. Is that number 43?
Looks like Lucas Nielsen on 43 has broken away.
No surprises there.
No surprises there, and I'm just trying to see if that is Cole Weir in second or not. I can't see the number.
Well, this is the battle we're going to have to see. It is Cole Weir there. He's making a move from third to second. Now, the championship battle here. Lucas Nielsen had a bad start in Moto 1 and dropped a few points. We lost Jackson Riley with an injury. I'm not sure if he's restarted here or not. But at the moment, Lucas Nielsen has a 2-point lead over Cole Weir. So it's a battle to the death here because whoever wins this moto out of Weir and Nielsen is your champion in the 6950cc class.
These little guys are going to go full send. Obviously, that's there. They ride anyway.
Can you half send?
I don't. Well, these guys can't anyway. If you've watched any of their racing through this year, there's no half send in. It's just full send as we see him down in the Kennard's higher corner there. Up the hill. So Lucas is, Nielsen's got himself a little bit of a comfortable break there. Quick check over the shoulder to see who's in second and where they are. I'm sure Mum and Dad have explained that winner takes all this race. This is championship pressure, as we were talking about earlier today, as we watched a little 50 over the rollers at the top of the hill there. The National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Look at that little 50 getting bucked around left and right. And he sends it over the tabletop. These braking bumps, like Russ said, they are starting to look like jumps.
Nielsen just got his feet kicked off the pegs there from one of those acceleration bumps.
Yeah, as we see him down, tick off the first lap. He's got himself a 3.5 second gap over Cole Weir. So Lucas Nielsen out in front. See if he can control this race from the front. We've got Jackson Riley, Darby Clift is the top 4. So we're watching Lucas Nielsen down into turn 2, the Kennard's higher corner. Russ spoke about the ruts in that corner earlier, and you can see on the little bike, they definitely, it's hard work. As they turn 3 and up over the hill, we wait for, there's Cole Weir. Oh, we've got a rider facing the wrong way here. Number 6 is Hunter Vandervoort. I don't think I've said that right, I'm sorry, but that's all right. He's facing the wrong way. He'll get himself back up and running. Stay out there and finish the race, which will be good to see as we watch him come through turn 3 over this little rise. You see the turn 2 in the background, a few little bikes getting kicked around as the we've got a rider on the screen there who's run wide on the exit of turn 2, the Kennard's higher corner, and he's definitely caught himself, kicked himself off over there. He's get himself back up and running. I can't see the number is, but he's straight back up. Got his little Cobra running again. We'll see when he comes over. I can't see what the number is, but at least he's back up and running. As like Dave mentioned earlier, the championship is between Lucas Nielsen and Cole Weir out the front. Jackson Riley's in third place, trying to keep the pressure on. Watch these little 50s send up the hill. Definitely don't have enough horsepower to clear that nubbin and get into that top corner. Watch them go down in towards the Skywalker Studios. Watch the brake bumps coming down into here, these little guys. And some of these ruts, you could just get off the bike and walk away. It wouldn't go anywhere. Just the little wheels and low foot pegs as they take over the rollers. Watching Jackson Riley on screen there.
Jackson was the rider that was black flagged in our first moto for that concussion and some outside assistance there. And actually after that moto, I ducked out to a quick bathroom stop. Saw him in the medics underneath there. He did have a decent cut under his right eye. And a little bit of swelling going on there, and he's obviously a bit upset with how things were going for that first moto, because he was in this championship battle, but that moto finish has pretty much put him out of contention for the overall in the championship. He can still potentially hold on to that third position, but yeah, unfortunately Moto 1 didn't go to plan for Jackson Riley. But at the front, Lucas Nielsen's just gone fastest lap with a 2:18, which is equaling the fastest from Moto 1 for Cole Weir. So Lucas is doing all he can here. Here's the replay of the start. I'm going to watch these boys head to this first turn. You're going to see the 43 on the Cobra sneak down into the front, I'm pretty certain. After the 20, that is, of course, of Darby Cliff. He got the actual to the turn first, but then Lucas is going to go down here on the Cobra, duck to the inside into Kennard's high corner and steal away the win, or the lead, sorry. And there's the pass from Nielsen. You can see Cole Weir just in the background there in third. He's going to make a quick move on Darby as well in the next turn here. But look at the acceleration of Nielsen getting away there at the front. He knows what he's playing for here. That 2 points that he had coming in, he had to put in a solid moto, and so far he's doing exactly what he needed to do at the front of this pack. He's got to hold on to this now. He's got a 10-second gap on Cole Weir. So at this point, if they finish the way they are, Nielsen's going to get this one by a small margin. That's Jackson Riley there in the Kennard's high corner. He's followed closely by Darby Cliff, and I think Jagger McKercher is actually just there in the back of that shot as well. So Jagger's up there in the top 5, and I think Bentley Phillips isn't far back in 6th. We're just noticing our man, number 100, Henry LeConte's back out on track after having that chain issue in Moto 1, so they obviously got that fixed up. Dad messaged me and said they had also damaged the sprockets, so they had to do a bit of a running repairs there between motos. Oh, we've got a rider down off screen as well. The number 6, that's the second time we've seen Hunter van der Voort going down. But there is Darby Cliff on the back there of the shot. That's Jackson Riley. The drone's just catching up to as they head into the Risen Unlimited corner. That's our last turn before the finish line. Jackson having a look over his shoulder just to see the gap there. That's third on track is Jackson Riley. But they are quite a ways down. They are 30 seconds from the leader, Lucas Nielsen. And some 20 seconds from second position even. So big gap there between the front few runners of this one. Next time around, we're probably going to see the last lap board here. So if all's going to plan at the front, Nielsen's doing what he needs to do to get this championship done in the 6 to 9 years 50cc category. There goes McKercher. There goes Bentley Phillips. Jackson Riley just going past the lapped rider. That's another lapped rider just in front of him going down the hill there. You're going to have to navigate him in this Cessnock City Council corner. He's gone the long way around the outside just to give him plenty of room. He's going to cut to the inside here to try and avoid some of that deeper, loamier soil there on the exit. Oh, the lap rider's just got in the way there of Darby Cliff. But Darby manages to clear him now. Still gets over the uphill step up, does the double up the hill. Gonna run the wide line there. Not able to pull up for the inside of that whole shot graphics corner. So a bit of a gap's opened up there between 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. They were all together there for just a few laps ago, but the space has opened up there. Haven't seen our leader yet get to the last lap board. It's about to come out by the looks of it. There goes Nielsen over the finish line, and that is for the last time in this Moto 2. So he's got to navigate a couple of lap riders here safely because this is for the championship win here. So Lucas, 10-second gap on Cole Weir. He's done what he had to do so far. But can he navigate this last lap safely and secure this championship? Down into the Kennard's high corner, that little Cobra bouncing around as he entered into turn 2. Oh, a bit of a wheelie, the power of that thing getting the better of him up the hill there. Sends the tabletop, does the step up. Not quite, does Lucas. Not quite enough to get up and over that one this time around. Solid rebound here for Lucas Nielsen. After that opening moto, he was buried off the start. I think he had an issue in the first turn or two. We saw him partway around the lap, pretty much dead last. And he managed to climb his way all the way back into it. I think he got all the way up to about 4th in that opening moto. So an epic ride there from Lucas Nielsen to salvage points and hold on to that little buffer that he had in this championship over Cole Weir, who got the win in Moto 1. And he's come out here with a great start in Moto 2. And he's led from the front. He's actually run away from this field. Cole Weir couldn't keep with him. Oh, there's a red cross flag out there. So some riders gone down at some point on this circuit. So Nielsen just going past a couple of lap riders there. He's only got a couple of turns to go here. Just got to get through these deep ruts on these small bikes nice and cleanly. Give a dab of the foot there. Through the rollers one more time. I think he's got a bit of space here. You should be able to just ride this one home. Cole Weir there just in the back of shot going through that Skywalker Studios corner. Wasn't able to keep pace with Lucas Nielsen. Oh, rider down here right at the end of the circuit. So this is Lucas Nielsen for the last time in the Risen Unlimited corner. He's going to come across the flat line, get the checkered flag. He's your champion in the 6 to 9 years 50cc class for 2026. Solid final moto, gets the job done, and he is your champion. We're going to look for the second rider to come across the 4.72. It'll be Cole Weir, but here it is. The moment he became a state champion, Lucas Nielsen. Nice work, champ. So Cole Weir has come across the line in second. He will be second in this championship. And the next rider to come across the line will be the 2.84 of Jackson Riley. And he's about to cross right now. Not that rider. Here comes Jackson. There he is. So he's going to get third. Not the way he hoped his day was going to go. Moto 1, big crash. Unfortunately took him out of contention, but he's going to be third overall in the championship. So that's 1, 2, 3. Nielsen, Weir, Riley, Lucas Nielsen, your champ in the 6 to 9 50cc division. We'll take a break in our coverage from round 5 of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles. We'll be back with more action right after this.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Cessnock City Council, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Yes, we can see the next race lined up at the gate there. Got a fair few riders down here. We're back at Cessnock Motocross Park for the round 5 of the New South Wales state titles for 2026. I'm not sure who we've got on the gate down there. It's the, thank you Dave, just pointed, it's written on the screen at the bottom of the screen. Good job.
Look, when it's obvious, right? So
I told you I only make about 15 mistakes a day. I think we're up to 30 so far. We have the 10 to under 12 65 class. Revs are up. Gates drop, and we're away. We'll see who gets the whole shot. Who are we looking for? Our main protagonist in this one is, the door got closed big time.
Well, I think it was the 228 getting the whole shot in the first one. Is it this time around?
231.
To see when they pop up over this one. 231's got to grab that whole shot. That's
26.
Carter Williamson, and
Carter
26 is Levi Biddick.
Yep. And the 228 is Harrison Rex.
Now, have we seen, where is Magnifiglio, or has he decided to sit out this moto? No, he's further down. He's buried. He's had a terrible start.
Okay, so he must have got chopped up. They all bunched up into turn 1. It was a massive gate drop. There was a fair few riders there as we watch them. The leaders take off up the top of the hill towards the whole shot graphics corner. Down through some of the rutted out section. They come down this off-camber right-hander down towards the Kennards High corner. And get ready to take off back up the hill again for another one. So we'll see how far rider Matafiglio the Magnificent, how far, if he's got made any forward momentum, or considering he's wrapped the title up, he might want to just enjoy.
Well, like we said, the the world title thing hanging large. They've got to get on a plane here shortly, so he just needs to be a safe one to get through the end of this one. Maybe he can save his magic wand powers for next week in Czech Republic.
Always makes me laugh as you watch any motorsport. We've just said that, and you watch the next shot, he'll be carving up the inside of 3 people with the back wheel in the air, the front wheel locked up, all out of shape, make the pass.
Yeah. We only know one way in motorsport.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's why we love it, as he just goes, he does exactly that, just passes someone on the tabletop. He's up into 6th place.
There's no cruise in wide open.
No, there is not. You watch them come down towards turn 1. Few different lines. So I said some of them go on the inside and trying to hold the tight line, some coming from the outside in as we flick over to turn 3.
Speaking of wide open, I think Magnifiglio has made his way up to about 6th already from about 30th.
Yes.
So I'd say he's wide open.
He's definitely wide open. I'm pretty sure it was Stella Harding just going through the shot there. Stella is in 9th. She's up a couple of spots, doing a great job. She's trying to chase down Flynn Burgess, who's in front of her. We cut back to, I think is that Levi Biddick, our leader?
It is Levi, and I think our second position of Cooper Nielsen is just about to be passed by Joe Thurlby up the hill in the back of shot there. We'll see if he's got that done. He has not. Oh yeah, he has. So he's moved into 2nd, Nielsen back to 3rd. So nice pass there for Joe.
Joe's doing great.
He's having a solid day, right?
Yeah.
Lots of TV time.
Yeah, fastest in practice. 2nd in the first moto. And like you said, he's just put himself up to 2nd again. Let's see if he's got any answer for Levi Biddick out front.
Well, he's going to have to run here because I dare say Magnifiglio is going to start showing up in the back of screen, and there he is, actually in 6th or thereabouts. Yep. Oh, Nielsen with a foot off as the back wheel decided to hop sideways down the hill there.
Yeah, they definitely weren't going the same direction, those wheels, were they?
It's amazing, the bike's attached, yet the 2 wheels decide to go completely different directions more often than not.
Sounds like you ride like I do.
Well, we all ride the same, right? Like I said, wide open.
Yeah.
There is no cruise. I think that's Magnifiglio making a move there on the drone shots, and he's got another rider just in front of him. So as they come across the line, we'll get an update on his position in the order. But Levi Biddick's just gone over the finish line in the lead with a 2:03.1, fastest lap of this moto so far but it's not really comparing. The track is definitely slowed because they were doing 159s in qualifying in this class earlier this morning.
Yeah, the track has definitely changed. Watch Matafiglio on the back mudguard with the front wheel and the air bike bounce and everywhere. He's moved up into 5th as he's trying to chase down Carter Williams now. Carter Matafiglio taking the inside line, but Carter Williams isn't going to give this up as they go through turn 3 and head off up the hill. It's going to make him work for it. We'll see how far Ryder can get, and B, like we were discussing earlier, he doesn't really need to, and he's got bigger fish to fry sometime next week. Although he looks like he's trying to put a move down the inside of the...
Not sure that's going to work for him and his size out of that corner and drive up the hill, because he's definitely been passed back by the 2-3 our early hole shotter, Williamson. So yeah, Magdafiglio, probably not the line for him and his body size on this 65 is the inside running there.
You can see even there, he mid-corner, he definitely had the pass done, but once they get on the power and try and drive, his size slows him down. He's going to try the outside run here, which
That's
looks
more
like a
like
better
the move.
line. Yep.
There he goes, he's passed. So that'll be 3rd on track, no 4th on track, sorry, for Magdafiglio. So he's moving his way to the front here slowly.
And what's he got? Levi Biddick, Joe Thirlby and Cooper Nielsen in front of him, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. They are spaced out a little bit. There's about 3 seconds between each of them.
Yeah, I think Magdafiglio might only make his way up to 3rd at best here in this motor. We only have 2 minutes plus a lap, so not a lot of time left for Magdafiglio, but it doesn't really matter. What matters for him is that he gets himself to the end of this moto in one piece. As we see the replay of the start, they head into the corner here. Ooh, bit of a, almost, Ryder just takes the front wheel off there as they turn in at the front of the pack. Magdafiglio is buried there in the middle as they shoot down into turn 2. It all compresses up, plenty of different line options there, but a great start from that 2-3-1 of Carter Williamson, and then Levi Biddick stealing away the lead there as they head up the hill.
Great shots on the replay from the Skywalker Studio boys as we see Matafiglio, who's definitely chasing down Cooper Nielsen, but just on our timing screen last lap around, yeah, mate, Joey Thirlby has done the quickest lap of the race. 2:02.8, so up in 2nd.
Still not as fast as their qualifying times. They're still a couple of seconds slower, so obviously the track development with the ruts and stuff and the braking bumps has just slowed the track a little here as the day is winding on.
I think that was always, I mean, obviously in a motocross track it's always going to happen, but especially how soft and powdery the track was yesterday afternoon when you rode it, it was always going to be a drastic change from that to a bit hard packed and rutted as it is now, because it was so soft and deep, the loaminess of it, the change was going to be a big difference. So, but it still brought some good race. The track's actually holding up really well. Yes, there is a lot of ruts, but you see the difference between the 50s and even the 125s. The 125s are managing to get around the track in pretty good order.
That's our leader on screen, Levi Biddick. Still putting in some solid effort here, trying to hold on to this lead. He's got a couple of second gap over Joe Thirlby. And I think Joe might be closing this because he's just gone fastest on screen, and you can see them there. They're almost nose to tail. Joe's gone a 2:01.0 for that last lap around to be fastest man on track. So he's closing the gap.
Yeah, he's definitely closing up. It's gone from 2.6 down to 1.4 seconds over that last lap, and there'll be next time around they get the last lap board. So he's got 2 laps, Joe has to try and unpack this and get it done. He's chasing down Levi Biddick as they head up the hill in towards turn 4. The back marker there.
Levi made a drastic left turn on that jump face to get inside that back marker.
I think it's cost him a little bit of time. I think Joe got through there with better.
Joe is moving.
He's right on the back of Levi Biddick now.
Oh, he's got a much better run too.
Up. Now, man, Joe Thirlby's pushing forward.
He's got it done. He's to the lead.
Yep.
that was all the exit of that corner.
Yeah.
He got a much better drive, whether the rut that he took was a bit more packed in or that Levi just got a little cross-rutted as well. But
Levi was got bounced around a fair bit coming out of that corner. I think was the difference as they go through the Kennard tyre corner and start taking off up the hill. You can see here Levi getting bounced, cross-rutted all over the shop. I was looking at that initially, watching that on screen instead of watching Joe as they come up the hill, but that's the answer why. But Joe was definitely catching him, putting in better laps and putting pressure on him as we've got a red cross flag.
Geez, that was close.
Right it down, yeah. The bike came out of nowhere on poor old Joe. You see he's got that little 65 at the front wheel in the air, spraying dirt out the back. As he heads down to the left-hander, sweeping left-hander before the end of the track. He'll come down here over the hump through the Risen Unlimited corner, last corner. And there is the checkered flag. And Joe does a fantastic job. So a big day for him. First time we've seen his name. I'm pretty sure he was fastest in practice. Yeah. Second in the first moto, and now he's come first in the second moto.
So that'll be the overall for him. And Magnifiglio got himself up to third there in the last stages of that. So nice work from Ryder Magnifiglio. But yeah, it's going to be Joe, probably from, it'll be hard to tell on these points, but maybe from Magnifiglio, from Bittic there. So that'll mean that Ryder Magnifiglio is the champ in that class for the 10 to 12 65cc, which is a good step in the way for him on his way to the Czech Republic here next week for the World Championships. We'll have to see how he goes over there, hopefully as well as he's done today in capturing this championship. And Russ, you're down there with a couple of the riders at the front of this pack, mate.
Mate, I'm down here with Mattifiglio, our boy. That race didn't go the way that he wanted it to go, but he has cleaned up on the championship, mate. Walk me through that one, mate. You worked really hard to come back from the back of the pack there, really put the hammer down. How was it for you?
I just knew that I was going to get the overall, so didn't want to stress out, like crash or anything. So yeah, it was an epic race. Tried getting through to get a better spot for overall for the day. But yeah, it was good.
Awesome, mate. You did really well. It was really cool to see you come through the pack and fight for it like that. Congratulations on the championship, buddy. Well done. And I got Levi Bittic here too. Levi, mate, that was an epic race, mate. You basically led that from start to finish. Walk me through it, dude.
Yeah, it was good. I didn't get past, but so I'm not happy about that. But it was a good race. I kept it consistent the whole way through.
You did really well, mate. It's nice to see you move up into those front positions. You've been hanging around that sort of top 5, top 10 kind of all season. It's nice to see you get to the front and command a race, mate. Well done. Congratulations.
Yeah, good job by the riders there on the 65s. We flick over. We've got the 85, 14 to under 16 on the gates as we're just waiting for the last of the 65s to clear the track. You can see down there, looking down at the gate, there's not a lot of riders there. They're all packed in close to the dog box. So I think that might be our last rider from the 65 class. Just crossing the finish line. So now the track will go into the starter's hands as the 15-second board comes up. Gate drops and they're away. And as mentioned earlier in this, the shame about this with Oliver Rex hurting his arm as we watch the riders peel through into turn 2. Looks like Kai Fraser got himself the whole shot as he leads the pack through turn 3 and up the hill to the top of the course up there. As I was mentioning, it's a shame Oliver Rex, who was leading the championship before this round started, broke his elbow a couple of weeks ago here at a race meeting. So watch the rest of the pack down into the Cessnock City Council corner. Some of those ruts are very deep and very nasty. The 85s seem to be dealing with them okay. We've got up the top of the corner there, top of the track there I should say, sorry. We've got Kai Fraser and Archie Job, first and second. Watch them come down over those braking bumps. Oh my goodness. My goodness, those braking bumps coming down the hill are starting to look very nasty. But Kai coming down the hill. Now they're up the top of the track. Archie Job, he's not letting him have it all his own way as they head down into the Skywalker Studios corner. Boys trying to put a move up the inside. I think Archie might have the job done here, Dave, as he goes up out of the rollers up over the hill.
Yeah, he's got the move done there, but he's got to sweep all the way around the outside of Kai Frezza. He makes the move, but does it carefully there around the outside. Kai must have had a good run there early in that lap, because he didn't have the best first moto.
No, well, he got the, as you've seen, he got the whole shot and sort of led him up the hill to the top of the track as they come down to complete their first lap. But Archie Job didn't let him get away and made him work for it, and then put the move on him coming down the hill, which is very good. As it looks like Kai might have. Has Kai made that move back? No, I'm seeing things. Don't mind me. Archie Job is still out in front. Kai Frezza's in third, and we've got Luca Penman. Sorry, second, Luca Penman in third. Oh, a bit tight in that turn 2 between Penman and Kai Frezza. Watch him go through turn 3 and take off up the hill. Great shots from these Skywalker Studio boys. You can see we've had a little bit of rain a bit earlier on in the day, but the track a bit out of shape there. The track hasn't started to play up too much. Thanks to that rain, they haven't had the water. There's a little bit of dust kicking up in the odd place, but not dust, I should say, just a bit of dirt. So it's good. We had just enough rain to keep the dust down, but not enough rain to make it wet and horrible. We've got Zayden Mazaros on screen there. Watch them come down towards the corner down the bottom of the hill, the Kennards Hire corner. Pick a rut, any rut. Feed off the foot pegs for Zayden there as they start climbing back up the hill.
Now, Greg, let's talk championship, because this is the one that's important for us, because Oliver Rex is obviously out, but does have a 2-point lead at the moment, despite the fact that he's missed the first moto and he's missing in here. But Archie Job can jump obviously to the front, but then Kai Frezza is 24 points back of Oliver Rex. So Kai needs to keep himself pretty much within the top 5 here to get second. Over to get to second.
Oh, I see.
So it's important for Kai. That start was obviously, he was obviously knowing what he needed to do. Got it done early. Can he keep himself somewhere near that point? Because he is dropping down just a little bit, and this field is fairly, he's right at that bubble point, I'd say.
Yeah, okay.
Let me check out exactly what 5th place points is.
Yep.
And we'll update this in just a second.
Yeah, no problems at all. As Archie Job has come through, we watch him into turn 1. Some of those braking bumps into turn 1 are a bit nasty. So it's Archie Job, Brody Hart, Zayden Mazaros, Luca Penman, and Kai Frezza is in 5th, as Dave was saying. So he's just got to get his calculator out.
So if Kai gets 6th, he equals Oliver, but would still be on a count back. Would be 3rd, because Oliver would have more moto wins.
Okay.
So he's got to be 5th or better
to get second in the championship. All right. I wonder if
that's currently where Kai sits.
He sits in 5th. Yep. I wonder if Mum and Dad have worked it out for him before he went out. As Archie's doing a good job, and Brody Hart's keeping him honest here. He's not letting him get away. As we see Kai Frezza there, just trying to chase down Luca Penman. As we watch a replay of the start. True that is at the back, didn't get the best of starts. You look, Kai Frezza in the middle of the screen on the back wheel, takes the track away from everybody else.
Got good drive there in the midsection of that start straight, and then just controlled the first turn and did what he did from there.
Yeah, perfect. And you watch him here through turn 2, he sort of goes...
Oh, the back stepping out.
Yeah.
Wow.
Bounces around a bit, but he gets the drive over Archie Job, once again on the back wheel. Driving out towards turn 3.
Look, when you're accelerating forwards, the front wheel doesn't have to be on the ground.
Absolutely not.
It's an optional thing.
Yeah. We watch him. Just still the replay.
Yeah, shooting up into
back up over the hill.
Turn there.
So we flick back to live, and there's Archie
first
Job.
And second.
Yeah, Brody Hart's trying to keep him honest here.
Brody didn't get the best start in the first moto, and he worked his way through, but because he was one of our fastest qualifiers today. But he's got a better start here. He might be in for a moto win if he can get this thing together.
Yeah, well, he's definitely pushing Archie. He's keeping him honest there. What have we got? 5.5 minutes plus a lap to go as he's trying to take the outside, carry the momentum. He might have the job done here. He has. He's got up the inside of turn 3. Looks like Brody. Yes, Brody's got the job done. Yeah, he's taken the bit of track away from Archie job that he wanted there. Now, if Archie, let's say Archie's too... Oh, then Brody Hart's gone down. Archie's
but he's
run
blocked
into
the
him.
track.
Oh, straight. Archie job.
Archie's just used that Yamaha for traction.
Yeah, straight over. It's a shame for Brody. He just got himself up. Whoa. Close quarters there as Luca Penman come around the corner and Archie was trying to turn around. He's been looking him down into the Cessnock City Council corner. So Archie's now got himself a bit of breathing room. So
here's the replay.
Replay here. Yeah, Brody tips it into turn 4 at the top of the hill there, and the front, is it?
Yeah, just breaks out of the top of that rut.
Blows that rut out. Then Archie stops and says,
he had
no,
nowhere to go.
This isn't going to work for me. I'm just going to go over. So anyway, through the Kennards High corner and back off up the hill. Archie's got himself a bit of breathing space.
That's usual KTM on Yamaha crime right there. Archie looking all right, but down the hill now at the front of the pack where he needs to be. 1, to get the overall for the day, but 2, to get the overall for the championship. And unfortunately, take it away from Oliver Rex, who's out injured.
Yeah, it's a shame for Oliver. As you said, you can only drop one moto all year.
Yeah, up
before
until
this weekend.
Yeah,
which is a shame. We've got Zayden Mazzaros just in second there by the looks of it.
Now, Kai Frezer's just hanging on to that 5th position, which 5th position is going to give him 26 points, and he needs 24 to get over the top of Oliver Rex. So he's just holding on to it right now.
Yep. So there he goes. Well, he's actually up into 4th now.
Well, they've updated. Okay.
So he's got himself into 4th. He's put a move on Matthew Fraser. Actually, Luca Penman is down to 7th. I'm not sure what happened there, because Luca Penman was in 4th. He's dropped down to 7th, so I'm not sure. I didn't say that must have been off screen as we watch him go through turn 1, take off down towards turn 2, one of our Kennards High corners, taking the high line and driving down into turn 3's Kai Fraser.
Yeah, so that's Kai just in front of that little pack there, so he doesn't want any of them to get past him here late in this moto. Now, there is still 3 minutes plus a lap to go, so Kai's got a bit of work to do here yet, because there is 2 people that can take him on track, which would then make him not get to that point that he wants in second in the championship. So Kai's got some work to do. Keep your head down, Kai.
He's got Matthew Fraser and Lucas Rule right behind him there as he's trying to carry the momentum up the hill. And Matthew Fraser looks like he might be keen. He might want a bit of this. So we'll see how well
what he
Kai can deal with it.
What Kai doesn't want to happen is to have someone like Fraser try to make a move and then the 2 of them tangle and he goes down. So he's going to have to be careful here, Kai Fraser. This is important. This might be one of those motos that you remember for a long time for one reason or another.
So I wonder if at the start of the moto, Mum and Dad had a chat and said 5th will get you second in the championship, and also if he understands how many people are in front of him at the moment.
Matthew Fraser.
Matthew Fraser's definitely taken the wild line as he comes back on track. And that lets Lewis Rule go take up the challenge. He might see a 4th spot in his future. As we've got... So they take down the finish line there as we flick around and watch Zayden Mazzaros. Brody Hard, who had that off at the top of the track before. He's trying to see if he can get back into second. And there in the bottom of the screen goes Archie Job in 1st.
Brody's trying hard here in this last part of the motor, trying to get back to where he was.
Yeah, I think he's going to be kicking himself. He did the hard work to get in front of Archie, and then it was actually at this corner here. Just dropped the front end and sort of went down, blew the edge of that berm down. And
it's a couple of times today now we've seen people blow the top of these little ruts out of the track and lose the front end because of it. So the track's obviously still quite loose and soft. You know, it hasn't crusted, which again, another hat tip to the prep of the track by the club.
They have done a fantastic job, haven't they? With a little bit of rain through the week, like we spoke about before the action today. A little bit of rain through the week, and then they must, I don't know if they did any watering Thursday and Friday. They probably did.
I think Friday night, so last night when I was leaving, I think I heard the sprinklers going.
Okay.
So I think they did a little bit late last night just to keep it to this nice state that it is. And look, it's beautiful. They haven't had to do anything to it today in terms of watering. Or,
no, we had probably a mil, 2 mil of rain at sort of 12:30ish over a period of, say, half an hour, 40 minutes, which kept it at this condition. But, yeah, even without that rain, I don't think it would have needed any attention. It's been put together really well, this track. As we watch Archie Job down into the left-hand turn. This time around, you'll get the last lap board. He's got the left-hand taken into the Risen Unlimited corner and over the finish jump to take the last lap board. So he's putting together a good race after a bit of a crazy start. Zayden Mazaros and Brody Hart still is just pushing up to try and keep him interested.
Yeah, Brody's still just, that little gap hasn't really changed. He's trying hard, but he hasn't been able to get any closer to Mazaros here. But this is where he's going to have to put the work in and see if he can do it. Just looking back, it's still Frezza in 4th with Lewis Rule there in 5th, Matthew Fraser 6th. So Kai's holding on to that position.
Yeah, we can just see.
I think, was that Rule just sort of having a look on the inside of Kennard's tyre? He was, but I don't think he got the job done. But he's given Kai Frezza all he can handle as you see him in the back of shot there coming up the hill. And that's the one that's championship implications there.
Well, not really, because it's for 4th and 5th. So if Kai Frezza goes back to 5th, he still maintains the 2nd in the championship. So, like you said before, it'd be a shame for him to tangle with someone and go down. So I don't know if he realises as he's in 4th and 5th is okay, in which case, if someone does put a move on him, he might just go, yeah, okay. Long term, I'll take that.
Yeah, there's a outcome here that is more beneficial for him than just a single moto result. So,
absolutely.
Well, Brody getting a little bit out of shape there. He's still trying to work real hard here, is Brody Hart. He's got to the back wheel of Mazaros here late in this last lap. Has he got anything for him to dive to the inside? He's trying it in the sky. Oh, he's going to... Oh. He almost put it down, but maybe that was his last-ditch effort to try and take that 2nd position away.
Yeah, well, it's the last lap, so now's the time for your last-ditch effort.
That corner, just that inside of that corner just wasn't playing nicely for Brody to get the job done there, but he can't blame him for trying. But here it is, Archie Job over the finish line there, grabs the moto win, grabs the championship.
Successful day.
Successful day. 2nd is Zayden Mazaros, Brody Hart 3rd. Kai Frezza is going to come across the line 4th. He's going to grab 2nd in the championship with that finish. Oliver Rex, the injured Oliver Rex, is going to stick around in 3rd, I believe. We'll have to check that one out. But that is the championship done for the 14 to 16 years 85. Russ, you have someone to chat to post-race, mate.
Down here with Archie Job, mate. You've just secured the win and the championship, buddy. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
I'm feeling pretty good about it. I've worked all season for it and finally made it happen this weekend, so I'm very happy about that.
Mate, it's been awesome watching you ride the whole series through. We've really watched you progress as you've come up. Where do you think you've improved the most over these 5 rounds?
Probably Bega. It was probably the best I went. I really gelled with the track and liked it, and it was more type of back home dirt, so I was used to it, and then progressed a lot there, and then probably here this weekend I've pushed myself a lot harder and probably got it done here as well.
Amazing, mate. Well done. Congratulations on both the win and the championship.
All right, we are on the gate again, ready to go. This time it's the 7 to 10 65cc category. Massive gate of riders here getting ready to drop this one. Now it is Finn Jarvis, Archie Blanchett, ready to go battle it out for the final championship decision here. Finn Jarvis does have a bit of a gap on it. 5-second board, gate down, they're away. Who's going to get to the first turn? It's a KTM going to sweep in from the outside there. make a good run. Who is it that's got that one? There's a very small rider there on that bike. That's the 472 of Cole Weir. Nice jump from Cole.
Oh, Weir got a great start, didn't he? As he leads the pack through turn 3, up the hill. I think he's going to have it all his own way.
Finn Jarvis is going to jump to the inside, but cleared that step up. Just off screen, there's a on screen down the bottom there, the rider down in the corner.
Yeah, trying to get it up and get it going again as we flick to the leaders coming down into the Cessnock City Council corner.
Yeah, so that's Finn Jarvis there in the lead. That's where he wants to be to just secure this championship. We're looking for the number 2. Where's Archie Blanchett? I can't see him at the moment. He's our second in the championship that wants to be up there battling, and at the moment we don't see him, but that is Malachi there in second, who won our first moto of the day over Finn Jarvis. So Malachi looking to get another moto win here, trying to get this overall for the day at round 5.
Yeah, he's going to push Jarvis. Yeah, he's going to have a go around the outside.
Long way around. Oh, foot off the peg there.
But he's got the job done.
Look, Finn probably playing it safe at this point. Didn't win his opening moto, managed to salvage a second after going down a bit further in the order than he's used to. But this is championship day, so he's doing what he needs to do to get the overall title, not so much the moto today. And Malachi obviously just feeling it today. He's on another level here in this 7 to 10 65cc class today at least. So good to see him having a strong run at the front.
Malachi definitely looks like he's got to grips with this track at Cessnock very well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Like you said, Finn Jarvis doesn't need to win this moto to wrap up the title. We flick back to...
There's Cole Weir just getting past as well, so our whole shot getter just getting past by the 29 machine, which should be Sam Akitiakano. So he's going to move into third, Weir into fourth, Jax Hughes into fifth, Lucas Nielsen sixth, Leo Williamson, Cade Manville, Nixon Manville, and Lennox 188 is down in 10th at the moment. So not a good run there for Lennox so far in this Moto 2.
No, not at all. We're watching them come through turn 1. We flick over to turn 2 where the ruts are.
Interestingly too, I just realised Archie Blanchett, I didn't mention him in that top 10, so I'm just going to scan through and see where he pops up. Has he even come out for this second moto? Because remember, at the end of first moto, he was the one with the helmet all banged up and the clutch lever down. Has he not restarted this moto?
Yeah, he might not have. I've been keeping an eye. I couldn't see him
He's
come
not
over.
in the top 30. I'm going to suggest he's not out here.
Okay, he might not have made the start gate, which is a shame for him. As we watch someone getting very cross-rutted coming out of the Cessnock City Council's corner. Heading up the hill. Can't see who that was out in front. We've got Lucas Nielsen. The back of that shot there through the whole shot graphics corner as they take off down the hill towards the Kennard Tyre corner. And you can see the bumps, the braking bumps start well back from the corner.
That's Nielsen there, the 50cc champ, just recently crowned from his earlier moto there in the back of shot. He's having a good run here in 6th in this 65 class, so he's obviously starting to make the jump up.
Yeah.
And probably won't be on the 50 next year.
He's had to put the champagne on ice till after his 65 race, you reckon, Dave?
The non-alcoholic champagne.
Yeah, of course.
For them. We can get some for him from the Hunter Valley here at the Cessnock region, so that's all right.
Surely.
But Malachi said it last lap around at about this point, looking very good at the front and gelling with this track. Nothing seems to be phasing him here. He's just putting in laps and good lines.
Put himself a great. He's done a 2:10. He's 6.6 seconds in front of Finn Jarvis, who did a 2:14, and the rest of them are coming through at 2:14s and 2:13s. And Malachi did a 2:10. As we've seen him go through turn 1, and here comes Finn Jarvis into turn 1, followed by Sam Akitiakano and Jax Hughes. There's different lines there coming into turn 1. Someone takes the big arcing line out. Looks like he's got the job done. Is that Leo Wilson? Is it? 122? No, that's Nixon Manville, sorry. Got my...
ones, your twos, and your...
Yeah, there's ones and twos and two twos and one twos here.
Yeah. Oh, nice send there from Lucas up the hill to pass Cole Weir.
Yeah.
This battle was the 50cc championship. They're having their little battle here in the 65cc run as well. So
Lucas
those
Nielsen.
two are going to be probably racing each other for a long time. Oh, right it down here on screen at the top of the hill there on
101.
101.
That's Reed Willis.
Oh, yep. He was down in 29th when he's had that crash, so he's not having a good run here.
Battle up the top of the track here, going through the graphics hole shot corner.
Is that for third position, or second position it is, because I think that is, no, sorry, it might be for third. It's Akiti Akano and Jax Hughes, I believe.
Yeah, they were side by side coming through the top of the track.
So
but
Jax has made the move there, he's up to third.
Yeah, it's like Hughes has got the run on Sam. And now they head down into the Skywalker Studios corner, back up the hill. See if Sam Akiti-Kano's got any answer through the rollers here, trying to close the gap up. And another look back from Jax Hughes just to check where he is.
There's a replay of our start for this moto. It's a decent drop off the over the gate there for these bikes to hit the deck. They have a good run up into the first turn. But look at the rider sweeping there from that outside, cutting across. Now, all the way around the outside, the first KTM rider is going to take the tight inside line, but the sweeping rider around the outside, Cole Weir, beautifully done. Look at that little body take that hit there. He almost went along for the ride on that 65. Little Cole did.
Got proper bounce, didn't he? Look at it.
And there's Finn Jarvis just in the back of shot. Lucas Nielsen also taking the bouncy ride into the corner. They all look like they're riding kangaroos into that corner.
Yeah. Poor old Cole Weir was proper along for the ride, wasn't he? Getting bounced around. He looks like he weighs about 4 kilos.
On that bike, yeah. He looks a bit small for it just yet, but he's obviously working into the fuller size.
Yeah, good on him.
That's our leader, Malachi van Maidenberg.
Top of the hill at the whole shot graphics corner. Ooh,
He's got a nice 8-second lead, has Malachi.
Yeah.
So, like I keep saying, he's just gelling with this track.
Yeah,
Nothing looks too, like, it doesn't look like he's out of control or anything or pushing super hard. He's just riding laps.
Yeah. Just doing laps, comfortable. Obviously gets along with the track and his bike. Set up pretty well. And I say next time they come around, he will get the last lap board. Dave said he's got an 8-second lead as he goes around that, puts that rider a lap down, headed up through the rollers. Just comfortable. Everything looks in line in the National Motorcycle Alliance corner.
A couple of riders there in his way, just sort of blocking him, clearing that tabletop there. I think he did the safe run and not tried to send it all the way.
Yeah, but even passing lap riders, he just looks under control.
It's easy, right?
Takes the last lap board. So 1 lap to go for young Malachi. If you watch the rest of the field go through the Risen Unlimited corner, come down over the finish jump to get the last lap board. So this will be their, watching young Sam Akiti-Kano there getting a bit scrappy coming out of the last turn. So this will be the last lap for these 65, 7 to 10 in the 2026 state titles.
Oh,
Sam doesn't.
They got close there.
Yeah, I don't think Sam's quite happy to finish back here. He wants to try and put a move on
that
Jax
lap rider
Hughes.
got close to Sam as well on the exit of that corner. They're getting a bit close here. Jax just got away a little bit there after that little moment for Sam on the exit of the Kennard's High corner with the lap rider.
He got himself a little bit of breathing room there, didn't he? Oh, Jax.
Down the Cessnock City Council corner. Has a look over, does Jax Hughes, just to check where Sam is. He knows he's coming closer.
Yeah, I love it. Just a little look over the shoulder, just to make sure I've still got enough space.
Make sure I don't have to, protect an inside or something here. Not a bad time to have a look over.
Yeah, no, that's right. Around puts that rider a lap down. Well, the rider's already a lap down, sorry. It, deals with him well. Ooh, very crossed up in those braking bumps.
Another look over. Just checking.
He's definitely wants to know where he is. So Malachi, then that looks like Malachi down the front. There he is there. National Motorcycle Alliance corner. So he's going to come down over the tabletop around this left-hand sweeping bend into the Risen Unlimited corner, and then he'll take the checkered flag.
Be a 1-1 day for him.
1-1 day, yep, there he is through the Risen Unlimited corner.
Put Caden Teague a lap down there in the last corner.
Yep.
He's pretty happy with himself, Malachi, by the looks of it.
It's a bit of a celebratory rev there. As he takes it a 1-1 day. You've got to be very, very excited with that, I reckon.
And that's Finn Jarvis over the line there in second, and that'll be the championship for Finn Jarvis in this 7-10 65cc championship. So well done, Finn Jarvis, on that 2026 title for you, mate. And we'll take a break from our coverage here at Cessnock Motocross Club. We're going to be back with more racing in our second motos here for round 5 of the Motorcycle New South Wales Motocross State Titles.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
Well done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
All shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
Welcome back to Cessnock Motocross track with New South Wales state titles 2026. This is the last round. We are down to the last motos. So we're just watching the last of the 65 7-10s go across. And then we've got the under 12 to under 16 girls out on the start gate, getting ready. We've got our man Russ down there on the start gate. Russ, are we seeing scoop tyres or are we seeing knobbly tyres at this time in the day?
Greg, we are still seeing a mix of both on the back of the girls' bikes over here. I think both are working quite well. The track really hasn't dried out. There hasn't been much of a breeze all day, and the sun's been tucked behind some clouds most of the day. So the track conditions have stayed pretty prime. I was actually trying to grab Bronson earlier. I'll try again later to have a chat with him about the track prep and exactly what he's done to make it so fluffy and stay moist throughout the day. Obviously, the weather's played into our hands a little bit, which is pretty cool, but I know that he's been pretty active on that tractor and the machinery all week here leading into it. The junior girls are on the gate, and these girls are great to watch. There's been some awesome battles. There's been some really great riding, and I think we get to see a few of them step up into senior girls next year. So definitely worth keeping an eye on some of these riders here at Cessnock this weekend. There's only a couple of points separating the top riders here. What are we going to see for this next race? Are we going to see some smart riding and get out in front, or are we going to see some more unforced errors? What's it going to be from the girls? Only time will tell as we approach this gate drop here at Cessnock for round 5, New South Wales state titles. Speaking of girls, I did see up there at the canteen, there was a little shrine to Eliza Dennis, one of our riders that had a spinal injury earlier on this year. There's a bunch of bits and pieces that you can buy and donate to put to the recovery. With Eliza, obviously, it's a big effort with a spinal injury and lots of money and long-term recovery plan, but it's cool to see the local club and Motorcycling as well supporting that as well. The revs are going up. The girls are bringing the heat right now. Heads down. Oh, we've had a little stuff up there off the gate. Who's gone down? That's Impy.
But it's Mia Cameron getting the whole shot. She's pretty good at that. Oh, the rider in second there, absolutely out of shape on those braking bumps on the Yamaha down into turn 2.
That was Regan Davis, and she was making all sorts of shapes headed into turn 2 as we watch the field go over the hump at turn 3 and head off up the hill.
Delilah Watts was in 4th, has moved into 3rd, and is coming after 2nd.
Yeah, she's trying to make a move for 2nd at the top of this hill, Russ. She's got Olivia Padu behind her.
She's wasting no time at all moving forwards in this pack. 1 or 2 corners in, and yes, she's in 2nd right now as they head up the hill. She seems to be really good at getting a lot of power out of that bike on these step-ups. Yep. Seems to be jumping a little further than the other girls and clearing some of these jumps a little bit easier. I was actually standing behind them while they were all on the line, and I realised just how much smaller in physical stature Delilah Watts is than some of these girls. So it's interesting. We've talked about the size of the athletes quite a bit over this series and how it affects the motorcycle and how they ride it, what it does to power and leverage and all that kind of stuff. So it is very interesting to see how hard Delilah can send that machine.
Yeah, we've had a change for 2nd and 3rd. And what's that going to do for our championship standing, Dave? What's the lay of the land with this 2nd moto?
Well, look, Layla White is 8 points up on Chloe Hart going into this moto. So, Olivia, we're going to have to talk about Olivia right now because she's just gone from about 4th to 1st in a matter of a couple of corners. She is absolutely on the move today after a strong Moto 1 as well, where she got herself into 2nd. If she can do this over the top of Delilah Watts here, she'll get the overall today.
Yeah, fantastic. She's definitely riding well, Olivia. She's not only got past, but she's put a little gap between herself and the girls in 2nd and 3rd, as there's another move in 2nd as we see Delilah Watts get around Mia Cameron into 2nd. But Olivia Hadu has just, into turn 1, opened up herself a little bit of a gap. Let's see if she can try and stretch this away. She was riding really good in the first moto. Very bouncy coming into turn 2, that Kennard's high corner. She does have a lot of attention.
Did you see the Delilah trying to get out of that corner there and just bouncing and getting the feet kicked a little bit? But they're battling into the top of the circuit here. Olivia's controlling the inside of the corner, and she did that really nicely. She had to force Delilah out very wide there. But they come down the hill. Wonder how Olivia's going to go here, because Delilah has had a pretty decent speed advantage on most of this field when she's been a part of our races. She has made a few mistakes, Delilah, at different motos, but this is a different Olivia that we're seeing today here in Cessnock. She's riding extremely well so far today. Very impressed with her motos so far in this round 5 action.
Olivia just had a moment coming into that corner there on the bounced around a bit, but Olivia Hadu definitely coming into the Kennard's high corner, definitely riding well this weekend. Like you said, we've seen it in the first moto. She had to battle her way through to 2nd place, which she seemed pretty happy with. Now she's got to see if she can hold off.
So let's just check out in our running order. Mia Cameron's currently 3rd, just behind these 2 girls. But then it's Layla White in 4th. She's the one that wants to just stay in front of Chloe Hart, which she is at the moment for the championship side of things. Regan Davis is 5th, then Chloe Hart, then Bonnie Aldridge, Letty Seymour, Addison Clerk, Holly Impey, and then Macy White is actually not come across the line so far in this moto, so maybe she's not out here for our 2nd moto. As the battle here in the final corner rages, Delilah had to go the long way around again because Olivia controlled that corner. But I think Delilah's getting a little bit agitated here, sitting in 2nd. She's not happy.
Yeah,
Olivia's going to hold it out again, but she's going to have a better run onto the start straight.
Here they go. Olivia going almost over the bars there. down the start straight into the first corner. She manages to get a bit of speed there over Delilah Watts as the girls come down through the braking bumps. Round turn 2, Delilah off the back again. She is struggling to hang on to that thing, and maybe Dave and Greg, that's a little bit of what I was talking about with the sides. Being that she's shorter, she probably hasn't got a lot of leverage when she wants to lean back. She's not able to move her body that far back off the back of the bike. And Dave, you know, as an off-roads guy, that leverage is super critical when you're going through those bumps, right? If you can let the bike move out in front of you and then pull it back underneath, it's going to help you get through that stuff. But when you're shorter in stature, that makes it a lot more difficult.
It does, but also when she hit those acceleration bumps and the feet got kicked off, she's also shorter. She's straight on top of the seat, so it basically goes straight into the backside and just kicks you off the bike.
Kicks you forward, that's exactly right. You don't have the clearance underneath you to let the bike move around. I know for me, I'm pretty tall, got long legs. It's always been such a massive advantage of having long legs to ride a motorcycle.
That's what I thought you were going to say, Russ. I thought you were going to say, Dave, as a shorter person, you'd understand her pain.
I wasn't going to go there, mate. I was going to leave that.
I started laughing when you were mid-sentence and Dave looked like, what are you laughing at? And you went, as an off-road guy, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, look, it's funny, but we do talk about it because it does make a difference, right? I've got 2 young kids that are coming up in motorcycles as well, and you know, the height of them compared to the bike, compared to the foot peg clearance on the ground, it all makes a massive difference in how you ride, your style. And look, Delilah's an amazing rider. She likes to hang it out. That bike goes sideways. She doesn't mind sending it out there. But you'll just notice certain things will come easier to different stature riders. Heavier rider versus lighter rider, taller versus shorter. It does play a big effect on these machines.
Yeah, well, at the moment, Delilah's, I didn't say she's following Olivia. She's behind Olivia looking for a way to get around, but she has started following some of her lines, whether she's just having a look to see where Olivia seems to be getting the speed and the momentum. Turn 1, as we watch him go through there now, Olivia comes from that wide arcing line, opens the corner up a bit, where Delilah sort of squares it off at the front. Same as turn 3, she's done this, turn 2, sorry. Done the same thing again. Olivia got across the front of her and taken the track.
Oh, Delilah trying to show an inside wheel there over the hump as they go up the hill. Delilah looking to make a move. She is all over the back of Olivia as they come around the top of the hill and down in towards the Cessnock City Council banners. These girls are going to go hit for hit throughout this race. Really cool to see that Delilah's got a little bit of competition. She's walked away with a couple of races here leading up to this weekend, so it's nice to see that Olivia can push back on that and not just allow her to run away with it, but she has got to do something about the pressure from behind now. Delilah all over her.
Yeah, Delilah got great run out of that corner previously heading up the hill. Olivia's managed to hold off. We'll see how this goes long term, Dave, as you see him go through that Kennard's High corner.
The thing that Olivia's been able to do here, because she's at the front, she's taken the lines that she wants to take, which are more optimal, and she's actually then picking the ones that when she does leave the door open, she's picking it at the right time because she's then using it to help slingshot herself with a better momentum out of the corner when Delilah's had to go inside. And it's just working so far. Olivia's just managing to hold her out, but I think Delilah might have just got this one done.
Trying to make a move. No, not quite. She's going around the long way on the outside, over the tabletop. Has she got it done? She dives to the inside. Delilah gets the job done as she takes away the inside line from Olivia and then leads her around to the finish line jump right in front of you boys there. Can Olivia push back? Can she take another line? Let's see what the girls do.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Delilah looks like she's going to try and stretch her legs now. She did a fastest lap that last lap, a 2:10, and Olivia did a 2:12. So Delilah's definitely pushing. It's just a matter of whether Olivia looks like she has some faster lines in the track, but now Delilah doesn't have a bike in a way in front of her. She might be able to open up a bit, and we'll see how this starts to play out. Either way, we've definitely seen Olivia progress and riding much better this weekend.
Yeah, Delilah making a little mistake in the whole shot Kennard's High corner here. She seems to be struggling with that inside rut there. Olivia definitely took a better line, but it just still wasn't enough. Oh, she goes down. Olivia is down. big high side coming down the hill.
We've just got that on the screen, looking down towards the Cessnock City Council corner. Rust, it didn't look like a good one at all for Olivia. She kind of
knocked the wind out of herself.
She's
there.
definitely hurt, mate. She's definitely hurt.
We've got the replay on screen now. She's just going to get a little bit sideways out of that rut as it drops away, and then it grips at the bottom and just spits her off, unfortunately. I think she's going to take a minute to get up there. She was riding so well up to that point, but yeah, she's just been caught out by the track a little there. As Olivia.
I wonder if she was just getting a little bit tired there, mate. She seemed to be backing off just a little bit. I know she would have pushed hard while she had the lead, so she might have just used up a little bit too many calories there trying to lead this race in front of her competition, and it's bitten her now when she's gotten a little tired towards later of the moto.
Yeah, it's a shame to see. It looks like off screen she's slowly getting up to her feet and moving off the track
with the replay.
Delilah in the replay.
They battled all the way down this one. Olivia didn't give up on it. Delilah had to really work on that outside to make it stick. But she does sort of close off this corner in the end. Olivia just far enough back to let Delilah close across the front there and take the lead. But yeah, Olivia's just gotten to her feet now up on the side of the hill. So she is up and moving, but she's not back on the bike just yet. I think she's about to get there. So she's okay. I dare say just knocked the wind out of herself.
Yeah, it looked like it definitely would have. She definitely got spat onto the ground pretty hard, but I'm glad to see she's up and all right. Looks like she's getting on the bike now. She'll probably just get on it and ride back to the pits, I say. I don't know if she'll want to continue with the race or she's off screen. She's putting the goggles on us. We'll watch our leader, Delilah, go through turn 1 and make her way down to turn 2, the Kennards Hire corner.
Yeah, with the theme of the day today too, Greg, we'll see what the marshals and officials there have told her to do, because they've instructed, if they've instructed her to go to the medical team, that's exactly what she'll need to do. Otherwise, that'll end up in another DQ situation, which we don't want to see.
No, absolutely, and it's a good idea. As you can see there, she's in the shot we're watching now.
She's riding away.
Yeah, we're watching Delilah Watts head down towards the Cessnock City Council corner, and Olivia just in front of her, just making her way back around.
Oh, rubbing a bit of salt in the wound there. Just as you get back up, here she comes straight past her again.
Yeah, which is a shame for Olivia, but like you're exactly right, Russ. If she's been directed to go to the medical tent, she's got to follow the directions of the marshals and the medical staff out on track, and it's good that the marshals and medical staff are keeping an eye on that. Gone are the days where you just get back up, kick your bike and go, I'm okay, and off you go.
That's exactly right, and it's, you know, all the riders here today are young riders. We don't want to see them doing any kind of serious damage that's going to affect them later on in life, and so I like that the officials and the marshals and the medical staff have that authority over the riders to say, no, you're no good, you're out for the race or you're out for the day or whatever we need to do. I think it's a great thing that they have that authority. They obviously don't have a dog in the fight except keeping our athletes healthy, so I think that's really cool. The medical team was there next to her. They've obviously released her and let her go, so they must be fairly happy with the situation. Maybe it was just getting the wind knocked out of her and it took a few minutes to get to her feet. So, look, I'll see if I can grab her for an interview and see how she's feeling.
Yeah, no worries. We'll watch Delilah. She's going to come around and take the last lap board as she heads into the Risen Unlimited corner. She turns around here, she goes past us over the finish jump. So there's one lap to go for the junior girls, or for the girls, I should say.
She's going to jump up onto the start area. She's got a massive gap on the field now, unfortunately, with Olivia going down. There's nobody in sight behind Delilah for quite some time. I'll give you an update on that running order in just a sec when the next run comes over, which has just happened now. Mia Cameron is currently holding second, but 23 seconds back there in second position. Olivia is still circulating, we've just noticed, so that's awesome to see. Layla White's just come over the line in third, and then Regan Davis in fourth. So at the moment, that means Layla White's going to hold on to this championship. She's going to circulate this final lap here, and she'll get the job done for the championship with Layla White. We keep an eye on Delilah from our drone shots.
It's definitely been a championship of up and downs and unforced errors and mistakes, hasn't it?
Yeah,
unfortunately,
the girls class seems to create some of those situations, both in the junior girls and then the 125 and the MX women's.
Yep.
They all seem to be pushing super hard, which is awesome.
Yes.
But yeah, it does create a few mistake situations.
Yeah, there's definitely been a few good stacks, which is no good to see. As we watch Delilah on her last lap.
Yeah,
heading
just
up the hill.
Navigating a couple of these final corners. She's going to get past the 3:17 of Bonnie Aldridge here, probably in this Skywalker Studios corner. Yep, she's going to dive to the middle of the track and take that line away. And then it's just a short run down the hill here for Delilah. Now, Delilah unfortunately missed the opening round of this championship, but that means that she's only going to get herself up to 3rd in this championship standings, which is still a very impressive effort given where she missed a potential 70 points at the opening round. But she's going to win Moto 2 here. She won Moto 1. That's going to be the overall for the day. 3rd in the championship. Nice work to Delilah Watts on the Moto win. But we're going to have to wait quite some time for the 6:08. She's currently running around in 3rd. If she gets across this finish line, that will be the championship for her in the 12 to 16 years girls 85cc class. As we got about a 24-5 second gap here for second. There is Mia Cameron across the line in second. She got the whole shot in this moto, led early, then got passed by both Olivia and Delilah. But now we wait for our champion. 12 to 16 years girls. Here she comes, Layla White, over the finish line to grab that championship overall for the girls category. Well done, Layla White. Russ, over to you, mate.
Mate, I am down here with our race winner, Delilah Watts. Delilah, another awesome race. Olivia was leading out there for quite a while and had you in 2nd place. Tell me what it took to get around her and get that job done.
I sort of just had to figure out where she was faster and improve on that, and then made my move, and then just sort of tried to ride smart after that.
We saw you really hanging off the back of the bike coming out of these rollers out of turn 2. The bike was getting away from you, you were hanging off the back of it. Walk me through those nasty acceleration bumps coming out of turn 2.
Yeah, they got a lot bigger than from the start of the day, but they were super fun too.
Mate, congratulations on the win. Well done. Congratulations. All right, let me find Olivia. Oh, we've got Layla White here. Layla, congratulations on the championship. Well done. That was a huge effort. Walk me through not only today, but the whole season. How's it been for you?
The whole series has been good. Had a bad round at Lakes, but kept pushing through.
Mate, you've done so well. We've watched you massively improve over the season. Next year, are we still in junior girls or are we moving up?
I'm still in junior girls.
Still in junior girls for next year. Awesome. Buddy, you've done so well. The riding's been amazing. Who would you like to thank quickly in your team?
I'd like to thank RSM Motorcycles, Penrite Oil, A1 Auto Parts, and Ghost Racewear.
Congratulations, buddy. Well done.
We've got the 15-second board up for what looks like MX3 on the gate, if I am correct. The revs build, and they're away. We'll see how we go into turn 1.
Oh, I see Burgess jumping out early.
Burgess looks like he's tried to get a good start. Has he got the whole shot?
I think he just got beaten out there by, is that Bowman maybe?
25, is it? Who's going to come back?
26.
26, sorry.
Oh, it is, sorry, yes, it's Cooper Bowman. Did steal that at the last second there for the whole shot from Riley Burgess, but Burgess looked like he had it early down the halfway down that start straight, but he's going to sit in second. That's Jake Taplin on the 12 in third, but there's Drew Kremer fourth. Corey Eisel's avoided accidents there on the first lap.
Down there in the Cessnock City
Taplin's
Council
gone
corner.
down there. That's the 12 who was in third.
Yeah, and he looks unhappy with somebody. The arms are in the air off screen as we're watching Drew Kremer at the top of the hill battling with 23.
Yeah, Corey Eisel. So he was caught up in that first turn crash in Moto 1 and didn't finish Moto 1, Corey Eisel. But much better start here. He's up in fourth. Let's see what he can do with it. He should be fairly fresh, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's Bowman there. Good start, leading at the front. Burgess, Kremer.
Coming down into the Skywalker Studios corner. First four are still quite bunched up. Let's see how we go. Number 12 Taplin off screen's just wheeling his bike off him. I didn't see what happened there. I don't know if we've got a replay, but he was arms in the air.
He wasn't happy with something, right?
He was definitely yelling at somebody as he's just rolling off.
I think the bars might be a little bit tweaked down, or maybe not. Oh, the back of the bike's a bit destroyed. The side plastics and the seat have popped out of that.
Yeah,
so he might have to DNF that one anyway, because he's going to feel that bounce around as he tries to take back to the track. So we'll see if Taplin keeps circulating or not. But there's our leader, Bowman. He's got a lap in the books. Burgess still right there. Kremer, Eisel. I think that's Ryan Jones there in 5th. Max Compton just behind him in 6th. So the usual suspects up front. Oh, Burgess just lost all drive, taking that inside, and Kremer's going to sweep the outside, I think, and take that second position away.
Well, Burgess lost the front in turn 2, kept it up, but like you say, lost all his drive, and we'll see how they go charging up the hill. We watch them all come through turn 3. So as they come down into the Cessnock City Council corner.
Burgess has somehow managed to hold on to that second position from Kremer, so he must have made a move back on him at the top of the hill there. Bowman doing a great job at the front. Yeah, he's very good at the whole shot. He's a bit smaller stature, so he's usually got a fairly good power to weight ratio. His problem's been trying to stay there at the front. He doesn't seem to be able to finish off the motos as well as he'd like just yet, but let's see what he can do right now.
He wants exactly what I think he's about to get. I was going to say he wants Drew Kremer and Riley Burgess to get into a bit of a ding-dong. But I think Drew Kremer's just going to go bugger this and overtake both of them.
He's on the inside.
Drew gets it done.
And Burgess follows through as well. So Bowman from 1st to 3rd in one corner.
Drew Kremer from 3rd to 1st in one corner. The only person who didn't change position was Riley Burgess.
This is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see Drew back and on the bike and aggressively moving towards the front. He's going to be feeling good out there. Hopefully the arms and the knee and all the little niggling bits and pieces, he can hold off for the race, because this is what we wanted to see, a battle between him and Burgess. And it looks like we're going to get our wish here, boys.
Here's the replay of this move from 3rd, where Bowman goes from 1st to 3rd in one corner. Kremer just sets him up on the inside and Burgess just follows through. Bowman had nothing he could do about that one. Left the door open at the top of the hill, unfortunately, Greg.
Watching the timing screen there, Drew Kremer did the fastest lap, but it's been bettered by Maxi Compton, who's currently in 4th.
Eisel just buried the front, but still manages to make the move into 3rd position. So I think that was Compton that had tried to get in front of him there, but Eisel fought back. So Eisel 3rd, Compton 4th there. The two Honda riders battling it out.
Drew's got himself a bit of breathing space down into the Cessnock Council corner as these two
Compton goes round the outside of Eisel and is going to get that position. Eisel gets caught up in some ruts there on the exit of the Cessnock City Council corner.
Eisel pulls off a flying W there, trying to get out of the Cessnock City Council corner, which allows Compton to go through as we watch Drew Kremer down the bottom of the hill. Riley Burgess hasn't let him get away. He's just definitely going to keep him honest.
I don't think some of the lines that Burgess is using at the moment on the inside of these corners are the go just yet. They're a little bit sharp on the in and out of the corner. The angle isn't great. He just needs to open them up a little bit. And maybe he's just, look, he just got caught up in a rut there on the exit of that corner. He hasn't quite found his groove just here yet early in Moto 2.
No, there's a few times coming out of corners he's lost his momentum.
Better be careful, bud. Compton's coming up from behind here. He's closing.
Compton's coming up real fast.
Boys, I think that's a little bit of a pattern that I've noticed from Burgess. He's got so much raw speed and so much talent, but I think that I've noticed over this series is that when he gets into a line, he seems to get stuck in that line and doesn't do a lot of exploring. It's probably a little piece of advice that I would give him if I could ever say anything to him, is that he just needs to check out a few more lines and try a few more different things out rather than hit the same line over and over and over again.
And that was a perfect explanation just while you were talking. Then on the screen, Russ, Drew Kremer come wide out into turn 1, and Riley Burgess took the inside line, and it looked like it was a much better line for Drew Kremer.
Yeah, Burgess made it as tight as possible, and if you keep watching him, all the corners he's going through, as the rider's down on screen, all the corners Burgess is going through at the moment, he's making them almost as tight as possible. He's not
Yeah.
actually arcing the corner and carrying momentum. He's stopping and starting. And that's just letting Kremer just creep away at the front.
Yeah, look, if you remember back to Reese Budd here throughout the season, that's something we've seen from him. He's obviously quite a level above most of the riders we've had in this entire series, and that is one thing that Reese Budd is really good at, is opening up those corners. He holds a lot of corner speed and a lot of flow. He'll choose the outside line quite often and rail a berm and stay out of that tight inside.
Talk about choosing the outside line flow. We've got Max Compton. He's trying to put a move on Riley Burgess, and he's done exactly that the last 2 turns. He's used an open and flowing line, and he's trying it again to see if he can get past Riley Burgess. But both of them, though, are catching up on Drew Kremer. So I'm not sure if Drew's made a mistake.
He might be starting to get a bit of arm pump, mate, or maybe that knee starting to play up on him. This is about that point in the race where we would expect to see that. He looks like he's slowing up a little bit, and Burgess is right there to put pressure on him. It looks as though Burgess will be able to make a move. Here we go down the back straight into the final turn before the start straight. Kremer to the inside, Burgess to the outside. Up they go down the start straight into turn 1. Drew still looking really good, but Riley right there, and Compton dives to the inside. Can he get a move done?
Well, no, Compton got a bit caught up in that rut in turn 2, but Riley Burgess followed Drew Kremer's line into turn 1, then he's obviously learnt that.
If you notice, but Burgess is opening up the corners finally, and he's actually moving forward. So maybe he's starting to get a familiar feel that he needs from this bike and this track, because he's actually starting to run wider into the corners and flow. It's completely changed from last lap to this lap. As I say that, he makes a mistake on the exit of the corner, but
he must have the live feed just running straight into his helmet, mate, and listening to the advice of the experts out here chirping away. It's definitely made a difference for him, hasn't it? But Drew Kremer under incredible pressure right now. Can he hold them off? Can he ride a wide bike for the next few laps and get this done?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's got the his arm pump, like you said, and his knee issues. I'm not sure if he's got the stamina. I hope he does, but Riley Burgess is going to definitely put him under the microscope for the next few laps. And then, of course, you've got Max Compton, who's just behind the both of them, seeing if he can, if they get into a ding-dong.
Oh, there goes Burgess around the outside.
He's made the move.
Yeah, that was a good line there. He saw that Drew was going to go inside on the exit of that, and he just carried some speed around the outside. Exactly what I was just saying. He's opening up the track, and he almost stepped out.
Nearly a big mistake there. Riley pushing super hard. Drew still right there to capitalise. Riley to the inside, Drew to the outside, hanging it out.
Here's the replay of the move. You can see Riley just hops out of that rut and goes to the outside, just carries more speed. Kremer just didn't get the exit speed that he needed to get through those rollers there, and he lost the position.
The three boys take a similar line down the start straight into turn 1.
Max Compton has got eyes for Drew Kremer here. He's thinking if he does.
Oh, he's done.
Oh, makes
puts
the
a block
move.
move on Drew, and now he's going to try and chase after Riley Burgess, who's got himself a little bit of breathing space, but I think Max Compton didn't want to get stuck behind Drew, who unfortunately...
Oh, that's our early hole shotter, Cooper Bowman, just down there, just getting himself going.
Hasn't gone to plan for him.
Here's a replay of the pass from Compton. He's going to step out of the rut here, take the line away from Kremer so that he can't get to him. And that stalls out Kremer's momentum, and Compton just says, thank you very much, I'll see you later.
Yeah, very well done. What answer, does Compton have an answer for Riley Burgess? I suppose we'll find out. Looks like he might be trying to close up.
Compton is fast, and
Riley
just had
Burgess,
a good over.
Yeah, Riley's looking down at his bike.
Oh, Compton around the outside. I think you might be onto something there, Russ. Riley Burgess might have an issue.
I think he's got a flat. He's staring back at his rear wheel.
Yeah, something is amiss here because Max Compton just walked past him like it was nothing.
That back tyre is wobbling about. Something's going. No, actually, is that the shock? Has the shock sunk down?
Oh,
that is devastating.
Yeah.
Something's low there.
Yeah, his rear fender's sitting on the rear wheel. Something's happened to his shock.
Because it doesn't come up here off this jump as on our replay. You can see him look back, but it doesn't spring up like it should. So it's actually sitting very low.
Yeah, he's done. He's definitely done. He's rolling. He's just cruising to get back to the pits.
There's a concern there with that back wheel. So look, what's that going to do for our championship situation? We might have to...
Well, we've got now, Compton has gone across with Corey Eisel in second and Drew Kremer in third, Raphael Rossiter in fourth. Sorry, I cut you off there, Dave.
No, look, I think with Kremer finishing, as we came into this race this weekend, it was a 30-point gap from Kremer to Burgess. Burgess had the lead. And I'm just trying to see, Burgess got the win in that first moto, so he got 35 points. Kremer got third, and that would mean that he got 30. So I think Burgess just needs to circulate and finish to get 1 point, and he's good.
Well, that's what he's doing. He's just he's headed up the hill there as we watch Max Compton on the screen here out in the front. I think Riley is going to do exactly what you said. Just continue to circulate and finish and see if he can get a point or however this is going to play out for him. As Max Compton has done really well. I mean, Riley Burgess was starting to put a bit of a gap on him, but Max Compton dealt very well with Drew Kremer, who unfortunately it looks like he's fallen by the wayside again. So hopefully at the end of hopefully after the end of this round, Drew can take some time.
I think Riley Burgess has just pulled off.
Yeah.
He has just pulled off the track. He's going to probably show up on the timing really inappropriately there at the top, but he's just cut the corner and come off the track, and he's going to DNF that one.
Riley Burgess has done a 1:25.6, which is not correct because he's cut the track in half and rolled back into the pits, which is a shame for Riley. Was out in front and looking to push. As we cut back to Max Compton at the top, who's heading down to turn one. He's still sticking with that inside line, Max Compton. He hasn't got involved in the sweeping arc. As you can see on the drone shot there, that looks like, can't see if that's Drew Kremer or not. You can see on the outside. If we go back to turn three. So there's Max Compton coming down to the Cessnock City Council corner. Oh, I jumped right to the edge of the track there to open that corner up.
Really open it there, don't they?
Yeah.
They flirt with that edge and those couple of pegs there, but it's obviously needed to get the entry to that corner. But geez, it could go wrong.
It could go, yeah, very quickly. But it's just opening up the track, isn't it, to give themselves more room. Like you spoke about in the first couple of laps, Riley Burgess was squaring corners off really tight, not opening them up, and then he obviously heard what you said, started opening corners up and went bang bang from third, second, first, and started streaking away. Obviously then it went pear-shaped for him, which is an absolute disaster for Riley Burgess, but opening up those corners, which is what Max Compton's trying to do and what they're all trying to do in that corner, is watch him go through the Skywalker Studios corner, over the rollers and up to the top of the hill.
Max is just streaked away here. He's actually, I just noticed then, he just had a little breather moment. He just sort of sat up and relaxed the posture for a sec. So he's obviously not under any pressure at the front anymore, which is fair to go. And we're about to hit, well, will he get the last lap board? It's going to be touch and go here.
No, he won't, because he just went over.
Think so.
He's now to do 2 more laps, and there is Corey Eisel, Raphael Rossiter, and Ryder Matthews Taylor.
Well, Kremer has dropped down a bit here, so Eisel having a great run, considering Moto 1's gone so poorly. Eisel in second, but Rossiter's going to try and go the long way around here into turn 1. If Eisel can control this first turn, which he does, and controls turn 2, he's going to have to hold him out here. Can he dive in? Shut him out?
Rossiter's got
not
the
enough.
drive.
So Rossiter up to second, Eisel back to third, and that is Ryder Matthew Taylor there just in the back shot as well in fourth. So nice little battle here for second, third, fourth going on.
Yeah, Ryder Matthews Taylor wants to get involved in this podium battle. He's trying to latch onto the back here of Corey Eisel and see if he can make a move to get himself on the podium.
The other part of this story, Greg, with Kremer dropping down to fifth, it's definitely mean that Burgess is going to secure the championship there for MX3 despite not finishing this moto.
Yeah, he'd be annoyed at that. Like I said, we'll hopefully find out later on in the day, or if Russ can find out what the issue was.
Boys, I've just gone up and had a bit of a look To be honest, he's still not 100% sure what it was. I asked him what happened. He said, I think I blew my rear shock. He asked me if I noticed if it was smoking, which it wasn't. None of us saw that, but I did make a note to him that the rear of the bike didn't seem like it was moving at all. So I think you're right. He's either broken a linkage or he's blown a shock. Something pretty odd. We don't see much of that happening.
Yeah, that's a shame.
No, it's not a regular thing, that one, these days. Like, we have pretty good equipment and that. It's just a bit of bad luck on that side of things that's happened. So lucky that it's the last moto of the championship and that he's already pretty much got the points enough to be securing that championship overall. So yeah, lucky on that side of things for Riley Burgess. But Max Compton has come through the lead here on the last lap, so he's got one to go. Rossiter through in second, Eisel third, Matthew Taylor still fourth, and Drew Kremer is just dropping back. He's in fifth, but he's under pressure now from Ryan Jones as well, who's probably going to make a move in the last corner there before they pop onto the start straight area. As we watch this battle, Eisel just trying to hold back Matthews Taylor. Rossiter's just got a little gap in second there over Eisel in third, but Eisel's got plenty of company from the rear there.
Yeah, he's got himself a little bit of breathing space, Raphael Rossiter. And
well, I think Matthew Taylor's just sat up there. He just tried to grab something at the goggles. Maybe he needed a tear off or something, but it's given a gap to Eisel, which is probably what he needs here on this last lap. Can he get back towards Rossiter or not? He's going to try. He's just sent that step up.
That's what we want to see. Unfortunately, it looks like, unfortunately for Corey Eisel, looks like Raphael Rossiter's got himself enough of a breathing space as we see Maxie Compton out in the lead, followed by a number 6. That was my issue earlier. There's obviously 2 number 6s.
There is
in
2
this.
number 6s, yeah, unfortunately, just to confuse the situation for us. But that's Rossiter. Rossiter just getting a little Larry Loopy. Didn't quite Larry Loop out, but there's Eisel.
So they're down.
That's Matthew Taylor on the 74 in fourth. He's just dropped off the back.
Our race winner, Max Compton. He's just coming through. There's Raphael Rossiter, followed by Corey Eisel and rider Matthews Taylor, who for some reason stopped and looked backwards over the finish line. I'm not sure.
Yeah, not sure what's going on there. Is he not happy with somebody? Yeah, he's pointing.
Yeah.
Oh, he's having words.
No, he's pointing at someone.
Why not finish on a feisty note?
Yeah.
Let's throw down to Russ. He's got our moto winner, Max Compton.
Max Compton, congratulations, buddy. That was an awesome win, mate. Well done. Just walk me through how that race came down for you.
Yeah, no, it was good. I got a better start for me, which was good. Something happened to Riley's bike. I don't know what happened, but then, yeah, just managed the race from there.
Mate, you put yourself in a great position. Riley was out the front and dominating, but if you weren't there, you wouldn't have got that win, mate. So well done. Sometimes it's about just staying there and being that consistent rider. Give me a quick minute on how the series has been for you.
Yeah, no, it's been good. Unfortunately, I missed the first 2 rounds because of my shoulder, but no, the rest of the rounds were good.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing you do the whole series next year, mate. Congratulations, well done.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Cessnock City Council, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Welcome back to Cessnock Motocross Park. We've got the 15-second board up for the 9 to 12 85s. Here we are, ready for the gate drop, and they're away. It's a huge field as they take off in towards turn 1. Bit of hustling and jostling there. I can't see who that is that got the whole shot. That 26, is that Levi Biddick?
It would be Levi Biddick.
Yes. As they take off. Turn 3 and up the hill. There's a bit of a one rider down in the background in turn 2, the Kennards High Corner, a bit of a traffic jam behind him. But that's not bothering Levi Biddick as he takes off up the hill.
Looks as though someone's got a taste for the first position, hey?
Yeah, I like this out the front. There's no dust in front of me. There's no fumes. I can pick my own lines. What's not to like?
Absolutely. Levi looking very comfortable out there, leading this pack up the second hill there. But he's going to be very happy about that. I think Dad's going to be jumping up and down somewhere back here in the pits. Very, very excited to see him do that one. Now can he settle in and manage the race? That's going to be the question. It's one thing getting to the front, but he's under some serious pressure right now.
Yeah, Cooper Nielsen just trying to make a move.
Is that Stella hard in behind them?
Yeah, Stella's in third.
It's a great start for Stella. We haven't seen too much of her today. She hasn't had the best of starts, but yes, Cooper Nielsen leading now. Got in front of Levi Biddick. And then Stella sitting in third, but I think she's under a bit of pressure here. I'm not sure who's trying to make the move from fourth position there, but Stella blocked that inside nicely from that drone shot by the look of it.
Stella may not have gotten the start she's been after, but if you've been watching her around the track today, she has been in full send mode. She's been wide open, chasing hard. There was a section there earlier today where she ended up behind Matafiglio after his crash, and she locked onto the back of him, and you could instantly see the increase in speed and just aggression that she had on the track chasing down Matafiglio. So her riding's really, really improved. I'm super impressed with what we're seeing out of her today. Like we said, the starts may not have been where she wants to be, but the overall riding for her, I'm hoping today she's walking away with her head held high, because she is absolutely sending it.
Yeah, she's definitely doing a good job. Here's a battle for third as it's our mate Joe Thulby who comes in and takes third position away from her. As they head out up the hill, we can see Cooper Nielsen on track, followed by Levi Biddick, and then our mate Joe Thulby's actually overtaken Stella Harding, so she's in fourth, which is still a fantastic effort as they head up to the top of the hill. As, they're all closing up a bit here between second and third.
I see the 275 there in the back of screen. That's Flynn Burgess, Riley's younger brother. Good sighting of Flynn this morning today.
Yep.
To get him up in the action here. He's up into fifth position on circuit. You see them all just shooting up the hill here. Cooper Nielsen's just got a little gap on these second, third, fourth now, but not massive.
No, not massive. He's got himself a little bit of breathing space as you see him down into the Kennards High Corner, pick a rut, any rut. You can see Levi Biddick take the high road, and Joe Thulby trying to come through. Didn't quite get the move done, but he's definitely putting pressure on him. Joe on the 33 there. As these two look like it's... Whoa, bike's getting flipped left and right. As Joe gets the move done down in the bottom as he takes off over the rolls. Did he lose the momentum? No, he kept his momentum, so Joe's got through on Levi Biddick for second place. Now let's see if he can set out after Cooper Nielsen, or if Cooper thinks he's got enough, or if he's got enough space as they take on this sweeping left-hand corner down into the Risen Unlimited corner, and they'll come over the finish jump.
Oh, feet off the pegs for Joe. Not how he wants to go around the final corner there.
Whew, that made my heart rate jump. I'm sure his is pretty high at the moment, as he does put the fastest lap of the race in at 2:03.9.
Even with that feet off action?
Yeah. So watch him come down to turn one. Stella's still holding fourth position there, which is good as we catch up. Yeah, you can see here he tips in just as he goes to get on the power. Rear wheel,
out.
yeah. Whee. Actually keeps the inside foot on the foot peg, which is good for his balance. There he's up the top of the track. So he's got in front of Levi, hasn't got away from Levi Biddick, but he's got in front of him. I don't know. He definitely. No, he actually coming down the hill. He's put a bit of space between himself and Levi Biddick. He's going to try and chase. He's still got plenty of time. 7 minutes plus a lap to chase down Cooper Nielsen.
Ooh, Levi. Lands right on the face of the third there on that step up the hill. Probably needed to be just a little bit shorter to make that a little more comfortable. But he powers on anyway. So he's going to head on down the hill, chase down Cooper. He's doing a good job there.
Yeah, he's definitely chasing Cooper down. He's put a gap between himself and Levi.
Oh, some of those holes into those braking zones are not pleasant looking at all at this later stage of our day one action here at Cessnock Motocross Club. But Cooper making the track work for him so far. Let's have a look at the replay here of our start. You can see, you're going to see Levi Bittig get to the front here. He's going to sweep from the... Oh, who's on the outside there actually got a better run, but Levi's controlled the inside.
Yeah.
The rider on the outside got there first, but couldn't turn it in.
Just a standard traffic jam in turn one there. It wasn't until they got to turn two where there was a few riders had an off.
And that's Stella with a great start there, but she makes a little overbalance on the inside rut and just loses the drive. Otherwise, she would have been in second heading up the hill here, but she manages to hold together. But so a great start there for Stella Harding on that replay.
It's a shame as we see there's Cooper Nielsen gone through turn one, heading into turn two. He's just put in the fastest lap at 2:03.5. So the riding order stays the same, does it?
Yep.
Oh no, Stella Harding's been dropped down to ninth.
The 41 machine just there on screen going down. Chase Brown. I think Chase has had a couple of samples today.
Bit of a difficult day for Chase, which is no good, but all experience if he get back on and finish the race.
A lot of environmental work going on with all these dirt samples we've had today, guys.
I wonder where those samples go to. Do they, go to the lab and get checked out? Or?
It's good to know we've got so many enthusiasts in our local environment here.
You to ask some strange questions.
Look, they're definitely not crashes, mate, because I use the exact same excuse all the time. There wasn't a crash, it was simply a dirt sample. I was having a close look at the ground, inspecting the dirt, making sure everything was okay.
I can report back, it's dirty.
Correct.
So as we watch Cooper Nielsen climbing up the hill there, over that...
the landing on that step up is shiny as, and you just saw his bike just sort of slide a little sideways. It's getting a little bit sketchy on that landing.
It is, yeah, there's not much grip when you hit it. We're seeing Joe Thirlby come down into the Skywalker Studios corner. He just hasn't managed to close that gap up. In saying that, last lap, Cooper Nielsen did do the fastest lap of the race, so there's a reason for that. He's basically 4 seconds behind Cooper at the start of the last lap. We'll see if he's closed the gap at all when they come down, as they're through the penultimate turn, the left-hand sweeping turn, before they head into the Risen Unlimited right-hander and over the finish line. Here goes Cooper. And here comes Joe. He's 2.9 seconds, and he's gone fastest. So he's dropped a 2:02.
They are alternating fastest laps here.
Yeah, so these two are pushing, which is great to see. Levi Bittig at 2:04. Flynn Burgess at 2:04. Cooper Bennett at 2:04. So, yeah, definitely a 2:02 and a 2:03. The two out in front, Cooper Nielsen and Joe Thirlby, are definitely pushing. See, Joe's definitely trying to close this gap. Obviously, he's got the end of 3 seconds, end of the last lap. You see Cooper head off down the hill towards the Cessnock Council corner.
Look at the bounce, right?
Yeah.
The bike just going through those braking bumps, and then he's having to battle and paddle up that hill on that exit rut.
Yeah, he made that look rather difficult, didn't he? Held it together, which was good, but didn't look like a good time.
I think we've got to the point in the day, Greg, where the track just says, "I've had enough of you."
Yep.
And we don't like you. We're not on talking terms anymore.
We don't get on.
Is that a battle, or is that a lap marker?
I think that's putting a rider a lap down.
It's hard to tell sometimes. No, maybe that is a battle there, because that's one of our riders a bit further back in the pack, those two. So I think that's Ollie Cale there, the second rider. I haven't picked up the number there just in front of Ollie.
So would that be Carter Williams?
Yeah, Carter Williamson maybe. That's about 10th position on track.
Okay. Yep, Carter Williamson. Yeah, 2-3-1. Yeah, that looks like Carter Williamson. He's put a move.
So they're just behind Stella Harding at the moment. Stella's dropped down to 9th by the looks of it in the running order.
Yep.
You just see Stella on the exit of that Skywalker Studios corner as those guys were getting into the entrance. There's Ryder Magdafiglio, actually.
Yeah,
what's he doing back wherever he is?
I'm not sure.
He's down in 13th.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with Ryder. Is this the championship that he's already wrapped up, or is this one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yep.
Did you? I don't think you needed to ask that one.
Yeah,
to be honest.
sorry. Yeah, okay. So maybe he's just out, and like we discussed before, he's apparently got a plane to catch.
Ryder down there.
Someone down
He's
there.
just on a sightseeing tour, mate. That's all that is.
The 41 again of Chase Brown, I believe it is. Just having another dirt sample.
Yeah, Chase is having another tough day. But yeah, with Ryder Magdafiglio the Magnificent, he's got a plane to catch in a few days apparently, so...
Just taking it easy. Mind you, he's just gone purple on the screen. 202.6 for Ryder Magdafiglio. So
I think you might have to come up here and sit down, Russ, because we're going to give this away. We've obviously got no idea what we're talking about.
That's not true, mate. Who told you that?
We're just sitting up here saying, oh, he's all the way down in 13th. He's obviously just having a cruise around. He's got a plane to catch. Oh, no, he's gone purple.
Once again, similar to what we said about Blake Bohannon, Matafiglio's that same. He's cut from the same cloth. He's that same caliber of rider where sometimes them going fast doesn't look it at all. They just look like they're sitting back and cruising. But you look at the lap times and it tells a very different story.
Yeah, absolutely. And same as when Blake came out for his second race earlier, we were saying he sort of let the race start, let the field spread out a bit, and then started to pick his way through. I don't think Matafiglio is going to pick his way through. He's in 12th at the moment.
He is,
no, and that's probably the best he's going to get. But at the same time, it doesn't really matter, does it?
No, in
he's
this
already,
scenario.
Yeah, he's already ticked off the box.
He's, like we keep saying, he's got a bigger fish to fry in a couple of days' time. And here comes Nielsen. He's getting the last lap board, so 1 to go for Cooper Nielsen. Joe Thirlby is right there on his tail still, only just under 3 seconds gap. So nothing really between the two of them, but nothing really changing either there. So with 1 lap to go here in this 9 to 12 85cc, it is pretty much going to be what it's going to be here with Cooper Nielsen. He's going to get potentially both moto wins here in this class today.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he's been riding really well.
Bit of a standout performance for him. Of all the rounds he's done, this one's the one that he's going to have to clip some of these things and take them to some potential sponsors for 2027 and say, look, I went 1-1.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's Nielsen on screen. Nielsen just around the top there of the circuit. It's going to drop off to the elbow, to the Kennards High corner for one last time on day 1.
Yeah, he looks smooth coming down there, although there's brake bumps everywhere. He looks like he's dealing with that quite well, doesn't he, coming down the hill?
Just a rider in the back of screen there that's having a bit of a bike issue. Trying to get it started here. But yeah, Cooper looking sensational here. It's been a great day for Cooper Nielsen. He's got to be stoked with his efforts here in this 85cc class.
Oh, absolutely. Seen him go over the rollers, looking quite smooth there as he's at the top of the track in the Motorcycle Alliance corner.
So one more time through the sweeping left at the bottom of the circuit. He's going to pop up to our final corner, the Risen Unlimited corner. And then he's going to see the checkered flag here. 1-1 for Cooper Nielsen. Gets the job done in the 9 to 12 85cc for the round outright. The champ in this class. We already crowned him, but it was Ryder Magdafiglio. He's going to come across the line in about 11th. But Joe Thirlby through in 2nd. Levi Biddick's going to come across the line in 3rd. What a race.
What
Cooper Nielsen.
Race. A great job, Cooper Nielsen. Russ, have you got Cooper down there to have a chat with, mate?
I've got young Cooper down here. Congratulations, buddy. Mate, that was an unreal race. Just walk me through how your day's been here at Cessnock.
Done pretty good.
best results of the year, so I'm pretty happy with that.
You look like you've really stepped up, mate. Your riding's definitely changed as we've watched you over this series. Looking more confident on the bike, looking like there's a bit more raw speed. Have you changed anything in your training or bike setup recently?
No, I've just been working really hard.
Working really hard, mate. Early mornings, late nights?
Yeah.
Well done, mate. Who would you like to thank from your team?
I'd like to thank my mum and dad, JR Factory Services, KDM Australia, and MotorX, MRU, and everybody else who supports me.
Congratulations, buddy. Well done.
Yeah, well, before the rest of this class finishes off, we'll take a quick break down here at the Cessnock Motocross Park.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Cessnock City Council, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Welcome back to Cessnock Motorcycle Park. We have our non-qualifiers race down here, the 65s for the under 9 to under 12s. The whole shot looks like it was taken by, I can't see the name of that rider. Did you see who that was, Russ, that took the whole shot?
No, I kind of missed it, mate. I was just walking up from rider interviews and from the impound. So to be honest, I just kind of missed who was coming into that and got the whole shot. So here come the riders down the hill, just trying to get our heads around the numbers here to see who's going to lead us out in this non-qualifying race. It's the number 55. It's pretty cool that these guys get a race here at the end of the day. The parents spend a lot of money, put a lot of time and effort into getting everyone here, and so I think it's pretty cool that Motorcycle New South Wales has this non-qualifier race for these guys at the end of the day. It doesn't mean much for anyone else, but it's good quality track time for these guys, and the whole point of this sort of stuff is to get everyone's level raised up, and so I think it's awesome that these guys get a little more track time. So hopefully moving into next season, these guys are better riders. They're able to qualify for the races that they want to get into and just help everything kind of move forward. So great that they're going to get a bit of track time. We've got one of the riders, must have been stuck in turn 2, I believe, who is a little bit behind the rest of the pack. But the guys are going to circulate around, get a few laps in, get that last chance to feel the track out and really understand how these sorts of state level tracks shape up over the long course of a day. But to be perfectly honest, I'm super impressed with this track. I can't believe it's turned out the way it is. Like I said earlier today, I haven't spent a lot of time here at Cessnock. It's not too far from my house, but every time I've been here, it's been a very hard pack, gravelly kind of track. Today, it is deep and loamy. I actually had Bronson kicking around here earlier today. I was trying to grab him for a bit of an interview to tell us about the track prep from the man himself who looks after this place, but he's disappeared on me now. We'll have to go track him down later. But I'm very impressed with the track prep here. Motorcycle New South Wales have done an amazing job, not only here today at Cessnock, but over the entire series, working with all the individual clubs to get them prepped to basically handle an event at this level. To all the clubs that have been involved, they've all done so well, from ACT to Lakes, Bega, Dubbo, and now here at Cessnock. Congratulations to all the clubs. You guys have done an amazing job getting your circuits ready, getting the local area ready, getting the canteen, all those bits and pieces that go into putting on this level of event. They've done an amazing job. So The guys out there are still circulated around. Everyone's enjoying those last few laps on a track. Lots of breathing room for those guys now as they come up and down the hills. Here's our rider at number 55. This was our guy that dropped the bike a little earlier. So it's Jensen Stewart coming down the main straight. He's getting a few more laps in. And it looks as though we've got a rider stuck there on the Kennard tyre. Turn 2 there, trying to get his bike going, wrestling it as he's stuck on the side of the hill. So he's going to be able to get that thing going again. Tyler Cochran is our race leader. 22, he's got a ton of breathing room out there. He's out there on his own. Looks like he's on a Yamaha machine. And no pressure at all from behind as he leads this pack around the last few laps here at Cessnock. We've got Joel Thomas in second position and Tucker Job in third. So first, second, third there, doing it the best they can, cruising around. Last few laps on this deep, ruddy track.
Yeah, I'm surprised how well the track has held up, Russ. It's definitely deep and definitely rutty, but considering they haven't had to water it all day, it's held up pretty well.
Yeah, look, I think that's the sign of a really well-prepped track. We've seen it throughout this series and local level racing as well, that if you are forced to have to wash, or not wash, if you're forced to water the track throughout the day, it can cause some dramas. Obviously, you want to water to get the moisture in, keep the dust down, but it can also cause some slipping and crashing and sliding around, and no one wants to see that. So the fact that they haven't had to water it here at all today is a really, really good thing. We got a bit lucky with the weather.
There's on the last lap, number 22. Looks like he's in the lead as he heads down to turn 1.
This is a different view, boys. I don't know what I'm doing out here.
This is the outdoors, fellas. This is outside.
Oh, right. Thank you.
No screens. This is a screen-free area.
Thank you for clarifying.
So you don't get to see your little screens. There's no buttons to push. Nothing at all.
Where's your chair, Russ? Where do you sit down?
No chair. No.
What?
Damn, what?
Mate, let's have a look at the kilometres, hey?
I don't think you've done too many today.
I haven't done that many. It's been 9.5 kilometres, 11,500 steps.
Not a bad effort.
Beachy, last time I checked, was over double what I do. So
yeah, but I've seen him up the top of the track a number of times.
He's been getting around a fair bit.
He's burnt some calories today, that is for sure. So, boys, overall, the Cessnock track, what do we think?
I think the Cessnock Club has done an amazing job prepping this track up. It's turned into something that I didn't think it would ever look like.
No, neither did I.
Because I've been here a few times over the years and it never looked like this before. So I'm really impressed with what they've done. I hope they're able to do something very similar over tonight for day 2 action tomorrow, because I'm sure the seniors, if they see something like this tomorrow morning, they're going to love it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's played out really well. It has rutted up, which obviously it's a motocross track it's going to, but it hasn't really fallen apart. There's still been some good quality racing, and it hasn't really, the track hasn't decided races is probably what I'm trying to say.
But the other thing too that I'm very happy about is that you've seen some riders, because the track hasn't gone completely crusty, you've seen some riders actually still blow through the tops of some of the ruts because it's still loamy, which again here you wouldn't see. And we're looking in this final corner at the whole shot graphics before they come back onto the start straight. It's exactly that. It's full loam. That is a paddle tire 100% of the time, right?
Basically, it's a sand corner. I've been watching riders, and you can see these very top lines here. Some of the guys will go right at the top. They'll blow the top of that berm out. Look at this line down here, Dave, where the rider's gone completely off track.
Oh, yeah.
Managed to keep it in. If that was a hard-packed track, you would have lost traction up there and slid out and crashed.
Straight in the fence over here on the dummy grid. So
100%.
Just watching number 22 is about to come over and take the checkered flag for this non-qualifiers race. But then you're talking about the whole shot graphics corner, Russ, which is the last corner on the track, final corner. This morning when the racing, we were standing there talking while they were practicing, the top of that berm looked like it was soft and had no grip. It was blowing apart straight away. Here at the end of the day, it looks the same, but it hasn't fallen apart.
You'll also notice that it has about half the amount of banners it did at the start of the day because the roost coming off the rear tyres destroyed it. The officials spent most of the morning putting it up. They kept fixing it, and then they just gave up at some point because the roost coming off the back tyres was just so powerful. It was just blowing it down time and time again. So great for the track, great for the riders, not so good for our whole shot banners. But yeah, look, it looks unreal. I can't believe how sandy and fluffy and loamy this whole track looks. So if we can find Bronson, he's run away somewhere. He's probably down firing up the tractor, but we do need to chat to him and give him kudos for whatever he's done, whatever magic he's sprinkled over this track. It's super impressive.
Yeah, no, look, Bronson's done a great job. He's probably down there finding the diesel to fill up the tractor for tonight. But we're going to throw to a quick break here after this moto, and we'll be back to wrap up the day one action from Cessnock Motocross Club.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Cessnock City Council, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Welcome back to our conclusion of day one action here at Cessnock Motocross Club. We've had a massive day of racing. Plenty of champions have been crowned here for our junior class because this is the completion of their series here in 2026. So we'll be getting to our presentation here shortly and wrapping it up for them. But we've got day two action still to come for tomorrow for our seniors, and we'll talk about that tomorrow morning when our live stream coverage kicks off. But Russ, let's just quickly recap a couple of things that happened today. I want to highlight the two riders that are going to go over to the World Championships. Basically this week. They're getting on flights, I believe, either tomorrow afternoon or Monday sometime to fly over to Europe and then get to Czech Republic. That's Blake Bohannon and Ryder Magdafiglio. They both wrapped up their championships today in the 65 and 85s for Ryder and Blake. Those guys are on another level, right?
They are indeed, Dave, and it's going to be really interesting to see how they go with the competition over there in Europe. For this kind of stuff, it's quite a bit different for them going to Europe. The Europeans do this better than almost anyone. All of the biggest name riders in the world take Jet and Hunter right now, the two names everyone knows, but going back a little bit, Chad Reed, I believe even Ando as well. Europe is that next step after Australia. Yeah. When you're dominating your classes here and you're running out of competition, Europe's that step. Now, their tracks, from what I understand, are absolutely nasty and horrible. Huge holes. The worst that we have here is probably some of the best they have there, and I think they just get worse as the series goes on. So best of luck to those boys.
Yeah, no, they got a big challenge facing them ahead of them, not just from the travel, but from the racing and the competition and the track, like you just said, Russ. But yeah, they've done a great job across our series here for this 5-round championship. So congratulations to those two guys on their championships. Greg, from other aspects of today's racing, it was a bit of a random day. We had a lot of crashing, first turn, second turn, and we actually had a couple of little mechanical things that popped up that weren't usual either as well. Riley Burgess with the, we think it was a shock there at the end.
Yep.
And I did also just check in as we walked up to here to the start straight. I checked on Olivia Hadou.
Yep.
She is sore but okay after that crash where she was battling with Delilah Watts in the junior girls class. So that's good to see from Olivia. But yeah, random day, right?
Yeah, it was a very random day. Like you said, a few mechanical problems, a few issues. We also had people that whose names hadn't been mentioned before the championship step up. Little Joe Thorby had a fastest in qualifying,
and even Cooper Nielsen having his best results for the weekend, or for the series, sorry, because he hadn't previously even got on a moto podium. He went 1-1 today in his class, so that was really cool from his side of things, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but it was a strange day. We spoke about in the morning if it was championship stress or not, or pressure, who knows? But the people who, like you spoke about, Magdafiglio and Bohannon, the people who needed to get it done, got it done, and we've seen some fantastic race, and this track held up really well. As we see behind us, they're starting to get the watering, and they'll sort it out for tomorrow.
So we're going to talk about all that championship pressure again for our seniors tomorrow for day two action. We'll get to that in our morning. Remember, we're going to be back on air from about 8:30 tomorrow morning for our live stream here on the YouTube channel with Motorcycling New South Wales. Make sure you hit subscribe on that. We need our subscriber number to come up just to keep throwing it out there and help growing the sport for us here in motorcycling in the New South Wales state. Obviously, we had our CEO on with us, our new CEO on with us, Alira, earlier today, so it's awesome to have her on board. But yeah, hit the subscribe button on the YouTube channel so that we can keep promoting our series and our sport that is so awesome here. Now, while we're doing all the sort of thank you wrap-ups at this point, massive thanks to Cessnock Motocross Club, obviously the prep work that they've done and they're about to do late tonight as they get ready for tomorrow morning. Thank you to you guys and girls, to the Motorcycling New South Wales officials and volunteers, and the flag marshals. You've had a busy day. Thank you very much. We'll be back again tomorrow doing it again. To Skywalker Studios, great pictures all series long, but I want to make a mention. We had replays today, boys. I know you missed out on seeing them, but we had a lot of them, and they were sensational. The Skywalker Studios guys are just killing it each and every week for us, and we're building even more into the broadcast every time. Hopefully we're doing it justice, right?
Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully. But thank you to Skywalker Studios, to the event sponsors, Cessnock City Council. Appreciate you being on board for the local council. Risen Unlimited, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Westpac Rescue Helicopter, Black Dog Institute, and National Motorcycle Alliance. Thank you to all you for supporting our series. It means a massive amount to have you on board. From myself, David Hogan from the Always Moto YouTube channel, from Russell Hicks from Power Sports Central, Greg Dunn from Mr. Bones Moto YouTube channel, we thank you for being a part of the coverage here with us. We'll be back tomorrow morning.
And also, congratulations to all our championship winners from today.
Congratulations to the champions. We'll see you up on the podium shortly. That's it for day one action. We'll be back tomorrow, bright and early. We'll see you then.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Cessnock City Council, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.